The setup for the experiment was the interferometry part, right? But they couldn't even get past that part, all right, because it wasn't showing what they thought. Okay, so they just wrote the thing off, and it was failed, and it was horrific. Okay, well, Einstein came along later and explained away the results. All right, the only reason I brought up the Eddington thing was because that was nowhere near conclusive either. Two of the plates sort of showed a revised prediction of what GR would have expected, would have predicted, right? Out of like 25 to 32 plates or something. All right, but they go with that, and oh yay, GR is confirmed, Einstein's a genius, right? But it's just insane that you guys can look at the same evidence and think that some is super solid, and some of it you can just write off and ignore, and it's philosophy, dude. Like,
but you're rewriting the conclusions of both experiments. The Eddington experiment is concluded with a positive result.
I read them both, Left Lane. Have you read them?
Yep.
Go read
and
them
Michelson Morley was exploiting the fact that the Earth was orbiting the sun in order to detect the ether.
Exploiting? What do you mean by that?
Well, they knew the Earth was moving. If the Earth is moving, then we should be able to detect this motion through the ether.
By exploiting, he means begging. By exploiting, he means begging the question.
Yeah, but they didn't find that, Left Lane. Sorry.
Technically, you guys are right. Technically, if we aren't moving, that result is also shows that we aren't moving. But the point is the evidence, because the evidence outside of that is so overwhelmingly in the opposite.
What evidence?
They meant the Lorentz contraction for this.
Yeah, no, that was made up to try to keep around the idea of the ether when it just didn't work.
Yeah, but then Einstein used the same Lorentz contraction in his stuff.
Hold on, real quick, Regis, real quick, 1 second. I'll hand it right back. I just want to say this last thing. Their experiment was a success. Okay, but their experiment wasn't a success until after they added the Lorentz contraction. Otherwise, they would have found out we're not orbiting the Earth.
No, okay. So the Lorentz contractions for the Michelson-Morley experiment were made to keep around the ether whilst also explaining the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yes, but that is until Einstein took Lorentz's contraction and added it to his special relativity, which threw out the ether altogether. You see?
Yeah. So he repackaged it in a different way. It wasn't used in the same context or in the same way. He repackaged it, but he found that Lorentz was right. There is some form of contraction, but it's a completely different context.
How do you know?
Yeah, you can't tell.
There's no evidence.
The whole nature of it's insane, dude.
Yeah, there's no evidence for Lorentz contraction. There's no actual evidence for it. The way you just described it, pick a username. It's not, in my understanding of this, what you just said is not correct. So they did not pick up the motion of the Earth around the sun with the interferometer. And in order to account for the fact that wasn't picked up, they fabricated the concept of Lorentz contraction to try to explain away why the interferometer is not picking up the rotation of the Earth around the sun based upon this claim of contraction, which has no actual evidence or proof that it even exists. So it's an explanatory write-off type of concept in order to explain the fact that the interferometer is not picking up the motion of the Earth around the sun. It's only picking up sidereal rotation, which we see in terms of the stars. That's why it's called sidereal. It's the movement of the stars.
So the Michelson-Morley experiment, what it was actually meant to do was measure the relative speeds of light through the ether. That's what it was actually meant to do. The Lorentz contractions were kind of like a joke. Not quite a joke, but they were kind of silly when they were made up to explain the context of the Michelson-Morley experiment. It was just much simpler to go, no, the ether isn't real special relativity.
Or what? Like what do you mean? It's more simpler. So I would just ask you two things. Like, can you show me the ether that you just debunked, and can you show me the Lorentz contraction? Like, can you give me one? Send me one.
You know that special
Okay.
relativity wasn't a thing when
Yeah.
Mike Morley did their thing, right? So they
So
couldn't say no special relativity. Like Lorentz
Mhm.
tried to explain it while keeping the ether around. That's what you're talking about, but you're leaving out the part where Einstein took Lorentz's transformation, put it in SR, so that they could throw out the ether altogether, which
so
saved the phenomenon of your model.
two things. The context of the Lorentz contractions are very different in the context of Michelson-Morley and special relativity. In the Michelson-Morley, they were used as speed. Speed creates these contractions in the ether. In special relativity, it's gravitational waves create
It just
this.
sounds like thoughts. I thought you were gonna mail me one. Can you send me like a Lorentz contraction and some ether? What are these two things made out of? I just want to know how you
Ether
prove
isn't
one by using
anything.
the other one.
I don't believe anything. Like the ether was disproven. It doesn't exist.
How do you disprove it? By showing me. All right. So, but with the Lorentz contraction, all right. Send me one
No,
of
he
those.
said
What do they?
he
No,
says
they
he
look
doesn't
like?
think the ether was disproven. So you agree that
Mm.
Michelson Morley didn't disprove the ether?
no. I said the ether was disproven.
Oh God! All right, I thought you were.
But
The ether
Lorentz
was
came out with his
disproven.
transformation. Lorentz came out with his transformation after Michelson Morley as well, though, right? Aren't you acting like it was
So
part of it?
yeah. So Lorentz came out with that pretty much immediately after to try to keep around the ether whilst also explaining the Michelson-Morley experiment. But
Yes,
the
but
Lorentz
you made it sound
contractions.
like they were using it like in the experiment, which they were not.
Oh no, I don't know why that came across, but no.
Yeah,
You're
it's
the-
ad
you're
hoc.
the- you're the-
The Lorentz contraction is ad hoc, so they could keep orbiting Earth.
Yeah,
Geo just
sure.
laid it out pretty good. What do you mean? Yeah, sure. I mean,
Because
Geo
this
just laid it out for us.
This is not to do with
you're the
the.
physicist. You're the physicist. I want you to just physically like tell me the ether, like what it's made of, how you were
The
able
ether.
to disprove it with the other thing called the Lorentz contraction, and what that's made of. You're the physicist.
Okay, so the ether was just a medium through which light propagates. We thought that all waves had to have a medium to travel through. We later found out that no, light doesn't need this medium. It can travel in a vacuum. It's completely fine. The Michelson-Morley.
Okay, go ahead.
We started the Michelson-Morley experiment with the knowledge that the Earth is moving. It is completely separate from the Michelson-Morley experiment. We kind of use the heliocentric model in everything.
I know. Please let me just interject. You assumed the Earth was moving. You did Michelson Morley. You made a measurement of the Earth not moving. You invented the Lorentz contraction to get around that.
So even when the Lorentz contractions were made, it wasn't really taken that seriously. It was kind of a silly thing. It was just much easier to throw out the ether.
It's still silly.
The Lorentz contractions within the context of Michelson-Morley.
Yeah, but like, what was a silly thing? Like the Lorentz. What is the Lorentz contraction? What is it? I want one.
Within the context of the Michelson-Morley experiment, I believe it was based off of the speed through which the Earth is propagating through the ether. You're going to get different amounts of contractions. The Lorentz contractions in special relativity are a very different thing. These are two separate things.
What is contracting? That's what I'm saying. What's the physics? You're the physicist. What's contracting?
So they literally said that the path that the light is traveling through is either getting shorter or longer. I believe it was just shorter.
You're wrong. You're wrong. The arms of the interferometer shrunk physically, but you couldn't see it because you're in the same reference frame. Therefore, the beams of
that was
light.
what I was saying. I'm not sure why that didn't come across, but yeah, that was what I was trying to say.
Because you said the path of the light shortened, which isn't true.
Yeah, the arms are the path that the light takes. We're saying the same thing. Sorry, it's just I guess I didn't explain it well enough.
No. The device that shot the light beams, okay, those arms are what shortened.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The path, that is the path that the light takes. path
It's not the path.
shortened.
It's not the path. The path didn't shorten. They were
The path,
expecting one of the lights to take longer, right? Because they shot one with the motion, the supposed motion of the Earth around the sun, and they shot one perpendicular to it.
they did it through
They expected the
loads
one
of
to
different
have to
angles,
catch
but
up.
yeah.
Yeah. So instead of them saying that we're not moving and that's why there was no fringe shift, they said that one of the arms contracted just the right amount to make it look like it was perfectly the same time. And that's why there was no fringe shift, even though we are still moving around the sun. It's just a literal band-aid, again,
Yeah.
just like so many things in your model. They're just band-aids to keep it
So-
together. It's a house of cards,
So-
man.
Yeah, so
Like I
so
said-
pick your
Point.
username.
I make a
To,
point.
I guess so, but
Right.
I maybe I
Maybe.
guess you could in a second. Yeah, like in one second. But they pick
Wanna
your
go first?
username. Yeah, I want to continue speaking. Yeah. But yeah, pick your username. So the Lorentz contraction, you don't really buy it, but in order to mail it to me, it would have to be shrunken arms, right? So that is what disproved what you were saying is the ether, which is a medium, right, for light or for a wave, right? A wave is an action, right? So what is the light is the physical object, so for it to wave through a medium, right? So you're saying there's no medium for light because of shrunken arms, and that's good for you, or is that good for me? Is that working?
No, so sound was the only wave we'd ever encountered before realizing that light was a wave. Sound needs a medium to move. So we just, using that logic, we led to light must need a medium to move through. So we made up this medium of the ether, and then to try to prove it, we did the Michelson-Morley experiment.
And we found out there's an ether wind instead of a stationary ether on Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Make
Okay,
a
so
point,
again,
just a quick one. It's really quick.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Beryl.
It's kind of non sequitur, but it relates to what we were talking about a little while ago. I just looked up. It cost $272 million to make the two LIGO facilities, and they measured 10,000th of the diameter of a proton. Ridiculous.
Didn't we say
Their
that the
funding-
error margin was like 100,000th of a diameter of a proton?
Well, their funding was about to run out, bro. So it makes
10,000.
total sense that they measured it.
A 10,000th. Thank you for the correction.
That's the accuracy.
But the Michelson-Morley, the Lorentz contractions within the context of the Michelson-Morley are very different to the Lorentz contractions within the context of special relativity.
How?
Lorentz contractions in special relativity are to do with space-time. Within Michelson-Morley, it was to do with your speed through the ether.
Right, so you just take out the assumption that there's this thing called 0-point energy, that we've been using with Tesla tech for the past 100 years. You
What
just
the fuck
remove
is
that
0
idea.
point energy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can look that up for you real fast. 0-point energy is the background medium.
Yeah, that's
0
change the subject.
point energy. Real fast. Then I'll give you the guys a knife again. Alright, it's the lowest possible energy the quantum mechanics system may have. So you can get a system that has a vacuum in it, and it's got basically very, very little material. But inside that vacuum, they can pull electrons out of thin air. It's the Schwinger effect. So there's a background medium where they can actually measure this.
So you're assuming that, but yeah, there's 0-point
What?
energies.
Sorry, what am I assuming?
That there's background energy.
Sorry, is 0-point energy measurable?
Maybe.
It is. It's actually measurable, right? That's why it's 0-point something energy, right? It's not 0.0000 energy because it's actually measurable. So I'm not making anything up. It's called a vacuum catastrophe. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I know
Yeah,
the
0
study you're
point.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, the 0 point doesn't necessarily equate to a number or a figure, right?
What does it mean then?
Well, wait, it doesn't make sense that saying 0 point means that it's not 0.000.
It wouldn't matter whether it was 0.1 or 0.01. The point that he's trying to make, no pun intended, is that it is measurable. It is a thing.
What is the measurement of it?
Well, I've heard one physicist say that in any system, you can assume that even if you make it where it's perfectly zero, like a vacuum, it's not going to be actually perfectly zero. There's always going to be 0.5 volts in that system. That's how he described it. So 0.5 volts in any system that you have, no matter what. Right? Like you take some model of a battery and you pour lemon juice in it, like the Baghdad battery, and you can actually watch like the voltage rise, like by itself. It starts gaining a charge, right? Where does that energy come from?
So your assumption was that it's from where?
Dude, it's not an assumption. Do you know about the Schwinger effect? They recently
No. So
pulled
just
electrons out
say
of thin
where.
air. Sorry,
So thin.
did you hear what I
So
said?
from thin air. So it's thin air. I have the same study. I sent it to Witsit like 3 months ago.
All right, so the Schwinger effect, according to nature,
They literally
Schwinger
labeled the
effect,
title "Scientists defy physics pulling energy from thin air." Right? That's the
right?
one.
Well, out of nothing is what one said. The Schwinger effect is a fundamental concept of quantum electrodynamics. It predicts elementary particles can be spontaneously created from the vacuum by electromagnetic fields. Actually, I don't think that's correct. The electromagnetic fields part, because they can even do this in like a Faraday cage.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
this is like brand new stuff, like 1-year-old, 2-year-old stuff, like brand new.
yeah, they basically here's an article on it. So either one or two options, in my opinion. Either they did pull energy out of nothing, and there is no ether, violating the first law of thermodynamics, or two, they didn't violate the first law because they pulled these electrons out of the ether space.
Mm-hmm. Or they pulled them from outside of the vacuum. I don't know. That's why I was asking. What's the assumption?
There's no assumption. This Casimir effect has been done plenty of times, like over and over again. We've known about the vacuum catastrophe problem, and that's what the cosmological constant problem is all about. Because when they look at quantum field theory and they compare it to reality, like it doesn't match up with reality. Like quantum field theory compared to Einstein's special relativity and general relativity, like quantum mechanics, and that don't jive. That's why the M theory or string theory or the theory for everything, whatever you want to call it, the math doesn't work out. And like they all admit that it doesn't work. So
It's an amazing discovery. Free energy.
yeah, there was also another one. The second free energy. Well, let's not call it free energy. Whatever you want to call it. Was Lawrence Livermore Labs. They had a mission where they were getting more energy out than they were putting in. I think that's the narrative, and I think the Schwinger effect, they said in some articles that it was a simple tabletop device. So I think that they want to make sure that everybody doesn't have one of these, like in their garage.
They're not getting more energy than they put out
Really?
technically. It's kind of like,
Really?
well, yeah. Again, this
You
was
read the article?
we talked about this a while back by the fact that the nuclear fusion experiment that's happened that allows us to introduce energy to create the reaction, which then produces more energy. It doesn't mean that there's more energy that is coming out of the system than has been put in. That's not what it means at all. And that's a common mistake, and I hope you guys would stop from making that.
I just want to say really quick, it's actually a common mistake to believe what Zanuck just said. He's actually wrong.
All right, show me how I'm wrong.
It's just a common mistake that a lot of
I got it right here.
Go ahead, back up your claim with some kind of factual information.
Right here. It's the paragraph below the diagram where it says D meson and minus D plus meson. Okay, it says a strong enough electric field for long enough lived mesons can cause this to occur with the needed energy to create more massive particles coming from underlying electric fields. Wonder what that is. With the amount of energy required to create these new particles. Wait, I think I read this wrong. Okay, there it is. Sorry, wrong sentence. When a meson, such a charm antiparticles shown here, has two constituent particles pulled apart by a great amount, it becomes electrically favorable to rip a new light quark-antiquark pair out of the vacuum and create two mesons where there was one before. So they're creating something out of nothing here, according to your anti-ether people.
Xanac, they just cloned that shit. What are you talking about?
Right?
They
Yeah,
just cloned it.
Clone what?
Oh, they just cloned some shit right there. That's definitely more than you're putting into it. You're getting two. You put one in, you get two out. You get a clone. Just said it.
But what have you done to create the two? You had to introduce a field. You had to have a magnetic field or an electric field.
Well, I
Right,
didn't
more
do
came
anything.
out than what they put in.
Yeah, only pick your username says we did it all, but I didn't do anything.
We as a human race.
Yeah, I feel like I just refer to this as humans in general. I'm
Why do you
not.
keep on doing that? It's so silly.
So it says right here, the quantum vacuum is interesting because it demands that empty space itself isn't so empty, but is filled with all the particles, antiparticles, and fields in various states that are demanded by the quantum field theory that describes our universe. The particle-antiparticle pairs illustrated here, however, are only in a calculational tool, and they are not to be confused with real particles. So it's measurable, but it's not real. But we can't see the dark matter and dark energy. It's not measurable, but that's real. Sure.
You really see the effects of it. That's true. So it's a theory, right? They've created things on not dark matter and dark energy, but they do things. They've done experiments and created certain things.
Well, like pick your username did earlier. He didn't do any of that. He just assumed that light was a wave. He didn't prove it. He didn't do anything. He just assumed it.
Yeah, it's a common mistake a lot of globos make. They just come in
Light's
here
both a
saying,
wave and a particle.
So you don't think light has the characteristic of a wave and a particle? Sometimes it can behave and show demonstrably that it is a wave, and other times it can be shown to have particle features as well.
It do be both.
It identifies as a what?
genders.
Yeah.
It's like the woke physics. It can identify it however it wants.
Yeah, but it's only really one thing, right? Like it's not. You can't.
It has characteristics of a wave, and it has characteristics of a wave and a particle.
I mean, like I can wave a particle, but I can't particle a wave, can I?
Okay, now you're just getting silly.
Well,
Can I do that?
H2O can be a liquid, a solid, and a gas, but it's all H2O, guys. Come on.
That's true.
We can demonstrate that matter in general has wave-like particles.
My thoughts can be a solid and a gas.
Hey, is anyone?
So
is anyone else? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go.
Oh, I just want to say that I think the double slit experiment is a hoax. That's all.
Double slit?
Bro, what do you mean?
I mean, I think it's a hoax.
Mistake.
Have you not done that? I feel like I did that in GCSE, and like that's a required thing that everyone did.
It doesn't have to be a hoax, just a misunderstanding and inconclusive result.
Exactly. I might have used the wrong term. It's not what people think it is, and I don't even really think it's an experiment. To be honest, like, is it really an experiment? If
yeah, because you can change stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So
you can change the diffraction grating.
Yeah. So with the experiment, basically it works like this: the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. So light looks like waves most of the time, but if you put a camera there to try to figure out which slit the light is going through, right, it collapses the wave function. So if you don't do that, it doesn't. So what they've said is that the scientist is manipulating it. That's when they did the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, where they set the machine up to do it in such a way where the scientists didn't know if there was going to be a knower, right, the camera, or not, right? So what they did it that way, it doesn't matter how many times they do it, They go back and they look, and it's still the same every time. So the rub is when they get philosophical after the experiment's over, right? The knower of the witch path collapses the wave function, right? So then you get into this, the scientists start opening their mouth and they say, it's a particle, it's a wave, it's not a particle, it's a wave, it's not a wave, it's a particle. That's all the bullshit, right? That's where they get all philosophical, right?
They
But
don't say it's not a
the,
wave. They say some situation it acts as a wave, and some observations can show it acting like a particle.
right, acting like a particle.
What
But it's
does
not actually.
Characteristic. What's their problem with
It's not,
that?
Well, you
it's not
said
actually a
it's
particle.
acting. You said it is acting like something, but then earlier you said
Behave.
it is a wave. Yeah.
It's a wave that has
It's a wave
particles.
acting like a wave. So now what
It's
happens when
act-
it's a wave acting like a wave? Like what does that look like?
It's both.
No, you literally say it is a wave, and it's sometimes it acts like a wave. Like how does a wave act like a
has
wave?
characteristics that actually show that it can be a particle. It acts like a particle. We know it's not a particle. The massless particle, virtual
Yeah,
particle.
how does a wave act like a particle? A physical
Well,
thing
You're
waving.
going to
How does it act like a
Einstein's.
particle?
Redshift and blue shift show that it acts like a wave.
And Einstein's Nobel Prize, the what's the name, quantum electro effect. No, the electro effect. I don't remember, but it's where
Quantum super duper gravity
The
electro
photoelectric effect.
Oh.
Photoelectric effect shows that it works like a particle.
I
Thank
just
you,
got to
Zach.
say too. I think Einstein was probably kind of like a Stephen Hawking in the terms that he was like actually retarded, and he was just kind of like paraded around as this genius, but he didn't really actually do anything.
This is the one where you should have used the word hoax.
Right? Yeah, hoax. Einstein was for sure. The whole thing was a hoax. So was Stephen Hawking. That dude was either just paralyzed in a chair, and some evil people were just like pushing him around, making this little robot talk for him, or he was in on it. But I would lean towards the former. He looks like he was a prisoner.
Really? Are you saying that a
Correct,
tiny
sure.
little Jewish guy during the Nazi German wars, a tiny little Jewish guy who worked in the patent office, was not actually a genius, just used his propaganda to soften the opponents to the war, and that the other guy, some crippled guy in a wheelchair who couldn't speak up to defend himself, but a computer just like bleeped out his words, also was in the same kind of like captured prisoner scenario.
100% accurate.
Let's get past this random, I don't know, attacks on Einstein and Stephen Hawking. You can show that.
Oh, it's not random. It's systematic.
Sure. The particles can act like both waves and particles.
Can I ask a question about the double slit?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that thing is the hypothesis that the knower, I mean, makes things manifest, right?
The knower basically changes how the light is acting.
The knower, right?
If there's a knower, like a camera, right, then it causes the light to behave differently.
No, that's the quantum eraser. That's not the double slit. That's quantum eraser. That's a different one.
I used to doubt that
double
stuff.
Slit, bro. Come on.
I used to doubt that stuff until I started watching. Have you guys seen those TikTok videos of the mirror where they put the paper and then they put something, and then they like look on the angle, right? And you can see the reflection of the thing behind the paper. Have you guys seen that?
How does the mirror know it's there, dude?
Yeah, how is
I'll
the
just
mirror?
turn I'll turn my camera on right now. I'll do it for you guys.
Hold on. So when I started watching those things on TikTok, that experiment, the double slit, started making more sense to me. Like the knower actually makes things like you can manifest things. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that thing it doesn't exist if you don't put yourself on that angle.
I have not seen that. Can we show that, please? I have not seen that.
If the observer can see the object behind the mirror, then the mirror can see it. That's
what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying.
It's trippy. It's trippy for
sure. Trippy, man. Yeah, that's when I was like, oh shit, that's what they mean that by the knower makes, the light change with the knower. So yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, dude,
Just wanted to make that comment.
I had to get up out of bed and grab an object and a big piece of paper and go to my bathroom mirror and like be like, "What the hell?" But I thought about it for a while, and I think it's just because we can see it.
So what does the knower?
I'm gonna
How does the knower play into the double slit?
Yeah, I'm gonna need one of these
That's a
TikTok
good
videos
question.
posted like ASAP. I wanna be part
Here,
of
you
this.
guys. I can't I can't put my camera on. That's unfortunate. Otherwise, I would show you guys.
I'm gonna go fuck with my kids, so if you could share that, that'd be great.
I'll see if I can find one.
Yeah, sorry. To get back, the quantum eraser thing is a very different thing from double slit experiment.
How?
Quantum eraser shows that information can travel faster than the speed of light. The double slit experiment just shows that light acts like a wave.
Which one is the one with the knower? That
right,
when
I
there's no knower, it goes one way, and then when you have a knower, it goes different way.
It knows you're quantum
watching,
eraser.
bro. It knows you're watching, bro.
Yeah, that's the quantum eraser.
Bro, I put the thing in the chat so you guys can see what we're talking about.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah.
All right, this is just Wikipedia, so grain of salt, but there is some stuff that you can check out here. It says, in quantum mechanics, the quantum eraser experiment is an interferometer experiment that demonstrates several fundamental aspects of quantum mechanics, including quantum entanglement and complementarity. The quantum eraser experiment is a variation of Thomas Young's classic double slit experiment.
Was that the end of that, or did you cut off?
Yeah, did you not catch that part where it's a variation of this experiment? So there's the
As in, it
source
means
right
it
there.
has somewhat similar setup, but they are meant to do very, very different things.
Well, I guess you could say it's varied for that reason, but it's a variation, right? Just like the Schwinger effect, the experiment they used there is a variation of the Casimir effect. But it's still the exact same thing. In a vacuum, two plates that create an electric field, right? 0-point energy, quantum fluctuation. I think they call it quantum foam. But yeah, it's basically the same thing under different names.
I think the crazier thing about the quantum eraser experiment isn't that it knows that you're watching, but it can send information through fucking time. But the quantum eraser is meant to show that two entangled particles can communicate faster than the speed of light.
Just real quick, want to share something with everybody. I was driving down the road today, and there was a police officer in front of me, and we were stopped at a red light, and they were on their phone. And then the light turned green, and they were still on their phone. So I honked at them.
Hey, what do you mean by they? There's a couple cops. What when you use the word they? What does
Just let him
that
finish
mean?
the story. Let him finish. Please finish the story.
My brain gets fucked up when people use they to
You
say one
understand that
person.
you understand they can be singular, right? In the English language.
Really?
THEIR, their shirt or their shirts.
Oh boy.
Anyway, did the cops pull you over for fucking honking at them?
No, dude, no. But there was like a family of people in the car next to me, and they were black, and they were fucking dying of laughter because I guess the cop was like, "What?" It was just a funny moment that, like, dude, I was like, "Oh shit!" I just honked at a cop. I wasn't like, "Oh fuck the police." I was just like, "Who is not going?" Anyways,
It's not illegal, man. You can honk at cops. Shit, honking's for safety, and that's you can do that anytime.
Exactamundo.
Yeah, fuck the police coming straight out of Compton.
It's actually straight out the underground. A young chigga got his badge because I'm brown.
When I watched that movie, I got so excited because I predicted that they were getting screwed over by the manager based on his ethnicity. I was like, I knew it.
Yeah, what
But
are you
yeah,
guys
I
talking
wasn't.
about with the mirror thing?
I posted
Which experiment is that?
I posted it. It's not an experiment. It's just like a YouTube short. I posted it in the chat a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I saw it. I don't know what's so crazy about it.
I don't know. People
Coming
were just
straight
talking
from the
about it.
underground. The young brother got it bad because he's brown and not the other color, so police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit, because I ain't the one for a punk motherfucker with a badge and a gun to be beaten on. I'm done.
And then the first ones you call is when you need help is them, right?
Nope.
Such fucking bullshit. No.
Bro, I was just rapping. I don't. This is not my belief. I think cops should be nice as fuck to people, but they should also take down the idiot criminals doing dumb shit. That's all.
The problem is nowadays people don't think that most of the people that are doing crime are criminals, right? That's a problem.
Yo, real quick, Zero. You don't think I was saying that they, as in like fucking using faggot pronouns, right? You understand that I was just speaking
Yeah, that's
English.
what. Cause yeah, that's what I thought you were doing, like
No, dude,
using
don't
they.
let them make you think that everybody's like them. We're not. I'm not with that at all. I was just speaking normal English. I'm so pissed off at these people for fucking with the language and just like making everybody second guess what they're hearing.
Yeah,
So,
English is my second
it's pretty
language,
bad.
and then I get confused with these words nowadays.
No problem. No problem. We got it.
I'd love to talk about the double slit experiment. Why did some of you guys say that that was bullshit?
just my gut just tells me, like, I have a really good instinct for just general tomfoolery and just bunk fugazi stuff. And I don't know, like that just seems weird to me. Like when they say, okay, double slit experiment might be a thing. That's fine. But when they say they've proved superpositioning, which means that there's alternate realities and there's alternate universes and all kinds of weird stuff, nah, I can just already tell that's super fake.
Wait, superpositioning is just. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a picture of 5 blue dots isn't proof to me that there's like multiple galaxies or multiple universes, whatever they're trying to say.
I agree with you, bro. I think it's more like instead of, the old model of an atom looking like a solar system, I think that they've realized that it's more like a field around this particle. And because it's a field, they have to say, well, it's in two places at once, it's moving and stationary at the same time. And I would like to point out this thing that I just posted. Oh, scroll up. So, okay. The cosmological constant has been a headache for cosmologists because predictions of its value made by particle physicists differ from actual observations, that means reality, by 120 orders of magnitude. The cosmological constant has therefore been described as the worst prediction in the history of physics. So what is the cosmological constant? Oh, that was like baked into Einstein's theory, and he himself admitted that it was his largest blunder. But you guys keep running with it anyway because it's the best you got.
No, you're pretty much completely right about this. Like, as in the expansion of the universe is one of the fucking most difficult things ever, and we are just so confused as to how to tackle it.
Did you say you're a physicist?
Can I explain why they keep using that shit? Sorry,
Hold on.
apologize.
Did you say you're a physicist?
Yeah, I'm a student. Whoop whoop.
You're a student. Why is it always when there's an actual student, an actual physicist, they agree with me? Why is that, anti-flat earthers?
No, but as in this one specific thing, you're right. Yeah, that was Einstein's one of his biggest blunders. There is something. The answer that he got was wrong, but as in there is some validity to his theories, but the expansion of the universe we are just very boggled about.
So, Left Lane, Zanuck, are you guys there? Because you guys, you always say that I'm wrong. I don't understand what I'm talking about. But every time I talk to a cosmologist, an astronomer, or a physicist or a physicist student, They always say that I'm right. And normally what,
Wait.
I'm talking, just real fast. Normally when I mention this stuff, you guys always say something like Scientific American's a magazine. Like, why would you quote them?
No, I always talk about expansion and shit going on the edge of the universe is like mystery. It's the edge of what we know, and there's going to be things that are yet to be discovered. That's what I always say.
Right, but this is talking about gravity, right, physicist student? I didn't catch your name.
What about gravity?
This is talking about gravity. When you compare it to reality, it doesn't match.
Yeah, I stay away from it. I don't talk about the edge of the universe when we talk about the planet Earth or even the solar system. That's what y'all always do. You always take it to dark matter and dark energy and the obscure topics that are difficult to talk about with any degree of certainty. When we can keep it within the solar system and we can talk about the shit because we know about it, right?
Left lane, but we gotta, you understand why we do that, right? We gotta take it to where problems with your model, where your model has problems so that we can point that is not actually working. That's why we do that. Like, I understand you guys want to stick to what you think you have solved, but we need to point out where the problems are. You guys just miss it.
But we agree that there are problems. We agree that they don't know what dark matter is. They admit that they don't know what it is. They just see an effect and they've attributed it. They've like called it dark matter because we don't know what it is.
Yeah, but not knowing what it is different than not knowing if it is real, right? That's two totally different things. And if dark matter doesn't exist, then that means gravity doesn't work in reality.
Exactly.
But the effect that's causing them to speculate is real. They see this effect.
Yeah, and that effect is gravity not working.
That's also not even really
No,
true.
no, no.
Even if dark matter, dark energy aren't real things, that's not going to change anything about like the gravitational laws here on Earth, Newton's laws, Einstein's equation, Einstein's force, and the weak field limit. None of that will change, even if dark matter, dark energy are shown to be even.
Right, so let me get what you just said straight. You just said that even if they found out that dark matter didn't exist, you guys are still going to hang on to that model even though you know it's broken.
It still works here on the Earth.
Dark matter and dark energy are not part of the models that describe gravity here on the Earth, such as Newton's law and the Einstein force, the relativistic Einstein force. It doesn't involve dark matter or dark energy. So disproving dark matter or dark energy isn't going to disprove those things because it's not involved.
Chase,
You know
that's
what the
ridiculous.
current model is called? Do you know what it's called? The current model in cosmology?
It's called lambda CDM.
Right, and what does CDM stand for? Cold dark matter?
Yeah, but that's not the
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though, right?
Earth. Yeah, you're obfuscating, though, right? Like, that's not the Einstein interaction with the Einstein force, and it's not Newton's laws either. That's a model of the universe on the large scale. It's not a model of gravity here on Earth.
So gravity is different here on Earth than it is in the large scale of the universe?
Sort of. You can kind of think of it that way, but there's different models or different equations that apply to different situations.
So, Jace, Einstein was only talking about here then, right? General relativity doesn't have anything to do with galaxies and everything outside the galaxy in the universe.
Well, there's something called the weak field limit, right? So you can start with Einstein's equations, and to actually form them into something that's actually useful for things here on the Earth, there has to be three conditions that are met. And those conditions are that you're working with normal matter, it's not going anywhere close to a percentage of the speed of light, and the gravitational gravitational field is changing over time, right? And those three conditions are met here on Earth, right? So all of these dark matter, dark energy, large scale cosmology types of things are not applicable to the relativistic equations here on the Earth because those are outside of those three conditions.
See, here's where you're wrong, right? I just posted this from Live Science. To date, there have been over 300 proposals for solution to the cosmological crisis. Right, so they've modified gravity 300 different times to try to make it work, and it doesn't work. None of these have passed the test. So it's still, cosmology is still in crisis, right? So
they're not modifying gravity here on Earth.
Really,
right?
so
They're
if I look
trying
up
to
modified gravity,
modify.
are you saying I'm not going to find an
They're
answer
trying
to
to
that?
modify the metrics that are used in Lambda CDM, describing the large-scale cosmology of the universe. They're not changing the weak field limit, aka the Einstein interaction, and they're not changing Newton's basic laws here.
Sorry, I just wanted
They're
to add
trying
tiny.
to make a model for the large cosmological scales.
I just want to add that unless you're going at half the speed of light or greater, you do not need to think about relativistic issues.
Well, then we never need to think about it at all, right? Because who goes that fast?
Light.
So
Light goes
why
that
even
fast.
teach us this for the past 100 years and rub in our face gravity, Einstein, gravity, Einstein, over and over again? That's all we ever hear out of academia as it proposes to cosmology and theoretical astrophysics. If we never go on faster than the speed of light, why shove this down our throats and make us pay for it in colleges?
Half the speed of light.
Because the mass involved with those scales requires general relativity to be able to accurately describe.
So
You're
can
no longer
cosmology...
talking
Sorry.
about just the Earth. You're no longer talking about basketballs and bridges here on the Earth, buildings and whatnot. You're talking about masses that are way, way larger than.
Nah, dude, all of that is fake. It's all theoretical. None of it can be replicated here on Earth. It's literally just imaginary Mad Libs scientific style. I'm sorry, dude. That's just all fake.
He said something really interesting.
Good
He said that there is no modified gravity, but yet on my first search, I pull up an article from Nature. Can cosmology distinguish a dark force from a modification in gravity? Right. So, is there modification in gravity? Oh, you didn't say there's no modified gravity?
I said even if, right, the first thing I said was even if dark matter and dark energy are shown to be completely fictionary, they don't exist in any way, shape, or form, they're not involved in the gravitational models that we use doing things here on Earth, like building things or dropping things or any of that everyday Earth stuff, right? Whether you're using a relativistic form called the Einstein interaction or the Einstein force, or just plain old Newton's law. Those are not going to change because dark matter and dark energy are not variables in those models.
Can you prove dark matter or dark energy? Can you just show me that?
He's correct, dude, because when they looked out in that galaxies, their gravity model didn't work.
No, to be fair, we can prove both of those. Second, dark energy less so, but as in, yes, we can 100% prove both of those.
Can you? No, not we. Can you? Different. There's a big difference.
Or I don't know. We go back to kangaroos don't exist, man.
No. We don't go anywhere. I'm just asking what you can. Dude, look, I'm just asking what you can prove. Please, it's very, very simple.
But as in the way we prove dark matter is, we can see light.
Why do you keep saying we?
Around it? Because it's fucking humanity. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't seen a kangaroo before. Kangaroos aren't real.
I don't care about kangaroos. You could prove that there's kangaroos by traveling to Australia on an airplane and taking a picture of one, taking a selfie with one. I would believe that. I'm asking
Flights aren't real.
Yeah, just clip me,
I don't know.
Go ahead. Just clip me. You obviously really want to have a serious conversation.
No, as in, if you take that line of logic, we can just dismantle fucking everything and throw it out the window.
That's blanket. That's a
No,
blanket
no, not
statement.
true. That's not true.
No, as in, yes, we can do that. I can just go all the way down to
No, I can
germs aren't
stop.
real.
Bro,
I
you're
don't have
just
a
making
microscope.
shit up right now, dude. You didn't even let me finish what I was saying. I don't want to know
Go
about
on.
we. I want to know about you. How do you prove to me that dark energy and dark matter is real? No we, just you, bro.
Okay.
They'll never be able to answer this.
So, let's do this the easiest way. The reason dark matter was first theorized was we looked at in the universe, and spiral galaxies didn't do what we thought they
There's
should
that
do.
we talk again. We
Bro,
talked
I don't
about
know what
that.
to tell you,
Come
brother.
on, just
Because
let him
you
Right
go.
haven't
about
done
it.
anything. You
He's
haven't
singing
done
my
anything.
song, right? He's saying the exact same thing that they say Michio Kaku's crazy. Why does he say that? But he's saying the exact same thing. Let him say it so the Globies can hear it, man.
I was just going to go through the history of why dark matter was proposed. Dark matter was just proposed to fix, quote unquote, I don't know, can't think of a better word, fix the equations in spiral galaxies so that stuff worked out. So, I mean, technically, if you want to do the maths on spiral galaxies, you can prove that there is missing matter and there must be some matter that we can't see, hence dark matter.
So your evidence for dark matter are observations where your gravity doesn't work. Think about how dumb that is.
No. Okay, so
it's not
yes,
just
100%. Yes.
Wait.
There's
Okay.
the power.
Show me how they proved it then.
The power spectrum of the CMB is one of the best evidences for dark matter.
Don't bring up the CMB because then we're going to talk about how the X goes directly on the Earth, showing it
That's
we're at
one
the
of
center.
the best evidences for it.
That we're at the center. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, sorry, I was just
It's
using
one
the
of the best
proposition
for dark matter, dark energy.
What is, Jace? You talking cryptic language. No one can
The
understand you.
power spectrum of the CMB.
What is that?
It's a measure of intensity of the CMB versus an angle on the sky that you're taking the measurement of.
Like how it's anisotropic?
Sure.
Okay, so that doesn't help you. Next.
Well, what do you mean? It fits the dark energy prediction exactly. Like,
Dude.
there isn't a closer experimental measurement than that.
Bro, it's not experimental. It's an observation where the expansion doesn't match. Dark matter is an
I don't think
observation
you
where your
know
gravity
what
doesn't
I'm
work.
talking about.
Okay.
The
Okay.
power
Because
spectrum
I was
of
the one who brought it up.
CMB. No, I brought up the power spectrum of the CMB, and it's a experimental measurement.
An experimental measurement of what?
I told you.
Okay. And then
The
I got something wrong
intensity-
reacting on it, so
the
obviously I didn't
intensity-
understand it.
Yeah, it's a measurement of the intensity of the radiation versus a angle that you're taking that measurement of on the sky. And there's different models that provide different predictions for what the graph of that measurement looks like, right? And the one that just so happens, like, if you were to just take the predictions, right? You haven't done the measurement yet. You just you make up different models and you just plot the graphs of what those models predict for this measurement, right? The one that lines up almost exactly, there isn't another experiment that lines up closer than this one does, is the one that includes dark matter and dark energy.
Jace, no crap, because they're filling in holes as to why the observation doesn't make sense. Dude, like, what aren't you
What?
getting?
What are you talking
What do you mean,
about?
what? Does the CMB background microwave radiation, does that show that it's a evenly expanding universe that's speeding up? No, it doesn't. It's inhomogeneous and anisotropic.
What?
There's issues all over it, dude.
What are you on about, bro?
What am I on about? The expansion rate that is shown in the CMB and all the holes in the hot and the cold spots and the anisotropy It all doesn't match what you would
It
predict.
matches beautifully.
No, if you include dark energy and dark matter and whatnot, yeah.
Exactly.
Holy
Exactly.
God, that's not proof
When
of
your
dark matter or
measurement
dark energy.
indicates something, it's
It's
But
great
literally the
evidence.
he
opposite, Jason.
doesn't, bro. He doesn't understand that those are filling words. They don't mean nothing. They those words are made up words just to explain the gaps on their observations.
Yeah.
They don't show anything for it. It's just empty words. That's what it is.
When they got the
Sure,
CMB
man.
background data, they were
Whatever you
shocked,
say.
Jace. They didn't know why it showed what it showed. And then
No,
someone
they
put
had
forth an idea, a model, like you said, with the dark energy and dark matter, and all of a sudden it matches what you expect, but you can't prove dark
yes.
energy and dark matter. Certainly isn't
That's
proof
the
of it.
point, man. That's what you do in science, right? I make an observation
That's
and
not
I
science,
don't know
Jace.
what's causing
And
the
science, you use a
result.
scientific method, though.
So I
Jace,
make an
or
Pseudoscience
your
show
observation.
original
I
and
make
things.
an
or your original
observation.
theory
I
is wrong.
make an observation. I don't know what's causing the results I'm getting. So I put forth multiple hypotheses to see which one lines up with that result. But in this case, they actually put forth the
Good,
hypothesis first
good
and
point,
then
Jace.
did the measurement.
And if I say
Yeah,
that it's
it's
unicorn
very
farts,
different.
how do you know that I'm not wrong?
Because you actually have to put forth a hypothesis for that
Yeah,
with
that's my
quantitative
hypothesis. The
values.
gap is the gap. The problem that we have is because unicorn farts. How you disprove
This
my
is just
hypothesis?
because it's just silly. That's just
Is
silly.
what?
No, Jace,
That's
it's just as
good. That's
silly
what I
calling
think
it dark
about what you.
matter and dark
Uh
energy.
huh. That's exactly what I think about your hypothesis.
What if
So what?
unicorn talked
The
talking?
data refutes your emotions. I'm sorry.
Jace, the data you just brought up is an observation that does not make sense with your worldview. That is your evidence for dark matter and dark energy? No, sir. That is
It makes
evidence that
perfect
your
sense.
model doesn't work.
It makes
God
literally
damn,
perfect sense. It was predicted
dude.
beforehand.
Oh, it's
They
literal
had
now. Well, then it has to be real.
observation. Man, you guys love that. They had observations that weren't lining up with just plain old standard general relativity without lambda, without the cosmological constant. Right? So
Yeah,
they said,
off
well, what
99%.
happens if we do add in the cosmological constant? Right? And so they did that. And they hadn't taken this measurement yet called the power spectrum of the CMB. So they said, what will this measurement look like with this cosmological constant thing going on? And so they got a graph of what the measurement should look like before they took the measurement. Then they took the measurement, and what do you know? The measurement, the graph of the measurement looks exactly like the predicted graph.
Like when they sent up an additional probe, you mean?
So
They didn't do that
what
at the very first
variable
one,
did they
Jace.
measure to confirm the cause of it?
Well, they didn't base on their prediction of gravity. Everything should work, and then when they check, it didn't work. Now they gotta come up with new stuff. Now, but on those ones they did predict it. Man, it's all bullshit. It's gap after gap, and just fill it up with whatever shit comes to their mind, and then you guys
Sounds
eat it
emotional.
all. It's what?
This just sounds emotional. How
Do you
is
think
it
I'm emotional
bullshit?
about your model though?
How is it bullshit? Where are your measurements
Now,
refuting
my
it?
question
Well,
was okay.
I'll tell you why.
Okay,
It's all
asthma.
pseudoscience.
What was
It's
the
all
variable?
pseudoscience. No tests, no nothing.
What was the variable they manipulated to actually, consider that to be an experiment? What was the independent variable?
It's a measurement.
So not science.
No, they collected the data of the intensity of the CMB radiation versus the angle at which they were taking that measurement of the sky, the amount of sky at which they were measuring at the time.
So they reached a conclusion based on what they thought was confirmed their bias. Okay.
What? where is the bias, and it's just a
Well, they
measurement.
had bias that they thought that gravity ought to do all this crap, and there was dark energy, and therefore this measurement, they say it was going to do this, therefore it
Dark,
did. So that's
dark,
just a prediction for bullshit. There's no science. There's no cause and
Wait,
effect.
dark
I try a thing?
energy doesn't have a role in the measurement. It's just they're just collecting the intensity of the radiation. It has nothing to
Yeah,
do
not science.
with dark energy.
Not science. Just
Can I try a thing? We've spoken a little bit about the kinematic equations today. If we were to have measurements that we could use the kinematic equations and then figure out an acceleration, it's fair that the kinematic equations are correct. Like, they apply to reality, they are real, right? So if we can calculate an acceleration using the kinematic equations, that acceleration must exist somewhere.
No.
No, go on. Fair enough. How's my logic flawed?
Well, no. Why does he have to exist
with these guys?
No,
Dude,
we're
because
telling you the math
kinematics means
works.
it's possible. Doesn't mean it's
okay.
happening.
So I don't know. Let's say we drop something. I don't know. Let's say we're on a different planet. I don't care. It's just a hypothetical here. We drop something. We use the height and the time taken. We can measure out the acceleration, and because we know that the kinematic equations are correct, we know that there must be that acceleration that we measure, right? Based off of the data that we've gathered.
Are there trees and people on this other planet?
Bro, I don't fucking know. But do you get what I'm trying to make the point of? The kinematic equations are correct. They apply to reality. So if we can apply them to reality, we must get some form of answer, and that answer must be real.
Pick a username. So the geocentric model is kinematically equivalent to the heliocentric, right? But there's an acceleration in the heliocentric of the Earth around the sun, which doesn't exist in the geocentric. So no, just because it's kinematically equivalent does not mean that acceleration has to be somewhere.
It's not
in some
Sorry, I
form,
wasn't
somehow.
talking
Sure,
about any of this. I don't want to jump in. I know JC was talking, but I was just trying to say, for the thing that he was talking about, kinematic equations are related to reality. They are real. They work in reality. So if we use them and we get an acceleration, that acceleration is happening. It is there. So if now we measure some acceleration and it's different from the acceleration that it should be, I don't know, we use some actual mechanical device to measure it, then there must be something going on that we're not seeing. So we have to just theorize about what that thing is that's causing this disparity.
And what's this mechanical device that you're measuring the stars with that you're claiming? Because that's the problem. You don't have that. But let's go with that. You just said you measured some acceleration mechanically. So where is that with the lights in the sky?
He didn't say anything about the stars. He was
what he just said.
An object here.
So to relate that to the stars, we know that our equations are correct, and they are correct, and they relate to reality. We can use them to predict reality. They work.
How do they relate to reality? Because you mentioned measuring something physically to validate this acceleration. So where's that?
So I can throw a ball and I can calculate the exact height it will reach, the time it will take to fall out of the sky, exactly how far it will land, air resistance,
that's
the
on
spin
Earth.
of it.
Yeah, that's on Earth. We all agree with real physics on Earth. We're talking about this sky physics that you're claiming. Where's the validation?
Laws of physics.
Where's the validation of that?
Laws of physics are the same everywhere.
Yeah, it's the other way around, right? We can only go with our experiments, right? So if you're going to claim that physics changes in the sky, it's on
you guys
to
claim
show
it changes.
that. We're just
you guys
going
claim
with
it changes, Dave.
So are you telling me you're able to claim anything on the space, and then if we go contrary to that, we have to show you instead of you showing your positive claim?
No,
Jace, you're right. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
Claim. Just extending the normal laws of physics here on the ground to the sky is not a positive claim. But saying there's different physics in the sky indeed is a positive claim. That has to be supported.
Jay, you're assuming, bro. You're assuming you're assuming that the physics here on Earth work the same as on the space as they do here.
Bro, they're called
It's not an
laws. It's not
assumption.
because they don't
It's
work
not on the sum.
sometimes.
That's what Gio is asking
No,
you. What
laws.
method of testing did you use in the space to know that those physics are the same here
Silent.
on Earth as they
They're
are on
called
the space?
laws.
Right,
They are
because I
called
also
laws
hold on
for
a
a
second,
reason.
man. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna do temporary mutes just to keep the flow of the convo. You're not being muted for that reason. We just need to somehow stay on the topic. I did mute you so I could jump in. Sorry, just to stick on this. So Jace, the thing is, dude, you had said that you can go next, or you can go after Jace, as it were. But dude, Jace, you just said that I said that there's different physics existing. I never claimed that. We're talking about validating the physics that you're claiming is happening in space. So linked right with that, just so we can stay right on that topic. Where's the validation that physics, that's the claim that you guys are putting on the table. That's where we're at. We're not really talking about a different physics because no one's claiming a different physics for the sky. We're just asking for validation of this form of physics that defies the physics we have here that you claim is happening in the sky.
Okay.
And the ironic thing
still,
is,
go ahead.
Well, let's let
No, my
Jace
bad. Go
respond, and then pick a username was going to be next as well. Go ahead, Jace.
Sorry, JC, all I was going to ask is, do you want me to just finish off my analogy and then leave it back to you, or are you good to take it?
Go ahead, man. You can go. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just for the analogy, I was just trying to say, we have equations that we know work. So if we use those equations in the sky and something isn't adding up, it's just because we're not seeing something that is playing a role here. Go ahead, JC.
Hold on. Let me answer to that real quick. But you guys observed that they didn't work. So you guys had to come up with magic works like dark energy, right?
No, they
Because you
do
guys
work.
first you guys, what you guys did, you had the whole model set, and then okay, everything works as they work on Earth, and then you go and observe, and holy shit, they don't actually work. So we gotta come up with solutions. So, well, I don't know, dark energy, dark matter. It wouldn't matter if they call it unicorn farts, since nobody can observe, nobody can test for it, nobody can do absolutely anything with it. You can call it whatever you want, right?
You can use the kinematic equations here on Earth, in the fucking water, up in the sky, in a plane, wherever the fuck you want. They're laws of physics. They apply everywhere.
Yeah, but he's talking about
Second law of
times in which
thermodynamics.
exactly. He's talking about times in which the observations of the sky don't match that. Hence, dark energy and all of these other ad hoc patchwork that they're trying to do because it doesn't match.
If I can just say something on that, it might be not that it doesn't match. It's just that we might not have all the data needed to properly explain it at this current time, which is why some concepts like dark energy comes up. And until those concepts get fleshed out with the proper information, then we just don't have a complete grip on it. But it doesn't disqualify everything else that came before it simply because we can't explain an anomaly in the universe.
I disagree. With real science, you should throw everything away. If it doesn't work. Don't be afraid of it.
It works.
If it doesn't work, don't be science. True science. Don't be afraid to be wrong.
That's not real science.
Dude,
What do you mean? Science is based on reality, bro. That's the whole point of science. That's why it's not dogma.
We
right?
don't throw out the aspects of reality we know work just because there's one anomaly. That's not real science.
It's off 99%. I mean, that's not within any error margin, right? So I think maybe you should have.
How is it off?
And I just want to point out that.
Hold on, real quick. You guys are the ones who expect physics to work differently in space as it does on Earth, because second law of thermodynamics, you can't have gas pressure without a container here on Earth, but you expect it to be gravity in space, right? And then water doesn't stick on the outside of the ball here, right? It does in space. You got all these things that, yeah, you can say that's because of the nature of gravity, right? But that doesn't make it true. It's just silly, dude. You guys are the ones who expect things to work different.
It's not just because of space that water's sticking to the balls. It's not like, hey, I'm no longer in the atmosphere of Earth. Water wants to stick to balls now. That's not. I mean, that's a straw man. You could say it like that, but it's just ridiculous.
I literally said after I made that point that you can claim it's the nature of gravity, right? But the fact is, it doesn't work here on Earth that way in a small setting, okay? So you can say it's because of this or that, but don't pretend that you just act like things work exactly the same out in space as they do here on Earth. That's my point.
Who's pretending? No one's pretending anything. The person in your head that you're saying is pretending. I don't know. I don't think that person exists.
Yeah, because they didn't just say that we're the ones who want to change physics.
And
That's what was claimed.
Nobody's trying to change physics. What we do is we take what we know works on
God,
Earth.
it's like you guys
We take what listen, if you have a positive experiment, you know something works properly, okay? It works. It works in front of you. It works. It works. And you take that and say, okay, well, I wonder where else this could work. And then you start taking it elsewhere and you start taking it into the universe. You say, oh, this works. The calculations I made here actually work out there. And then you keep going further and further and further. And as you go further, there's more variables, but still at the core of it, the one thing you studied here on the planet still applies in the universe. It's not because you don't understand every other variable that the one thing you see that actually works on Earth and works in the universe, it just doesn't work simply because you have an anomaly that you can't explain yet. Like it's such an illogical way to look at things.
Dude, are you serious? 99% off the masses for the Como Galaxy, Frinzericki, 1933.
Provide a scientific paper. Provide a scientific paper that has done an adequate amount of research and had scrutiny applied to it that says that
reverse of proof fallacy, buddy.
We'll go
Stop with that shit.
No, I won't.
That says what? What I just claimed about 1933 and the Como Galaxies?
Right. So find a paper, post the paper that has that research and that has the scrutiny attached to it, and then let's read it together and see what it says.
So you don't know how dark matter was apparently discovered, quote unquote.
I'm not pretending to know. That's how you work with logic. And I also would defer to experts and people who do research in that field. And I would take weight in what they say because that is what they do on a daily basis. That is what they're paid to do. They're paid to do that research. So those people who are doing that research clearly know more about it than me or you, and therefore their knowledge on the subject is to be taken with more weight than you saying it doesn't work. So if every expert says it works and you say it doesn't, I think there's more weight in what the experts are saying than what you're saying.
Well, that's fallacious. But besides that, in 1933, when that happened and they came up with dark matter, the mass that was needed was 99% off. If I post a source that shows that everything that I claimed is true, are you going to still say they're the experts, they know better? That's why they didn't throw out
If you post a research paper that has been scrutinized that says that it is empirically true, then yes, I will concede to say that you're right. But it has to have a level of research and it has to have faced scrutiny. If it hasn't had that, then it is not necessarily a great piece of evidence to bring forward.
Can I ask a question to the room?
Maybe the only evidence for dark matter. But go ahead.
By the way, just call him an idiot. It was 95%. You fucking moron.
It was 99. You fucking idiot.
No, it's 95. Spiral Galaxy.
99, dickhead. 99.
It's 95.
Anyways, guys, stop with the
99.
Stop with the personal stuff. Somebody wanted to come in and say
seriously.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in. Paul, if I hear you guys calling each other morons again, I'm going to mute both of you, right? So just don't do that shit. I just wanted to ask the room a question, right? So we've got these. So you're a scientist and you're looking in the sky and you're going, right, I've got a prediction. If what I see in the sky matches what I see on Earth, then that's all good. We don't have to do anything. And if what I see in the sky doesn't match, then I'm going to add, some sort of secondary hypothesis that then bolts onto the end. We call it dark energy, dark matter, whatever you want to call it. What would be the scenario in which you would look into the sky and go, oh shit, our prediction's wrong and we have to change our foundational assumptions? What would you see to make you take that action?
The observations currently are making us rework many things.
Not what I asked.
Sorry, what? I thought you asked what would it take for you to rework your current understanding.
What would you need to see in the sky to then say, we got it wrong, we're going to have to start again?
Well, that the very basics of what you use to look at the sky in the first place is wrong. If from step 1 to step 99 is wrong, then yes, the way you're looking at it is completely wrong. But if from step 1 to step 98 is right and step 99 is wrong, it doesn't invalidate steps 1 to 98.
I was very clear with what I asked, and you've both not answered my question. Maybe someone can actually answer it.
Just to continue on that, it would take a very, very large discovery to discredit those 98 steps. So it would have to be something incredibly large.
So the 95% wasn't enough? Like, what number would it have to be?
It's not specifically about the number, by the way, as in more than just that.
You guys seem to be presenting this false dichotomy of, well, if they'd have seen exactly what they expected to, then we can just keep it all exactly the same. But because it was different, then obviously we can just bolt on an idea and it's still fine. But what I'm asking you is, what would have to have happened in order for you to look into the sky and say, we've got it wrong, and start again? Like, what would have to have happened? And you guys are saying, oh, steps. Okay, that doesn't answer the question. Oh, the number isn't relevant. Well, that doesn't answer either. What the situation would have to actually be, not what the situation isn't. I want to know what the situation would actually have to be.
Okay, so for me, it would have to be that the formulas of gravity are completely wrong. So if you tell me that gravity doesn't work at all in any way, shape, or form, then yes, there needs to be an entire reworking of our understanding of whatever it is you're looking at. So I'll put it at gravity. If you tell me that if we discover that gravity as we know it right now is completely wrong, then yes, you would have to concede that whatever it is you looked at based off of gravity is completely wrong. So I'll answer your question with gravity.
No, you haven't answered it either.
What you're telling me, what would it take to say that everything we know up to date is wrong? So for me, what it would take is that gravity as we know it is wrong. And then I will admit that everything we know up to that from there is wrong.
This is just a reduction to absurdity. Like, I didn't ask that either. What I said is you've got two possible scenarios, which is where everything in the sky that you look at matches everything on the ground and then no adjustments needed, right? So that's one possible scenario. The second possible scenario is that it's off a little bit and you make a small adjustment and now it all aligns because you hadn't factored in thing X or Y, right? That's also actually fair enough. I don't mind small adjustments. What I'm asking you is, in what scenario would you look into the sky and realize that you have to change everything from the foundation?
When gravity stops working. I answered it. When gravity stops working.
You didn't. Because we all agree, like what you call gravity, right? If I drop keys on the floor, right? What you call gravity, everyone agrees on Earth. Right? We all agree on the effect. We all know that shit happens. But what I'm saying is, what would the scale of the discrepancy have to be in order for you to say, oh shit, that's way too much, let's start again?
That's the scale, gravity, because gravity is the basis point of how we explain things. So the way I explain things in the universe and how things to be is dependent on gravity. Then gravity in itself would have to be wrong in order for the entire thing to be rewritten. That's what I'm saying. I'm not answering your question. Like that's to me how I would answer your question.
Well, you're not answering it. Maybe someone else can try.
I'd love to try it. So, the problem, or what I think there is, we know that I don't know, let's go fucking Ball Earth, sure, whatever. We're all imagining Ball Earth. We know that our equations work on Earth. At the very least, those equations must be correct on Earth. So there would have to be. The only thing you could do is revise those equations. Like, we're just missing a really large part. Something like relativity. We just add a variable in front, or we add something to it. Our equations do work here and now, though. So they must be correct in some form.
Right. So, but this is the point I'm getting to, right? So you've literally set up like a scientific false dichotomy where you're either saying everything that we know matches the sky, right? And then they didn't see that. So then they said, well, everything we know still works. And so now we need to rework it mathematically in the sky. There's no third option. And that's the problem, because Everything you do in science has to be falsifiable.
The science is falsifiable here on Earth, though. As in,
apparently not, because
no,
you can just change it mathematically until it works.
Right now, right here, I can work. I can drop my keys and I can calculate, and it all works. It does work. That equation does work. So it must have some.
I don't disagree with that. Like, if I drop my keys, right, and I measure the dropping of my keys, I think I would probably get virtually the same number that you would, however we chose to measure it, right? And then if we're trying to represent that mathematically, it would probably be, it wouldn't be identical probably, but it would be so close that it might as well be identical. No one's disagreeing with that. What I'm trying to get you to see is that whenever something doesn't match what you already think you understand, you just patch it mathematically. And that's dangerous, because then you never at any point look at something and go, oh, that's actually wrong. Maybe we need to rework it or reconsider it.
I get what you're saying here, but what I'm trying to communicate is just, at the very least, our equations here are correct. So if we do have to do some work, we are talking about work on the very fringe things. So when we're talking about supermassive black holes, these very extreme situations, 95% of situations can easily be explained by just very basic laws of gravity. So it must be, at the very least, partially correct.
Yeah, okay, but again, no one here disagrees that when you drop your keys, they fall at a certain rate, right? So you're just saying that you're, again, saying the thing that I've already agreed with for the third time, right? But you're not understanding my point, or at least you're not addressing my point, that you seem to be taking the philosophical framework of not wanting to have your idea as falsifiable, and that's an issue.
But as in, our ideas are falsifiable for 95% of the situations.
Well, no, because whenever you falsify them, you don't replace them, you just modify them. So then they're not falsifiable.
No, but as in, even dark matter, when it comes into play, it's for those fringe things. For 95% of situations, our equations are completely correct.
Okay, so where do more physical interactions happen? On Earth or in the universe?
Earth is in the universe, but in the universe.
Okay, well, yeah, fine. So what you're actually saying is then false, because the physics that applies here on Earth, yeah, we do have immediate access to the things that happen on Earth. But the things that happen on Earth are actually an infinitesimally small, minuscule amount of the things that happen in the universe in your model, right? So to say, oh, well, actually it works 95% of the time. No, that's actually not true, because what you're talking about is the physical interactions in the universe, which is 99.99999% bigger than the Earth. So again, what you're saying isn't true.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. What I mean by 95% of situations isn't just as in what happens on Earth, but as in everything down to a proton can be calculated using gravity, and it's all correct. And then everything up to supermassive black holes and spiral galaxies is correct. All of the midpoints between those is completely fine and correct. It's literally just those two extremes.
Even if I accept all of that, you still have an enormous mathematical issue, and your problem is that you're patching it with maths, and then that makes it unfalsifiable.
The core mechanics of it, regardless of the two extremes, still works. But the core, the basis of everything, of how we calculate it, still works. It's not because we don't have all the information on what's happening on both extremities that it invalidates everything that makes it work at the core of it.
I just don't think you're really understanding the problem. If you have an idea that you can just patch with maths, no matter how wrong it is, then it isn't falsifiable.
But you're implying that science is trying to come up with an answer that's not the answer. No, what they're trying to come up with is with the data that's currently available, how can we best explain that? And seeing as we don't have all the data available currently to explain dark matter, we can't we can't have an absolute formula. So compared to gravity, where we have an absolute formula, we know exactly how it works. We can take that absolute formula and apply it elsewhere in the universe.
Who's we?
Well, yeah, you say you can do that because you just patch it with maths and then just claim it's the same.
Well, no, you're using a formula that you know works. You're using a basis point, something that you know works. And if you take this formula or this basis point and you start applying it in different places, let's say in the universe, and it also works, then you can conclusively say that what happens on Earth will also happen in the universe. Can you not?
No. That
You're roboting hard. I'm not hearing what you said.
Globies get sick.
Ronnie, I don't know if you're talking or not, but we can't hear you, bud.
Who gets saved by the robot more, Globies or Flatties? Ready, go.
Tough crowd here. No respect.
Hello.
What up, dog?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Am I back?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything of what Incarnation just said. If that was addressed to me, I
was just saying we couldn't hear you. You were roboting hard. I was just saying we couldn't hear what you said for the last maybe 30, 40 seconds.
We still can't hear you. Go away, bro.
Sorry, I think I keep cutting out. I don't want to ruin the chat with my bad reception. So you guys crack on.
Sound good now. Came through clearly there.
We all said you sound good, Crypto.
Sorry?
It sounds really good now.
Well, that's quite a compliment. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't hear what Incarnation said either time. So I don't know, but I think I'm going to have crap reception for the next 20 minutes or so. So I don't want to get into it again. But we can talk later on this one.
Crypto, can you hear me?
Hey. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. The guy was talking about, I think, gravity working at the universe level. Was that what he just said?
I have no idea. Couldn't hear.
I was trying to get the guy to answer the question. Sir, did you just say that gravity works at the universe level? Is he ignoring me now?
I'm fairly sure he was just saying the same thing as me, where everything, down to these minute things of like, literal singular particles like atoms and shit, we can calculate gravity and it works. And then everything up to supermassive black holes, we can calculate and it works. But those two fringe examples, it doesn't work. If it works for 95% of the time, there must be at least some form of reality, like as in we've got it at least some form right.
I think it's more like 95% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, so you're like 95% wrong.
No, that's not true. Our model for gravity works for every single thing apart from quantum. Or when you get down to the quantum level, our model and understanding of gravity isn't adequate or enough or sufficient.
No
but
shit.
everything apart from that, it works.
To be fair, and
Well-
supermassive black holes and those crazy interactions, the large ones, it doesn't work for either.
How the fuck do you know that? We've been to one.
Yeah, how do you know that, bro?
Have you ever
That's just
been to
been a
one?
point of contention in science right now.
That's theoretical physics. We're talking about actual physics.
And gravity is not theoretical physics. The bending and warping of space-time. The thought experiment that's never been experimentally validated doesn't work out mathematically, and when you compare it to reality, it's off by 10 to the 120th power. Dude, these people, man.
You're just conflating. You're ridiculous, Larry, man. You're like taking it way out to the galactic level. Talking.
So,
1 in
so
100.
can we not talk about black holes?
basically.
Is there something wrong with that?
Are you racist?
Yeah, well, you're negating what he just said.
Yeah, he said. Okay, so the student that's a physicist student. You're breaking up, Leslie. You're breaking up, Leslie. The physicist student just said that gravity doesn't work at the black hole level. Right? Did you catch that, Leslie?
Just to clarify, it's more the interactions between like supermassive black holes when we're talking about like collisions and shit.
Yeah, he said he didn't. And then you went to making fun of the fact that it's off by 120 and blah blah blah. That's exactly what he just said.
Yeah, he's not realizing that 120 thing is like a very specific thing. It's not just gravity and general relativity or cosmology as a whole. And most physicists understand that Michikaku did that calculation incorrectly. You don't do QCD.
So show me most physicists.
It's not.
You just
Perturbation
made the claim
theory.
most physicists. Show me most
Perturbation
physicists.
theory is not valid for QCD because it's non-renormalizable. Thus, you can't do perturbative calculations like he did.
All right, so show me most physicists, because every time I search this, I find that number with 120 zeros. I think one time I found the number between 60 and 120 orders of magnitude. So can you show me most physicists saying this? Because from the research that I've done over the past 8 years, I keep seeing that number with 120 zeros. So can you show me, like, was there like most physicists, was there like a survey where they called them up and, you know, hey, do you like the 60 or the 120 orders of magnitude? Which one?
There's YouTube videos of physicists saying this, but the what I would do, right, and what I have done is like in nuclear, and I have some experience doing these calculations in like nuclear and particle physics. And when we're doing QCD, we always do something like lattice QCD or something of that form. We don't do perturbation theory. When you look at Michikaku's calculation, he's using perturbation theory for QCD. Like any nuclear or particle physicist worth their salt would know that that's not, like if they're trying to calculate something real in terms of chemistry or nuclear physics or nuclear chemistry, right? They're not going to do the calculations in the way that Michikaku did because it's not valid to do it that way. They won't get a result that's useful in reality.
So let me get this straight. This guy, he's all over all the documentaries, History Channel, all this. He's a science communicator, right? Big, big guy in the industry, and he doesn't know that there's a better equation that refers to reality better. So we shouldn't listen to this guy because, what he's doing there is invalid, basically, because it doesn't refer to reality. And you think that 60 orders of magnitude, which is a fuck ton of zeros, is like better for your argument somehow. It's still 60 zeros.
Where's the 60 coming from?
One article that I read, 60 orders of magnitude. Because every time you type in cosmological constant problem, you're going to find that 120 orders of magnitude, largest discrepancy between observation and theory in the history of science. It says it over and over again. So I don't understand where you're getting
like
this
a
most
sensational thing, right? News and popular media like is a sensationalized thing that does a good job of it.
So your science communicator, Michio Kaku, he's a sensationalist and he doesn't like to keep it real, but you want us to like believe the other stuff that he says?
I don't want you to believe anything that he says. If I were you, right, like I would go look at the calculations that he did And then I would go look at the field that uses those kinds of calculations, right? And eventually you're going to discover that it's like nuclear chemistry, nuclear physics, and particle physicists who utilize those theories, those mathematical forms to do calculations. And when you do that, right, if I was you, right, I would eventually realize that, like, these people, to get, you know, actual results that chemists and physicists are using to make materials and do things, are doing these calculations in a much different way than this Michikaku guy did. So something fishy is going on here.
Okay, we keep saying most physicists. Can you cite your source where there's a poll of physicists and most of them like the 60 orders of magnitude and said that the 120 orders of magnitude is, like you said, it's doesn't refer to reality? Can you cite your source for that?
Yeah, I said that there's some YouTube videos you can find on it. I don't have them
That's kind of vague, don't you
saved
think?
on hand at the moment.
That's kind of vague, right? Some YouTube videos, like somewhere out there, what I'm saying is true. But I can post you link after link after link with that number with 120 zeros.
Anyone who does any level of research that's not just trying to confirm their prior bias will realize what I'm saying is it's how they do these calculations. Like, you can
All right,
just
so I'll
look
just
it
search
up.
60 orders of magnitude. How about that? We'll see what we come up with. Because maybe you're right. You know, maybe most of them do like this number better because it, you know, it's the confirmation bias. So
What
maybe you're
number?
correct.
What are you talking about?
Bro, I've seen two numbers. 120 orders of magnitude. You heard that one before?
No,
You heard
Larry,
that?
we've only had this conversation like 6 times,
Okay,
but I've
then the
never
answer
heard
is
it before.
yes, right? Okay, so you heard about the 60 orders of magnitude, which is the one that you like to bring up?
When I've never brought up any number, especially not 60 orders of magnitude.
Okay, so if I
I would
find it,
say that the coming to the number in the way that Michikaku did is just bunk. It doesn't correspond to any form of reality.
can you cite your source for that?
Yeah, how the calculations are done in nuclear and particle physics, right? Lattice QCD, those types of models. Those are how the calculations are done when you're trying to actually do real things like making materials, doing electron microscopy, doing accelerator physics or accelerator biology. They don't do it the way that Michikaku does.
So this theoretical physicist, he got it all wrong. So can I hear like a debate where he had like a debate with somebody where they called him out on it? Because surely if this guy has got it all wrong, somebody's challenged him to a debate and he wanted to prove himself right because he's got an ego
He's a
like everybody
crackpot,
else,
bro.
right?
Taco is a crackpot.
Yeah, I think, right, he's
He's a
a
TV physicist.
science communicator, right? So he stretched the bounds of what is really valid to come up with a sensational number to get the public interested and to keep funding research because they want to figure out the whole crisis in cosmology and the cosmological constant thing, right? So it's a way to keep people interested, if I was to guess why he did that.
Embellishing.
Okay, well,
It's
this
called
one
embellishing for the crowd's sake.
for the
I
funding,
think there
right?
is a
Yeah,
problem with science
embellishments.
communicators, to be fair. I
That
don't
is
know exactly.
true, though. They have to lie. They don't get that money otherwise. No one's gonna give them money, man. They get their funding withdrawn, so they have to lie, man. Most of these guys are fucking crackpots. I know that most of these guys on TV, man, real physicists, they're not on TV, man. They're in labs doing experiments.
Making a lot more money than Neil deGrasse Tyson. Shit.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson makes so much more than real
He's
scientists.
smashing it, bro. He's smashing it, bro. He's making
I'm
a
so
lot.
glad you.
The way around, bro. That's why no one wants to be like a proper real scientist, because you don't get any money sitting in a lab. It's these fucking clowns on TV that are getting all the money, and most of them are crackpots.
I think the
so
problem with
I'm
science communicators is people just start asking them questions that aren't in their specific field. And because they're a science communicator, they have to answer, but they're not trained in that specific field. They don't have the qualifications and they sometimes make mistakes.
Bingo. The idiots.
So why don't we do a little race here? Let's have a little game. Why don't I look up articles with 120 orders of magnitude when talking about the cosmological constant?
What is the measurement?
And
Where are you getting this 120 number from? You keep repeating it. What is this
I just
number
said it
about?
over and over again. The cosmological constant problem. It's talking about gravity, right?
Okay. Okay.
No,
Einstein's biggest blunder.
now the crisis that is talked about is actually the difference in what particle physics predicts and the value they get in the universal constant, right?
So what it predicts is what we observe.
Einstein's constant.
Well, that's actually the actual what's called the crisis in cosmology. Right, and I'll post a picture again from an actual cosmologist in a second. But there's more methods now, but there was at one time 2 methods for measuring Hubble's constant, right? And one was getting 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec, while the other was getting 72 kilometers per second per megaparsec. And the error bars had stopped overlapping with each other, right? And so at that point, it was dubbed the crisis in cosmology.
Yeah, now they're saying that it's not expanding and they don't know what. So what? We fucked the measurements up. So what? We have to start over again. We messed something up, obviously. So we have to start over again.
This 120 orders of magnitude thing is just a calculative prediction Michikaku did, and maybe some other people in his group may have helped them, making certain assumptions that a lot of physicists you talk to wouldn't agree with that, particularly nuclear particle
Can you please
physicists.
cite your source for that?
Right.
A lot of
He
physicists wouldn't agree with Michio Kaku. Can you
like I said,
show me
look
what
into
poll you're
lattice
talking about?
QCD and
Is there a
accelerator
poll I can
physicists.
look at? Because you keep citing
But
like
he made 2
statistics. Where are you getting these statistics?
assumptions. He made 2 assumptions. One, that dark energy is actually the 0 point energy, or the energy in the quantum vacuum. Right? That's not a commonly held belief, but he made that assumption. There's nothing in nature that requires those 2 things to be the same thing. And then he did the part of summing all the different quantum fields, their 0 points, summing them together to get the value for the prediction. He used perturbation theory while doing the QCD value, and that's not how you do those kinds of things in like nuclear physics and nuclear chemistry and particle physics and stuff. You can't use perturbation theory because QCD is not renormalizable.
But what is the 120? What is the vector? Like, I don't understand the 120. What exactly is it? The quantum field theory, what did he predict? That the energy, the state of the energy, what is 120? Where does it come in?
Yeah, he summed the quantum fields, their 0 points or their vacuum state energies together and got a number. And then cosmologists and astrophysicists have measured the value for that measurement. And the prediction Michikaku made versus that value is 120 orders off. But who's to say those 2 assumptions are actually valid?
Who cares? It's like, who cares? Even if he did make a mistake, it was a prediction. I do understand now. So what is your point? Is it Larry? Was it Larry who was saying it? So what is your point about this whole 120 thing? So what, bro? If he made a mistake, he made a mistake. What's your point?
Well, it's not just any mistake, right? People are regarding this as the largest mistake in the history of science.
Well, then he's a clown. Then he's a fool. He's made a fool
Right,
of
but
himself.
it's about gravity. It's about Einstein's constant.
No, because our gravity, our physics still work pretty well. Just because he made one mistake, I mean, everything else worked.
That's the thing. 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, right? In your model.
That's what they say.
Right. That's what they say because gravity doesn't work so bad. It's so horrible that you need black holes and dark matter to make it work. But neither one of those are verifiable. They're just unfalsifiable theories.
Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, you do. that doesn't change the fact that it works most of the time. It's the best explanation
It
we have. I mean, I
doesn't
can admit,
work.
I know it's incomplete. Look, I know the model is incomplete.
So do you know what a problem is? Like a problem is something that needs to be solved, right? So like if your
Yeah,
car
I
won't
know.
start, that's a problem, right?
I
So
know.
there's a crisis in cosmology that they can't solve this problem, that they've had over 300 published explanations trying to solve this problem, and it's still a problem. And it's the largest problem in the history of science.
Maybe they're missing data.
Yeah, 95% of the universe is made out of this missing data.
There's just
They're just approaching it. They're approaching it the wrong way. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're just missing data to form a complete conclusion. And I'll say this, Larry, for something to be wrong by 120 magnitudes or orders of magnitude, as you call it, like if one person is wrong by that much, doesn't that call into question? And we're just playing like we're just talking logic here. So if something is off by that much, and we're talking that is a massive number to be off by, wouldn't it stand to reason that maybe the experiment itself, or there's something inherently wrong in the calculations in order for it to be that far off? Therefore, the notion that it was off by 120 magnitudes, orders of magnitude, may have been just more in the arithmetic of how the calculation was done, rather than actually being a problem.
I agree. They used Einstein's constant, and they compared it to Hubble's constant, right? Which is very fundamental aspects of your cosmology, the Big Bang and gravity, right? Well, how is the universe made? Big Bang. How are space balls made? Spheres in space? Well, they're made with gravity. So these are your two creator gods, and when you compare them together, it's like comparing like Muhammad and Buddha. Like
Well,
they
no,
don't work out.
you can have a nuanced conversation about what actually the Big Bang is, because we don't fully know. Maybe somebody will push back on that, but I'm of the opinion that we don't have a full understanding of what the Big Bang was, where it came from, and what was before the Big Bang. But what we do have a very good idea of how it works is gravity, and we can see that and apply that locally in still a massive part, like a massive amount of space, but in the reference of the universe is a tiny sliver of it. But we know that our math works, and we'll say in 4% of the universe that we can physically see and make calculations on, we know it works. Does it work in the other 96%? We can assume that it likely does. Do we know for sure? No, we don't have that data yet. So until the data comes, we can't come to a consensus. But what we have come to a consensus on is gravity, and that consensus can be applied everywhere in the universe up to date, and it works.
So you just said, we can't come to a consensus on gravity because the math doesn't work, but we've come to a consensus on gravity because we know it works.
No,
Did you just hear yourself say that?
We've come to a consensus on gravity because we can replicate it in real life and in we'll call it the near universe. We can take that and make an assumption that it works everywhere else in the universe. And that would be true. What we don't know in the rest of the universe is the other variables that we haven't yet discovered. So until we have that data, we can't get a full explanation of what happens that far into the universe. But what we do know that works is gravity locally in the solar system and how it affects masses around us. We know this works.
Well, why do I keep posting these articles that's saying the opposite of what you're saying here? Look, it says right here, this is LibreText. But the value of the vacuum energy density must be, at most, comparable in magnitude to the density of ordinary matter in the universe. And this is a tiny compared to the values one expects from particle physics. It's some 120 orders of magnitude smaller than the one would predict from simple dimensional analysis. Right? This is talking about the cosmological constant that Einstein came up with. Yeah, they're assuming that gravity works and the math doesn't work out.
They're assuming that the energy of the quantum vacuum is what dark energy is, and there's nothing that indicates those two things should nor are the same thing.
I mean, you keep saying that what I'm saying is wrong, but I've just posted like 4 or 5 articles that is backing up what I'm saying. Can you post? Can you post something so that I may see?
Rather than
Right, 'cause-
looking at like lattice QCD and how the calculations are done in real world application, you're looking to confirm your bias. So you just keep clicking the things that do that.
Well, can you confirm your bias and show me? Because this right here is saying, so much about physics that it's really kind of embarrassing, right? This is the cosmological constant in physics most embarrassing problem. Why are you not embarrassed? How come I'm embarrassed for you, but you're not embarrassed?
Whoever wrote that should be embarrassed.
Scientific American? Yeah, what a rag.
Yeah.
Right?
And
So you
popular
guys start
media.
throwing your own physicists under the bus and your own, like, journalist for science, do a peer review process. You're throwing that under the bus right now. Don't you think that's kind of weird, bro?
There's no peer review in a Scientific American article.
So they don't check it out to make sure it's legit before they publish it, so they just publish trash? Is that your argument?
No, they
Well,
aren't
journalists,
primary
they're not
literature.
physicists.
They aren't a journal where scientists report their findings. That's not what the Scientific American is, and
The
thus those
journalists
findings are
are not
reviewed.
physicists. The journalists,
So,
man.
so it's a journalist where they quote scientists, but this is not a place where scientists post their lists. It's ridiculous, bro.
You think that like we publish our results in the Scientific American, dude? Really?
Okay, so
What on
what is
earth? Like,
Scientific
get
American?
out of this confirmation bias state, Larry.
So what is
Please, man.
Scientific American? Is that just like,
It's
like the
popular
tabloids?
media.
So
It's
is this
popular
tabloids right
media.
here?
It's popular media. It's not like Nature Microbiology or like Nature Ecology or the Journal of the American Chemistry Society. It's not one of those. It's just a popular media. It's on the same footing as like the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times.
So what about when I post stuff from Harvard? Are they the New York Times too?
What do you mean, Harvard?
So
Unless
if
it's
I
a journal. I
if I
don't know
post
that
something from
Harvard has a
Harvard,
journal.
no, they don't have to have a journal. So if I post something from Harvard, is that like a problem too?
Well, if you're talking about the primary literature, then yes, that's still not the primary literature.
So this from Harvard that I just posted about that number with 120 orders of magnitude that says quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum. And this density should have large gravitational effects. So what are we talking about? Quantum field theory and gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed. And the discrepancy between theory, what theory? This is the quantum field theory, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is incredible, 120 orders of magnitude. Now you're saying that that's wrong. So
Yeah.
why is Harvard lying to everybody
They're
by
not
posting this?
lying. They're
So it's right then.
they're
Well, I
showing
told
that
you,
the
man, our gravity
assumption.
works everywhere apart from on the quantum level. Our calculations, our equations, everything for gravity works everywhere apart from on the quantum level. So we fucked up on the quantum level, bro. That doesn't mean that everything about gravity is invalid. Everything else about it works. It checks out. Go and check for yourself. I don't think you've read into it properly.
Dude, I've been talking about this for 8 years on the internet, and you don't think that
What
I've read into it properly.
sorry, or what Larry showed is like a demonstration of that assumption not being valid. Like I don't get where the disconnect is coming here. There's nothing that indicates that dark energy should be the quantum vacuum energy, and making that assumption and coming up with that huge discrepancy, which they're leaving out the second half, that you actually have to do the calculation a very specific and invalid way to actually get that discrepancy. But aside from that, just making that assumption to begin with, right? It's showing that that is not valid.
So what's not valid? Is it the gravitational theory or the quantum field theory?
The
Quantum field
assumption
theory.
that the quantum vacuum energy is what dark energy is. That's what's not valid.
Where do you see that at? I don't see that. Can you post something? Because you haven't shown anything. You just been
That's
talking.
what
I
you
told
Have you
just
you.
posted?
said.
That's what I
Have you
asked him.
posted?
That
Quit
was
saying stuff.
literally
Can
what
you
he was
post
telling
something?
me. Then you listen. That's what Jace was telling me. That's exactly what he was saying. I asked him. He said Michio Kaku made a prediction for the energy fields of the quantum fields in his theory. Their combined energy fields, the value for them, he mispredicted the value. That's all it was.
Okay, J Ace, can you post something backing up anything you said? Because I can dismiss everything that you said so far
Your
because
article.
you haven't cited any sources.
Yeah, I'll cite the thing you read. That's what it's saying when it's talking about the quantum effects and stuff. It's talking about the quantum vacuum energy or the 0 points of the field, and right to come up with the actual 120 number.
Oh yeah, the
You have to
0
do
combined. Yeah.
you have to do the calculation in a very specific and way that isn't used in like particle or nuclear physics or chemistry. And yeah,
Can you cite the source for that?
your post, Hank, that's my source. That's what they're saying.
Show me. What's your post? I posted a lot.
The
The
first
one
one,
you
the one
read
you read
from
out.
Harvard.
The one you read out.
All right. So, what paragraph? Like, what are you talking about?
The part you read out loud, Hank. Did you forget? Do you have amnesia?
Okay, so you're talking about this part right here, right? Is somehow wrong from what I said, but it's correct about what you said, even though it cites 120 orders of magnitude, like I said, and it doesn't have anything to do with what you said.
Can I read something here from the article, the Harvard article you wrote?
Sure, please.
There is generally no accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. As usually stated, that the problem requires a knowledge of quantum field theory and general relativity, topics not normally studied by undergraduates. We have tried to make this problem accessible to undergraduates by using only the simplest ideas of quantum theory, such as the uncertainty principle and the theory of harmonic oscillator. So what this article from Harvard is saying, that the
Keep
error...
going, bro. Keep going.
Okay, we believe that such simplification is not only an assuming
You missed the
pedagogical
part about classical gravitation theory.
Right, such as the uncertainty principle and the theory. So what they're saying is that they're giving undergraduates basic knowledge of this stuff. So this entire excerpt tells you that the people who are making this particular experiment, where they're getting 120 orders of magnitude, are not properly educated on the subject, and therefore that is where their discrepancy is coming from. This is literally what this Harvard article is telling you. These people don't know enough about these subjects to make these kind of predictions. Therefore, that is why they are wrong by 120 orders of magnitude. That's what it's saying.
I don't know how you got that out of that, but if we keep reading, we believe that such simplification is not only an amusing pedagogical exercise, it clarifies how basic the conflict between quantum theory and gravitational theory. We do not here discuss various proposed solutions to the problem beyond the trivial, unsatisfactory one of assuming an ad hoc canceling term of the Hamiltonian or field equations. So these are people who have graduated, right? I think if you look at the people who wrote this article, like, these aren't undergrads. These are actually professors that talk about this, and I believe Michio Kaku is a professor, right? Where does he teach at? Where does Michio Kaku teach at? Does anybody know?
Pardon me?
I don't know if he still teaches there, but the City College of New York.
New York University. At New York University, whatever it's called.
Okay, yeah, this isn't an undergrad, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
But Larry, what you're not getting, right, is this is there's multiple predictions and proposed solutions and different ways of going about doing this, right? And you have found just one because it confirms what you want to believe, that cosmology is just totally wrong. It's way off on everything, and I can just disregard it and believe what I want to believe. But in reality, right, you want a specific example? Sean Carroll has tackled this air quote problem, and he has demonstrated that it's not a problem at all. You can make the numbers match exactly by making very
Post it.
similar assumptions to what they're making with doing classical corrections or quantum corrections to classical effects. So that's a specific example. Sean Carroll, it's on his website. You can go and look at what he's done. And the air quote problem, air quote, completely disappears. Now, if I wanted to confirm my bias, I could just rigidly stick to that and say, oh, there's no problem at all. Sean Carroll's solved it. Look, he's got all the math. He's got all the assumptions are all right. The math is all right. There's no problem at all. What are you talking about, Larry?
All right, well, post it, bro. So this article right here, this is from livescience.com. To date, there have been over 300 proposals for solutions to the cosmological crisis. Some call for additional physics in the era of the CMB. Some call for dark energy doing something weird in the recent past. Some alter physics at a fundamental level, messing up our observations of supernovas. So why would they write 300 different proposed solutions for this problem if it wasn't a problem? Are they just wasting tax dollars and getting funding just to, make sure they got a black hole that's actually a money pit? What's going on here?
Because
That's exactly what's going on. That's exactly
it's
right.
an unresolved field of physics, or unresolved concept in physics. There isn't an consensus agreed upon correct solution yet. So people have put forth proposals, and Michikaku is one of the more, I would say, wacky proposals that has been put
Jace is
forward.
only saying
But
that
you
because that's
keep
why he's
sticking
employed.
to it.
That's why all these scientists are employed. They just keep stretching it out and just keep making shit up. But some of this stuff checks out. Most of our research checks out, but of course they're going to be dragging it out to keep getting funding. Come on, bro. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. I would
There's
just totally
actually
rip off the American people so I could get more money for more luxury cars that I don't need. But I want to point out something. It's pretty obvious to me, right? That this problem is a lot bigger than everyone wants to give it credit for. But when you grow up in public school in America, like I did, they talk about gravity like it's the most proven scientific theory in the history of science. But yet we turn out that it's the biggest blunder in the history of science, according to Einstein
the
himself.
problem
Thanks.
you're talking about isn't about gravity. It's about
Seriously?
lambda and how quantum field theory crosses over with it.
It's
It's
only when
not about like Einstein's field equations and the geodesic equation. It's about how do we combine, how do we fit lambda into quantum field theory or the cosmological constant? Does it even belong in quantum field theory? That's what I would say. No, it doesn't. But that's just me.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Our model works everywhere apart from the quantum level, and it's strange because it works everywhere else. It's just on the quantum level. We can't get it to work, and that's what they don't want to admit that. Well, that's what the
So
problem is.
he just said it doesn't have anything to do with gravity, but I just posted from Botanica another rag, right? Cosmological
No, it does have to
constant,
do with
right?
gravity. It does have to do with
Added by
gravity.
Albert Einstein to his equation of general relativity. So what does general relativity have to do
It's
with
not
gravity?
what
Can you
I
tell? No, not
said.
you, bro.
You're
To
not
the guy who was
listening.
just talking, to the British guy who was just talking. What does Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity have to do with a cosmological constant? Can you tell me?
Oh, you
Well, it depends.
misrepresented what I had said.
That depends because if gravity contributes to accelerating things, then the cosmological constant could change.
The Michikaku argument you're bringing up pertains to something very specific, right? It pertains to how does the cosmological constant fit in with quantum field theory, right? Just because the cosmological constant is in Albert Einstein's field equations does not mean that the problem you're referring to, or like the specific thing you're referring to, is related to how Einstein's equations play into gravity and gravity as a large scale thing. It's a specific thing, Larry.
See,
It has to do with gravity, bro. It has to do with gravity. The problem is that our equations don't work for the gravity on the quantum level. When you're going to calculate any kind of gravitational equations that have to do with the quantum level, our current understanding and framework of gravity doesn't work. That's the problem. It works everywhere else, but it just doesn't work on the quantum level. And we can't unify our quantum field theory with our gravitational theory. That's what the problem is. That's exactly what the problem is. We can't
Technically,
unite.
right, I have the book Space, Time, and Geometry by Sean Carroll, and in that book, he actually does formulate quantum field theory in in not just a special relativity flat space-time way, but in the gravitational curved space-time general relativity way. And it does work just fine the way he formulates it, but we can't yet say that it's true because the unique predictions that it makes are at energy scales that our particle accelerators just can't achieve yet. So we can't actually test if his formulation, if those unique predictions come true or not, yet at least.
Saying it, I don't think we're going to be able to, man. The kind of energy they're talking about, Big Bang energy levels.
Yeah,
For some of
you
these,
need like electrostrong scale energy, which is quite high. But just I don't know. I would just advise just saying these general statements that like general relativity doesn't work with quantum mechanics. Like we don't know that that's actually true because there are formulations where they do work together. They just they're at scales that where their unique predictions at least can't quite be tested yet. So we don't know if they're true or
that's
not,
not the
if they
problem.
work or not.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem, and that's not why I said the problem is that we have to have two different equations for two different phenomena where we should have one equation, and trying to unite them into one equation is what the problem is. The problem isn't that we can't explain it. We can't explain it, but we have to use two different equations. And if you have to use two different equations to explain essentially the same thing, it's just gravity. One is on the quantum level, one is on our level, so to speak. And if you don't have one equation that can apply to both, then you might have a problem, and that's what the problem is essentially.
But what I'm telling you is that there is that one equation. Sean Carroll has formulated it, and he's not the only one who's made formulations that encompass both general relativity and quantum field theory in the same equation, in the same framework. It's just we can't say they're right because we can't test the unique predictions that they make quite yet. But you also shouldn't say that they're just totally incompatible either, because technically they aren't. It's in no man's land right now. It's just we don't know.
So you don't know why gravity doesn't work with the quantum field theory. When the whole thing about quantum mechanics is it's experimental science that we can do right here on Earth. When it comes to theoretical astrophysics, we can't manipulate the stars and everything to see why they act the way that they do. So I think this really is a big problem.
So just from my basic reading here, from what I can gather about Einstein's greatest blunder, it's that he made an incorrect assumption. But the funny part is that the answer that he was looking for was actually in his formulas. So his formulas are actually correct. It's just that his interpretation of his own formulas was actually a little off. So I don't see why it's such a big deal.
Oh, it's a massive deal. You don't see why?
When you derive Einstein's equations, the cosmological constant is there naturally. Einstein was going with what the common view at the time was, that the universe is static, it's not expanding, it's not contracting, it's unchanging. And so he made an interpretation and took out the cosmological constant to keep the universe static, and then Hubble showed that that was actually incorrect, that the cosmological constant may actually be a thing.
Yeah, and that it's in his formulas. That you don't actually have to go too far to find it. It's actually in Einstein's formulas. So it's not really a big deal at all.
So the cosmological constant crisis is in Einstein's formula, right? The crisis stems from Einstein, and yet you guys think that this is not a big deal.
No, it's just that Einstein didn't actually read his formula correctly, but his formula is correct. It's just he didn't interpret the formula correctly. That's all it is. That's all it is. And then Hubble showed him, hey, if you look at your formula this way, it actually answers that question in that way. And that's what Einstein said. Oh, that's my biggest blunder. As if I didn't recognize, as if I missed that. But his equation, what he came up with, is still valid. It's just his interpretation of it was a little off. That's all it is.
Yeah, he had lambda in there to begin with, right? When he derived general relativity, lambda was a part of his field equation. But he was doing this around 1915. And at the time when he was looking up and when he was talking to his astronomer buddies, they were saying, no, the universe, because the lambda in his equation was there. If he had a value to it, it would either make the universe expand or make it contract. So he talked to his astronomy people, and they said, no, the universe isn't expanding or contracting, because that's the observations they were making at the time. So he said, okay, then I'm going to set lambda to 0 and take it out of the equation. Then Hubble came along shortly after that and said, hey, Einstein, it actually seems like the universe is expanding, so you may want to add lambda back into your equation. And that's what he called his biggest blunder.
But what if both of these guys were just making all this stuff up?
Well, luckily there's been, like thousands, not hundreds of thousands of more people since then that have done this. So
I've never met anyone that's done it.
Making it up.
I mean, yeah, dude, everybody lies to their kids about Santa Claus. There's plenty of groups of people that lie. They don't even know each other, and they're all telling the same lie. So it's not unheard of that these people could just be making this stuff up. I'm just saying.
I mean, anything's possible. It just
have you seen pictures of Einstein's wife?
Experience with both.
Have you guys seen pictures of the thing that Einstein got married to? It looks like a dude. Like, obviously Einstein was either just like way ahead of
relativity, man.
Why does it matter? Like, why are we talking about his wife?
I know, it's just fallacious.
Oh, it matters, bro. It matters. If you told me,
no, it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't.
No, it does. It big time matters. Trust me, because if they were doing some weird trickery, like some gender swapping, like satanic occult stuff back then, which some people they were engaged in that.
Okay, we're talking about his formulas, like fuck off with that. We're talking about his formulas. We're not talking about his wife or whatever his extracurricular activities were. Like, who gives a shit?
Hey, good news! I finally found the argue with 60 orders of magnitude. I finally found the article. Yeah, but go ahead and continue. I'm sorry, I'll keep posting.
No, Hank, you're good. I was just giving my opinion on the matter. I think Einstein was probably handicapped, if not just an outright liar. And I really would encourage anybody who's hearing my voice to go look at Einstein's wife and then tell me that dude is going to tell you the secrets of the universe. Okay. It's like the scientists today, right? Like Bill Nye's like, whoa, there's 72 genders, Pretty soon we're going to be allowed to have minor attracted persons, and we're going to have protected laws for people that are.
Can we not have these conversations?
Hey, you're interrupting me.
Because we're gonna get this channel.
We had a real good conversation going for a while there.
You're geeking out. You're geeking out trying to censor me. I'm not going to let you do that, Dan.
We're not talking about genders. We're not going to talk about genders. It's live streams on YouTube. We're not going on gender talks. Let's stick our conversation to the cosmos or universe.
Oh, it's you. Shut up. stop interrupting me, dude. I don't like that. I am allowed to talk about Einstein being very weird. Now, what I was going to say is today the scientists are telling you there's 72 genders and the Earth is a freaking spinning water ball and we're expanding and blah, blah,
Stupid
blah.
conversation.
No, I don't. Here's the thing. They're at the point where they're telling you to trust the science when science is self-evidence, dude.
Chill pill,
And,
bro.
I agree 100% with you, man.
Thank you, dude. Yeah, I appreciate it. And Incarnation 613, I've unmuted you. Just don't interrupt me ever again.
I agree with you as well, but chill, bro.
But the confusion will grow even stronger, man. Like this is not all, you know. Will be even worse in the future. Trust me. This is just
And they're
the
going for
beginning.
kids as well. They're going for our kids as well.
They
That's
are
scary.
coming for the children. Yeah.
That's
I mean,
scary.
if you wanna see how confusion looks like as a YouTube channel, there's a channel called 1 second. I've already forgot the name.
Yeah, I've been sitting here for about half an hour listening to you guys, circle jerk about Einstein and how smart he was. And I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there. I don't need to be censored by anybody. I know what we can and can't say on YouTube. I appreciate your concern for the server Incarnation, but you don't need to clip me and talk over me. You can just wait your turn.
So if you want to look, if you want
a quick question. Now that I'm back, sorry, Warp, can I ask you a quick question, bro?
What?
Yeah, just about the science communicators. I'm not even talking about science. Why do you think it is that they pick such weirdos to be science communicators? Like, you've got Bill Nye, who's just obviously weird. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson.
They need puppets. Dumb puppets.
Sorry. No, but yeah, I get that they're puppets, but why do they choose such weirdos? If you wanted to communicate science to people and have them actually like accept it and really be interested in it, then you would pick people who kind of acted like movie stars or like films, not film stars, sorry, music stars. They'd have kind of like
Brian Cox.
Normal, and maybe Brian Cox is also a weirdo. That's the point.
Brian Cox.
You might pick
wasn't he a rock star?
Dude, talking over me,
I think it is.
Fuck's sake. So anyway, you might pick like a Ryan Reynolds, or you might pick a fucking, I don't know, Jennifer Lawrence or whoever type character instead of all of the weirdos that they present to us. So I just wanted to know, like, what's the gig there? Because it's almost like they're saying to us, oh yeah, these guys are all fucking weirdos.
Okay. Isn't Brian
so
Cox
what I think it is they've created.
Excuse
me, stop monologuing. You just talk and talk. Get your point. Now, they've created a stereotype that a genius is a bit of an eccentric weirdo. They've done it in movies. They've done it down through the generations that, the nutty professor and Einstein with his weird hair. And so it's not a Ryan Reynolds guy. Those guys fit a different stereotype and have a different role. But professors and geniuses are like in musical geniuses are often weirdos as well. That's the stereotype they've made.
Okay, I didn't ask you though. What do you think?
I agree. It's funny. Obviously, you need to be a slimy cunt to go on TV and lie about some of this stuff, because some of the stuff they're coming out with is just, bogus.
Yeah. I understand that they're slimy cunts, but what I'm saying is, if they wanted to sell even a lie or a truth, the best thing to do wouldn't be to put these strange people up on the stage, right? So when it comes to like what this other guy just said, even though he wasn't asked about musical geniuses, the thing is that the information of the music, like Frank Zappa, for example, he actually made that music. Jimi Hendrix made that music. Michio Kaku didn't make science. He's been made famous by people who want him as a communicator for science. So it's a fundamentally different thing. That's why I used actors specifically, because they're also doing that role, right?
They're not smart enough. They're not smart enough. You need people who are smart enough as well. Some of these, concepts are quite hard to understand. These concepts in physics in particular. I mean, it takes years and years of study to understand some of these things. And, you need someone who's smart enough, and, so you can't just get anyone. You can't just pick any actor off the street, because not everyone's going to understand that.
Yeah, but that still doesn't answer my question, bro. You can still have very intelligent people who are normal people They pick very strange people.
It's true.
Yeah, but
This
it's
is
part
true.
of the
Actually, I agree with
pantomime,
you.
bro. Like genius,
I can tell you
genius is
why.
on the edge of madness. That's what they say. You know, the geniuses are almost insane. So they present people who fit into that stereotypical model for the general people to look at and go, "Oh yeah, look at that weirdo. He must be really smart because he's almost crazy."
Right. Okay. Look, the point then.
Crypto, I don't want to answer put in public. I know why. I know why they pick all of these, like most of these weirdos in science. There is a very good reason. There's an ethnic reason why they pick a lot of these people in science. You know, these supposed geniuses. But you know, we can't say that, can we?
I will say that. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just quickly, we're talking about science communicators specifically, not scientists, right? Just wanted to.
Oh, just science communicators. Yeah, well, know what? I don't know. I actually have no idea. Because to be honest, I don't watch most of these people. Most of these people are crackpots, man. I mean, they don't actually understand what they're talking about. It's like you said, they're just parrots for someone else. They've just been chosen to communicate science. But why they have been chosen, I don't know. I have no idea. It's a very good question.
It's because they have a predatory nature. These
Well, no,
Michio Kaku, Bill Nye especially. Like I grew up watching Bill Nye. I grew up being a child watching Bill Nye the Science Guy, and then as an adult, I watched him tell a generation of children that there's 72 genders, and basically espouse ideology that would lead a person to think that it's totally normal to mutilate their genitals.
Where
That's not science.
You want to assume that everyone that has lived has only came to existence through two genders? That's crazy.
Anyways, Ronnie, I think it's more a question of marketing. So you have to find it's a very specific package. It's somebody that fits that marketing style thing. Like you're not going to send The Rock to go and talk to you about astrophysics. I don't think people would be receptive to that. So there is truth to what somebody was saying. Like people think scientists are nerdy, scrawny, glasses wearing type of people. Whether or not that's true is irrelevant. That's what people think. So they're going to find somebody that kind of fits that mold and that's smart enough to talk, I'll say this, talk stupidly about these subjects. So like, it's not that necessarily that they're smart. It's just that they have a way of communicating with people on a grand scale. Like it's a dumbed down version that people think is smart.
Yeah, again, but I mean, even like a lot of the people in this room are capable of understanding these concepts, right? And I would say that even though I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the globals, I don't think most of you are actually just weirdos, right? But when you see like, I mean, Bill Nye's a perfect example. You see him talk, and I just think, wow, I would not let him around my kids. There's like, I would cross the road if he was walking on the other side. He just has that creepy vibe to him. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's just who you look for, right? Like even on YouTube, I've found plenty of people that I would consider normal, right? Like I don't know. That's just me. I think it's like yeah. If you look, you can find some weird people communicating science, but you can also look and find some pretty normal people communicating it as well.
Yeah, we're now comparing YouTubers to like obviously propped up TV stars. I mean, I'm not sure. Like obviously, YouTube is a different kettle of fish entirely, right? So,
Well, and you could also say that Bill Nye set the precedent, right? So Bill Nye was a successful TV science guy. Whether or not he was right or wrong doesn't matter. People watched his show. So they're like, oh, well, let's find more Bill Nye looking and sounding people to sell our science show.
Yes, here's what happened. Here's what happened. They reinforce what they teach in schools, whether or not it's true, with the entertainment industry, and they get them 2/3 of the way. They're just going to go that last third of the way on their own.
There's a lot to that. I think that's a very good point. I think there's a lot to that, you know, crypto as well. Like what these two guys just said. I agree with you guys, man. There's a lot too that they build up like the stereotype, and then they market that, and you know they rely on that nerdy, scrawny professor, probably looking a bit creepy. I don't know.
yeah, look, I mean, but the thing is, I didn't question any of that. You can get scrawny, nerdy-looking guys who are very intelligent, who aren't weirdos pushing far-left dogmas on TV, right? But what I'm asking is, why do they pick these very specifically weird people? Not why do they pick nerdy-looking professors? Because there's lots of those, and most of them are normal. Right?
What is it that you think is so weird?
Well, Bill Nye.
What's weird about Bill Nye exactly? I don't really know what you're saying exactly.
The way he acts, the way he talks, what he wears, everything's weird about him.
I guess I don't see that.
Okay.
He doesn't give you kind of a he doesn't give you kind of a
American high school professor. Sorry, Joe.
yeah, he doesn't give you kind of a creepy uncle vibe. Scott?
No, I've never gone there. My brain's never gone there. No.
He's pretty creepy, that dude. He's pretty weird.
The only one I've ever thought was weird. Well, I think Tyson's obnoxious,
be honest, well,
impossible to watch, and then Bean's a little weird. That's it.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson clearly doesn't understand 80% of what he says, so he's just reading off a script. You can just tell. But I don't actually get creepy vibes from him. But Michio Kaku, I think everyone in this room would have to agree that Michio Kaku comes off as completely insane.
I would agree with that.
The crackpot.
You would agree? I would not agree.
No, I would not agree with that. I don't think it just comes off as a normal,
It's all part of the act, the gig.
I like Michio Kaku though. I think he kind of tells it like it is. I like sometimes. I mean, he does say some pretty wild stuff, but he has kind of that he's willing to just say what others won't in a way that is very frank, which I kind of like that part of him.
That to me, Gio. I can't stand Michio Kaku.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that, even though Jay Ace is college educated and he says that I'm wrong, there's no shortage of highly educated people who keep saying the same things over and over again with 120 orders of magnitude. So I think Jay Ace is anti-science at this point. He's not looking at the literature. He's accusing me of being biased and cherry picking. Meanwhile, I don't see anything he posted. Did he post anything, or did he just tell me about a website that I could go read?
I could name you many books, right? I could go and find you a bunch of primary publications. Like, is that really necessary?
Well, I mean, for the audience. I mean, if you want to do your part and back up Gravity, for the audience, because right here, Gravity's taking a pummeling right now. I mean, Gravity's on the ground with like a bloody nose, and you're just sitting there letting this happen. I'm going to keep going too.
Yeah, so
He didn't disagree with you, bro. He agreed with you. We all agree. We have our gravity works. We just can't unify with quantum field theory properly at the moment, and that's what we came to a conclusion. I don't understand why it's like, what's the argument now?
Well, just right. I'm going to name some, right? So there's Space, Time, and Geometry by Sean Carroll. There's Ramamurthy Shankar's Modern Quantum Mechanics. There's Matthew Schwartz, Quantum Field Theory and the Standard Model. There's Sean Carroll's website as well, like I had named before, and he has some videos discussing it as well on YouTube. There's Atkins Physical and Nuclear Chemistry, right? So those are just some beginning sources.
Could you post like some snippets? Because you just rolled elephants. Yeah,
I've looked into Sean Carroll's stuff, and I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I 100% agree.
Just before we
How
depart
could you
from
have-
Bill Nye
how-
being totally creepy, I just
told
want to
you about
remind.
it 10 minutes ago.
I just want to say to the people who don't find Bill Nye creepy, can you explain to me how sexualizing children is creepy? Because that's what he does when he does these children's videos about talking about 72 genders. That all has to do with sexuality. So I just, who was saying that wasn't creepy? Who was saying that?
I said that he wasn't creepy, but I have no idea what the 72 gender thing you're referencing. I'm just saying when I see him in interviews and he's talking, he just seems like a normal guy to me.
Oh, you should go
see a
watch
show.
the video.
Yeah, you should
watch
see
the
a
video.
show where they have somebody on and the song is about sex junk, is what it's called. Like, it's super creepy. Why are children being propagandized with over sexualization by somebody who is supposed to represent science? It's weird.
And furthermore, why are we going to take this person that is targeting minors with sexual ideology and then believe anything they say about the nature of our reality? when saying something as absolutely insane as there are 72 genders, forgetting the fact that they're saying it to children, it's like, I don't even know what kind of game you guys are playing at this point. You just like fingers in your ears, covering your eyes. No, it's not happening. Or are you really willfully oblivious? What is the deal?
So along the lines of science communicators, one of the science communicators that I think is fantastic, he's not actually a science communicator. He's a professor at MIT, Walter Lewin. And the only reason I know about him is because his lectures have been recorded and put on YouTube. I think he would be a fantastic representative of science because not only does he have the knowledge and a very in-depth knowledge base, just solely based on his education background, which is completely different than that of Bill Nye's. He's also energetic and enthusiastic about the way that he teaches, which is it's like it captivates you and draws you in and makes you want to learn more. So I think he would be a fantastic science communicator. I don't know why they get people in like the entertainment industry to do it. It's kind of weird considering you have guys like him that are in the field and very well studied on these topics that could communicate them. And also, speaking of Walter Lewin, I want to say it was within one of his lectures where I had heard him speak about when we're talking about attraction, when we're talking about it on the level of the earth, it basically all deals with electrics. It's electric in nature. Until we don't talk about quote unquote gravity until we get to the universal scale. So I find that very interesting. That's kind of what he was teaching, but I could be wrong
What do you
about
think Neil
where
deGrasse Tyson failed at
Is
first?
that Walter
Was
Lewin
it
that I posted in the
science or
chat right
comedy?
there?
Can anybody answer?
I don't
That's him.
know.
That's him.
I'm driving.
That's him.
But I
That's
can-
him. That's Walter Lewin. That's Walter Lewin.
Okay, this dude looks like a
Okay.
straight up pedophile. I'm just gonna say it. I don't give a fuck. This dude looks like a
No.
straight up pedo.
Okay.
Yeah,
hold on.
this dude looks. I would never let this man around my children. Look at just take one look at this dude.
Watch
All right,
his
bro.
watch his videos and learn his mannerisms. I would rather have him watch after my kids for an hour than Bill Nye for sure.
None of them are seeing my kid. Okay, here's the thing. I want to know whether or not Neil deGrasse Tyson failed science or comedy first. Which one did he fail first?
Comedy.
Okay.
The guy is he's not
still trying
funny,
to do
he's not
comedy.
charming,
Okay.
he's annoying. But I think he's
Yeah.
a legitimate scientist. He's just a terrible, comedian.
You think he's a legitimate scientist, do you?
Yeah, he's got PhD. I mean, his PhD in astrophysics is real, I'm sure. Like, he is the director of the Hayden Planetarium, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait. So the director of the Hayden Planetarium thing, does that lend credence, or does that just mean he owns a business that's successful?
No, that's a scientific position. You get like a point. You have to be a astrophysicist. You get appointed this thing. He doesn't own it or anything. He got, he's selected for it.
Wow, love to
It's
see
like being
the
a professor,
literature on that.
basically.
I don't think we've talked about that. So if you could provide the literature, that'd be great.
I've never seen the literature. I just know you won't, just from knowing. It's like being a professor, basically. It's a like an institutional appointment.
It's a gut feeling that you got.
You don't think it's true?
Don't think what's true.
They do
I
this
just
a
said.
lot, Scott. They bring up random topics and demand, do you have citations?
No one will talk to
It's
me,
okay
Jay.
if they don't
Nobody
believe me,
will
but I
talk to
mean,
me.
I'm just telling you, it is true, but you can disbelieve me if you want.
Disbelieve you. I disbelieve a lot of things. But what's the
Okay.
specific thing you want to find out what I disbelieve?
I don't. I thought you said that you wanted to see citation. You said you doubted it when I said that
Yeah, I
it's an
just doubt it.
appointment.
I doubt it.
So I'm just saying, you can disbelieve me if you want, but it's true.
Okay, so to own the planetarium he owns, he has to be some
He doesn't
kind of
own it.
scientist too?
He doesn't own it.
To
He's the
run-
director of it. He's the director.
direct. So he has to have a science degree of some sort to be able to direct that place.
Yeah. You're not going to be director of
and you'd
planetarium.
take this information to court, would you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'd go to court with that.
Holy shit, we got a hot one here, folks. Okay, go on. Conversation continue, please.
What else is there to say?
No, Jace wanted to get in. Or somebody. I don't know. I was just carrying the conversation on, fellas. You guys want to believe a lot of stuff, and it's really entertaining.
I don't know what's entertaining about that. It really shouldn't be surprising to you.
I said entertaining, not surprising.
Dude, I like how none of them will defend their dudes once you just point out that they target children with sexual ideology. It's like, am I supposed to take this dude seriously? Like, he's gonna tell me the secrets of the universe. He's gonna tell me that I'm fucking Stardust, and then he's gonna look at my kid and be like, "Hey, chop off your wiener." Like, what in the fuck are you guys on about? I just don't understand how you give these guys the time of day. They don't have society's best interests in mind. They don't have your kids or yours. It's like, Yeah, see, silence. They don't want to touch it because they know how bunk that shit is. It's completely fugazi.
I think probably many of us don't exactly know. I didn't see what you're talking about, and you're only talking about Bill Nye. You're not talking about them all, and it hardly seems relevant. Bill Nye he's actually of all of them, he's the only one that's actually an actor, and he's easy to ignore. Like if you're if what you're saying is all correct, then it's easy to ignore him. Ignore him.
Can you guys ignore what I'm posting? Or should I say, could you ignore it any harder?
What do you think, Scott? You think a geodesic is a straight line or a curved line?
I'd have to I have to look it up to remember. A geodesic is it depends on your frame. It depends on what you're doing. Are you doing spherical geometry? Then I think you call that a straight line. If you're not doing spherical geometry, then I think you call it curved.
This is great, Larry. Oh man, that's great. It's literally showing you how to do the calculation wrong. That last picture.
It's showing you how to do it wrong. So all these colleges that I've been posting, they're teaching people the wrong things and charging them, what is it, like $100,000 of debt that you can't forgive to do it?
Must be summed over the
It's
0
just a
point
coincidence, right?
modes of some field of mass m, lambda much greater than mass m, and then it gives you the equation. Oh, that's wonderful. That's
So
wonderful.
why are these colleges teaching people the wrong things on purpose? Or
But,
things that they just believe
so
in?
you don't make the same mistake. So they're teaching you how to not make the mistake. That's exactly what they're teaching them.
So they're showing you how to do bad math so that you don't do bad math.
They're showing you what bad math is so that you do not replicate that bad math.
Is that your
So, like,
final argument?
They're like giving you a part of a sickness so that the rest of it doesn't hurt you, or kind of.
Oh, they're even making another assumption in this one. They're saying if we take lambda to be the Planck mass cutoff, say, what? Why would you do that?
Why does it keep saying what I said was right, though, but you haven't posted anything
Because you're just
showing what...
confirming your bias over and over again. So of course it's
And
going
your
to say you're
silence
right.
is deafening.
You're not critically thinking about what these things are actually saying, comparing to how these things are done in the real world and making a conclusion from that.
Only when you
You're just
provide
like,
data
I
that backs your
want.
side.
I've given multiple sources, multiple phrases you can look up
I
to
was actually
find
going to
the
talk to Larry. You
information.
just you're droning. You're droning on. I was going to say, Larry, even
Yeah, you're
it doesn't matter how
interrupting.
much data you provide if it's not defending the globe narrative. Why you're just going to get backlash. That's all there is to it.
I mean, this is their scientists. Like,
I
you
know.
can't
I
defend
know.
it any further by
Bro, I know
producing
exactly what's
all
going
this
on. And
evidence.
so the audience does too. I think the only person who thinks anyone's clueless to the situation is Jace. But I don't know. Yeah, look, live stream voice text.
Certainly.
More information that Jace isn't finding.
Yeah, this is great. Now they're making an additional assumption with a cutoff of the Planck scale, lambda approximated to 1 over the square root of 8 pi g, right? What evidence do you have that any of what they're saying here is a valid way to do any of this?
Well, have you heard of space.com? You heard of these guys?
So you're just arguing from authority like usual?
Well, would you want me to argue from a pizza guy point of view? Would that help you out? Because what
That would
does
still
this say?
be an
So this
argument
is...
from
Hold on, bro.
authority.
So this is... No, it's not. It's not argument from authority. This is me citing my source, backing up what I claimed earlier. So this is space.com. You might have heard of them. The cosmological constant has been a headache for cosmologists because predictions of its value made by particle physics different from actual observations, that means reality, by 120 orders of magnitude. Bro, like this is like looking really bad for you at this point. I mean, next is NASA.gov. That's the website I'm clicking on next. So let's see what it says.
Yeah. Right. So this is analytic or perturbative solutions in low energy QCD are hard or impossible to obtain due to the highly nonlinear nature of the strong force and the large coupling constant at low energies. That one statement makes literally all these things you posted irrelevant.
Dude, this one's NASA.gov, bro. How you gonna explain this one away?
Just real
This is
quick.
NASA.gov, bro.
It's not
All of
it's
them
not
are
just Bill Nye. Real quick, I was driving earlier, so I couldn't do it. It's not just Bill Nye. It's like the entire NASA community. You can check out my source in the chat right there.
So this one is NASA.gov. Another explanation for how space acquires energy comes from the quantum theory of matter. In this theory, empty space is actually full of temporary virtual particles that continually form and then disappear. But when physics tried to calculate how much energy this would give empty space, the answer came out wrong by a lot. The number came out to be 10 to the 120th times too big. That's one with 120 zeros after it. It's hard to get an answer that bad, so the mystery continues. Now, this is all Einstein's cosmological constant when you compare it to what we measure, right, in the laboratory, right? So when you compare it to reality, it's off by like the most ridiculous number I've ever heard of in my life. It's not off by a little bit. It's off by fuck ton clusterfuck, for lack of better words, just putting it in layman terms. You ever even heard of fuck tons of clusterfucks before? I haven't. But that's what I would call that number with 120 zeros after it.
Oh, I know something to us.
So you guys going to argue with NASA next? Is that what you're doing? You guys going to say NASA's wrong and they're lying to you and they're doing the math wrong on purpose to teach you how to not do math on purpose wrong? I mean, what the fuck, guys?
Yeah, I just
you're
I just think you're interpreting everything that you're posting wrong to confirm what you're saying. Yeah, really. I mean, I've read every single thing you've said there, and none of it explains anything like you do.
Well, I left it for the audience to decide for themselves, right? Maybe they're smarter than I am and they can, find out for themselves if I'm wrong. But I don't know how it's, really me interpreting it wrong if I'm just reading it directly and then repeating it verbatim.
Well, because you're forming an idea based on what you're reading, and the idea that you're forming, well, I would say is already formed anyways. But you're looking for text to confirm what you think, rather than looking for text to let you know, to explain what's going on. It's really what it is. And none of the things you've posted are saying like are explaining things in the same way you are.
That was
Well,
just
that's
word
the thing.
salad.
Yeah, it's all just word salad. I just posted a whole bunch of word salad for you guys so that you could chew on it. But the thing is that I do this like once every 6 months. I go into this thing and I bring it out and unwrinkle it for you and post a whole bunch. And there's no shortage, right? The only reason I gave up is because I got to NASA. I'm just waiting for you guys to say that NASA's wrong. But instead, you said that what I read from NASA is wrong, but NASA's still right, right?
No, it's how you're understanding what you're reading. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying how you're understanding what is written is in line with what is actually being communicated. That's all I'm saying. Like, you're just interpreting it differently than how the article is saying it. That's all it is. I mean, there could be many reasons for that, but that's my opinion on it.
Which part?
So when they say that it's like yeah, we're going to get into that for sure. When they say that it's like the largest problem ever, and it's the biggest discrepancy between observation and theory, like what's not to understand about that? What part am I getting incorrect?
Well, they all say the same thing, that the predictions that they derived from these formulas are wrong. That's what they're saying. Like at the core of it, that's what they're saying. The predictions are wrong. Okay, why are the predictions wrong? Like that's literally what it is at the core of it when you're reading what it's saying here.
Well, I thought you guys said that gravity works like everywhere and the predictions are always right. So which one is it? Are the predictions wrong when we're talking about Einstein's cosmological constant, or are they
Well,
right or wrong?
the cosmological constant is more based on everything you've posted is more related to the expansion of the universe. That's what it pertains to. So gravity is still right within us figuring out if the universe is expanding at a certain rate or not.
So the Big Bang is wrong then? So is the universe expanding?
Can you point out which part of the general theory of relativity is debunked by
Hold
this,
on, Coach.
this
So
claim?
Larry just asked a question, and you kind of talked over him. Why don't you let his question get answered?
So is the Big Bang wrong then? Because the universe is expanding because of the Big Bang, which is going against gravity because gravity is trying to pull everything in. The expansion isn't slowing down like it should be, right? Because usually when there's an
Mixing
object
it
in
up.
motion, it stays in motion. No, I'm not mixing it up. These two things are obviously
Okay,
related. So an object in motion. Hold on,
quick,
hold on. I'm asking a question. I'm
Can
asking
I
a
just
question.
answer Larry's question, right? So I, in this particular case, and when it comes to questions of the Big Bang and what is absolute about it, I will not get into the conversation about it because unfortunately for me, I do not have the education and the experience needed to have these conversations from a position of authority and say, this is what's happening and nothing else. Because truthfully, I don't know. And because I don't know, I won't take a position of authority on the subject. I'll just say that I don't know.
So the credentials that you do have is enough to know that I'm wrong, but not enough to debate me. Kind of like that Joe Rogan thing where he offered a guy, what was it, like $100,000 to debate him, and he was like, "I'm an expert, but the last thing I'm going to do is like talk about the thing that I'm an expert on." So I'm like, what if I got maybe?
You're asking him. Are you ready to answer? Are you ready to answer my question, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Larry,
gonna
you just
roll with
fucking spanked that dude.
Larry.
Holy smokes.
Yeah,
Larry.
what an
Thank you,
imagination.
Platypus.
Retards.
Larry, based on what you just said, you were complaining about gravity and how gravity is not intact and how we always claim gravity is intact. What you're displaying or what you're sharing, in what way does it debunk the general theory of relativity? Which part of the general theory of relativity is debunked by this claim?
Well, see, the thing is that, for about 100 years, it's been pretty much unfalsifiable. And the thing is that at this point, you guys are like coming up with ad hoc theory after ad hoc theory to keep it afloat. So I can't prove everything wrong. Like if you claim that it was unicorns holding the solar system together, I can't prove that wrong. See, the burden of proof lies on you. The onus is on you to provide proof for the claim that gravity does work. So even though I can't prove it wrong, that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. That's classic.
Let me make a claim then. I claim that the general theory of relativity is still intact then. Okay? You just said it's unfalsified, is what I heard, and it's intact. So.
Well, I think these observations of if you guys believe the universe is expanding, it goes against gravity because, like I tried to say earlier before I got interrupted, an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. So it should be a constant expansion. I guess that would be Hubble's constant of the universe. And because there's, material back here in this part of the universe where it's not expanding around the edges, then the gravity should be pulling it back and it should actually be slowing down. But in the late 90s, I think they found out that it was speeding up. And because the James Webb telescopes come out recently, it's even getting worse. So is there ever going to be a point where you guys are like, okay, we admit, this wasn't the best theory. We should come up with something better, maybe look at something different. But no, you guys are treating this like it's a religion, like it can't never die. Like
That's not true, Larry, and you know that because most scientists out there are flexible enough to understand when new data comes in, they change their assessment or their opinion on a particular phenomenon they're trying to describe. In the case of the expanding universe, one of the theories that's being debated in the scientific communities is that there's a great attractor outside of the known universe that we have that's causing this expansion. And plus there's other matter out there we haven't even been able to account for, dark matter and dark energy. So there's a lot of theories being thrown around, but nobody has ever once said that the theory of the Big Bang is infallible. It cannot be challenged or anything like that. It can be challenged, but it's usually challenged through observation and new evidence coming forward. Not somebody just saying it doesn't work because things seem to be speeding up and gravity should be pulling it all back. That's a simplistic opinion, and it doesn't really have any basis of fact behind it.
I agree. The best way to attack the Big Bang is just ask somebody, what are we expanding into? And when they tell you nothing, ask for a definition of nothing and watch their entire model fall apart.
It doesn't make the model fall apart. It just makes you it makes you understand that as big as this universe is, we don't know what's out at the outer edges, and we're not 100% sure that this theory is what's describing what's actually going on. But it's the best one we have so far. And that's where you guys go wrong when you say, well, just because they said so far, that means their theory is bunk. You know, you come up with a theory on your little dome globe and tell me exactly where there's proof for that. And if you can't, then your theory is just as bad as the Big Bang theory.
It's a quote on this 120 orders of magnitude thing. Right, so Stanley Brodsky and Robert Schrock argued that in quantization, the quantum field theory vacuum becomes essentially trivial in the absence of chosen VEVs or vacuum expectation values. There is no contribution from QED, the weak interactions in QCD, to the cosmological constant. It is thus predicted to be zero and flat in a flat space-time, which means the universe. Right? So they're saying that because they're talking about the way that the calculation was done, and they're showing that they're arguing for the errors in that methodology. And those errors exist no matter how many people, no matter how many sources parrot the incorrect calculation, right? The incorrectness of it still persists, regardless of how many people parrot it.
I also just want to absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. So it's not because you can't prove something that something isn't real or in reality.
All right, so this is about the James Webb Telescope. It says, astronomers began asking whether the profusion of early big things defies the current understanding of the cosmos. Some researchers and media outlets claim that the telescope's observations were breaking the standard model of cosmology. Is that a good thing? And well-tested set of equations called the lambda cold dark matter, that's your current model, right? Thrillingly pointed to new cosmic ingredients or governing laws. So, you know, this is the cutting edge of science, right? Not dark matter. Like, this is actually, you know, the Kuhn cycle, and your model is on its way out, circling the drain right now. And I'm just, you know, reporting on it. That's all I'm doing.
Larry, let me just
Yep.
Why does it matter?
There you go, Larry.
Why does it matter?
The lambda CMD model is admitted to not be known to not be correct, not be the full answer. All the models they use for the cosmological redshift and dark matter, they actually don't know. They don't have the exact model to use. But the lambda cold dark matter is the best one that we have. Gives us the closest answers to the possible, but they don't have 100% confirmation that that's the best model. Just the one that works the best.
I just wanted to pull up. There was someone who just said evidence of absence isn't absence of evidence, or the other way around.
Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence.
Haven't heard it in a while.
Yeah, so you know that you can apply that logic to anything at all, and say, for instance, like, I don't have evidence for a dome, but, you know, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, so it could be true anyway, right?
Well, we're talking about things we don't know. So when we have evidence of something, we can conclusively say that's what it is. But when we're lacking evidence, to say like an absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence because we don't know. But what we like in the case of the planet, well, we have evidence that the planet is the way it is. We're lacking evidence to explain the universe expanding.
Didn't I just talk about a revolution? And then I find this. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you've just given me a whole lot of nothing. So I can, because obviously the point being is that if you haven't got evidence of something, then sure, it might still be true, but there's no reason to believe that it's true because you don't have evidence for it, right? So that's, you're kind of, you're basically
you can't
trying
remove
to
the,
pass.
you can't,
I didn't
unless-
finish. I didn't even.
Hey,
I didn't even get
don't
close
interrupt.
to finish.
Go ahead, Crypto.
You're finished now, Crypto.
Okay, thank you. So you're trying to pass out our ability to establish truth from truth itself, right? And that's fair enough to do. That is fair enough to do. But you can't then say that something might be valid even though we have absolutely no reason to believe it. Okay? It might be true anyway, but there's no reason to believe it if there's no evidence for it. And so if that's if what you're saying is true, then I can assert literally anything I like, and any objection that you give to me based on evidence, I can just give you that silly little phrase, and we're back at square one.
Well, again, I only use this in the context of things we don't know. When you know something and you have evidence for something, then that statement doesn't matter. But when you're in research and you're looking at something you don't necessarily know, you cannot remove the variable or a possibility because you're lacking evidence. You have to have evidence that something doesn't exist, technically, if you want to put it that way, to remove that variable.
You've just not answered my question. It's like every time I talk to you, you just talk around the point but never actually address it.
Well, I address it directly. It's just you don't seem to get it.
Doesn't sound like it.
I'm saying to you very specifically, why can I not just assert a dome, right? I don't even necessarily believe in a dome, by the way. But why can I not just assert a dome because I quote unquote know I'm on a flat earth to give it, parity with what you're saying. So I quote unquote know that I'm on a flat earth. I don't know about a dome. And when you say you've got no evidence for a dome, I can say absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
You can.
Why is that not allowed?
You can. It is allowed. You can say that because it's true. Because absence of evidence doesn't mean a dome doesn't exist. We couldn't say, well, we don't have any evidence, so therefore we know it doesn't exist. That would be a false thing for us to say. We should not say that. Your phrase would be correct.
But you've also not addressed what I've said.
Scott, I love you so much.
100% what you're saying is correct, is what I'm saying.
I appreciate that, Scott. That's
Okay. Well, then
just wait for other people.
I'll agree.
Talk.
I'll agree.
You didn't even realize he's agreeing.
I'll agree with what Scott is saying if that's what you're referring to, Ronnie. I'll agree with that statement. Yes, it's true. But I also will push back and say if you have evidence of something, the lack of evidence is no longer a weighted variable. You have to go with the evidence you have.
Right. Well, I mean, I would say that I've got evidence the Earth's flat, and so if someone says to me, "Oh, well, you don't know about a dome," I could just use your cute little phrase, and now I don't have to provide any evidence for it.
Well, it's not that you don't have to provide any evidence for it. It's that the person you're having a debate with has to accept that possibility.
Right. So then the debate's pointless because you just have a little get out of providing any evidence for anything that you don't know. You don't have evidence for.
Right, but then we can present things we have evidence for and have a debate on it. So if you want to have a debate about the evidence for a flat Earth that you have versus the evidence of a spherical Earth that other people have, you can then have a debate on that evidence and figure out which one's real and which one's not.
But you don't seem to understand that phrase isn't a defense of a position. It can't be.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're admitting you don't have any evidence for anything, for something, then there's no reason to be arguing for it.
Okay, so we're going to put it this way. You have a dome Earth or a dome Earth, you have a spherical Earth, and you have a flat Earth. One, you have 10 pieces of evidence. The other one, you have 100,000 pieces of evidence. And the other one, you have 0 pieces of evidence. Which one are you able to make a conclusion with?
But
so I'm going to address your red herring, or am I going to address my original question?
Please don't talk over each other.
I'm pretty sure I've addressed your question.
I'm going to just start giving warnings out. Can nobody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Don't talk over each other, guys, please. Thank you.
I don't know if we were, but like, it's just a what you're saying is just a red herring. I'm talking about a very specific thing that you're claiming. If I don't have any evidence for it, then that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Well, what it means is that you don't have evidence for that thing. That's what that means.
No, what I'm saying is that you cannot remove the possibility of that given that you have no evidence. That's all I'm saying. You can still form an opinion with the evidence you do have. You should trust the evidence that you do have before your lack of evidence. That's all I'm saying. Like if you have evidence for something, the lack of evidence becomes meaningless.
Okay, let's give an example. Is it okay for me to assert that humans can grow 6 wings on their back?
No, I'll say no.
No, of course, that's ridiculous. And the reason it's ridiculous is because I don't have any evidence for that position.
Okay, right? But is there the possibility that humans could grow 6 limbs?
Well, yeah, because there are mammals with, there are animals with wings, and we're an animal. So you could posit that that's possible. It's not impossible for animals to have wings. We know that that's true. So if you then said, oh, crypto, but the thing is that there's absolutely fuck all evidence of humans growing 6 wings, I then say to you, oh, well, absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, so it's fine.
Right, we agree with each other. We agree with each other. I'm telling you, the possibility that humans having 6 limbs is almost nothing. But there's still a possibility they could. They could. I mean, there's humans who have had genetic mutations. I'm not saying that humans could genetically mutate to have 6 limbs, but there is evidence that humans can have some form of genetic mutations on a certain level. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that 6 limbs could happen. Is it probable? No, not at all.
I didn't say limbs, I said wings.
Oh, sorry, wings. My apologies.
No worries. Yeah, see, I don't think that that's a logical position to take. So we can just move on, I guess.
It's like somebody's commenting on your profile picture in the chat, Ronnie.
Oh,
is that somebody's wondering if that's a photoshopped image of 9/11 or is it real?
Oh no, it's obviously just it's not even I don't think it's it might be 9/11. It's definitely
you be the judge.
Yeah, let's just let's just say
I said little hats, big explosions. That's all I said.
But the idea, right? This evidence of absence is not absence of evidence isn't whatever. To me, this is just like a branch of solipsism. It all kind of boils back to the same concept, if that's your line of thinking, right? It's like a default. It's like a default fallback, right? It's similar to like once you've got somebody backed into a corner, it's very easy to say, well, actually science never really technically proves anything, right? Like how can we really know for 100% of anything? So
I just want to point out that, I was talking about the Kuhn cycle, which is the revolution, right, of how theories come in and go out, right? And I click on the Scientific American article, and I didn't even see this till just now, right? But it's talking about a revolution, right? It would be a real revolution, is what he said, right? And, this guy, Michael Bolin Kulchin, a cosmologist at the University of Texas at Austin, that's what he said, right? So, like, if I'm not understanding it correctly, how is it that I said this before I read this, and then I find this, and then post this? How would you guys explain that little phenomenon that just happened? Because if you go back and listen to it and look at what I'm posting, I talked about the James Webb Telescope, and then I started searching for it. And then the things that I'm posting in the links, I'm citing my source on everything. And they're in this article, they're taking the words right out of my mouth. But you guys are claiming that I don't understand what I'm talking about, even though you don't have the credentials to talk about it. admittedly, because you don't understand
Dude, that was
it.
the best part, Hank. That was the best part. They were like, I just can't talk about that. Like, I'm smart enough to tell you you're wrong, but not smart enough to debate you on what you're wrong about. It was like, are you serious? Who says that?
I explained like in extreme specificity where he's wrong.
Full story, bro.
Specificity.
Can you cite your sources or anything? Like, if you cited something, I didn't see it. Maybe it was because I was busy. Did you cite something where I was wrong?
I listed a few sources you can look into and see how the calculations are done on the practical level, and then you can compare the distances and compare the differences and do the critical thinking.
Yeah, but forget all that. You're telling me to use critical thinking, but I just posted like 10 articles with like quotes backing up what I was saying, right? That
Yeah, that's not
Einstein's
critical.
cosmological constant, there's a huge problem with it, right? When you compare it to Hubble's constant, and then now the James Webb Telescope goes up, and they're looking way out there, really far away, like 400 light years away. And what they're finding is that there's some really big bright lights out there, and they didn't expect to find such massive galaxies out there in the early universe. They expected to find smaller stuff, and it's causing them to think that there's a revolution, right, in cosmology. And, I've been pointing this kind of stuff out, right, for a while now. And it's like, I hate to say it, but, it is confirmation bias. I admit that I'm biased. But unfortunately, the scientists at these colleges, these cosmologists, astronomers, particle physicists, theoretical physicists, they all happen to agree with me. So maybe that's why I'm so biased.
I don't think nearly as many agree as you think.
Can you cite your source for that, or are you just going to keep repeating that like a mantra, like you're over there practicing Hinduism?
I gave you some sources, and you can go through them
No,
again.
you didn't give me anything. It's not about me. Post it to the community so that the audience can see your sources,
There are
please.
books that I have, right? Like I can name
You can't show
the
me like
book.
a little
I could take
snippet.
you a picture of it if you'd like.
Yeah, take a
Bro, you
picture of
only
the
need
part.
one book.
I'm not home right now, but later, sure, I can.
Are you in the lab? Are you at the
Makes any
laboratory?
difference. Yes, I am.
What are you doing? What are you working on? Is it true? Is it true that in almost every V word there's a secret ingredient?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to elaborate.
Depends on the V word, man. Shit.
Well, there was a interesting case where a mother and father were getting a divorce, and there was a guy who came to testify on behalf of the mother, and she was pro V word. The guy was pro V word, so he wanted to help the mother out, right? There was this huge deposition, and in that deposition, they asked him if they used, let's just say, offspring in the lab, right? And the guy was like, "Yeah, we use offspring in the lab." Now, I'm not going to say what kind of offspring, but it's probably not the kosher type, and I'm not talking about pigs. But I find that really interesting. That they would use offspring in the laboratory to create
He means
those.
baby lizard, reptilian, the overlord babies. That's what it means.
No. What he means is that these V's are haunted. They're haunted. You are essentially haunting yourself. I mean, it's pretty easy to understand how they're haunted. Like, if you have an elected schmishmortion, and then you offer up the fetal cells from the deceased to be cultured for decades in labs, and then literally used in every single V they come out with. It's haunted.
Don't forget Gatorade.
And yeah, dude, that's where it starts getting really crazy.
Yeah, I've heard that's the story about the Pepsi laboratories. They find these sort of, organisms that are, ugh.
Dude, back in the day, what they would do is they would build these giant bronze statues to honor Moloch, and they would take infants and they would offer them up on the fiery altar, and the infants would roll into the flames, and there'd be screams, and the crowd would cheer, and the priests would be leading it. But today, the priests wear surgical scrubs. The screaming happens in the womb, so nobody hears it. And then they have gas-powered incinerator chambers, much like the Nazis did, to get rid of the rest of the remains once the things that they want to sell on the black market are sold off. And some of it isn't even black market stuff, like these weird Sandra Bullock facial creams, and Ellen DeGeneres is brushing her teeth with fetal cells and stuff, or whatever it is. It's kind of bizarre. And I imagine that
real bizarre.
I imagine that back in the day, they were not sacrificing as many babies as have been sacrificed in the last, say, 20 years.
That's a colorful rant you got there, man. What's the relationship?
It's not a rant, it's the truth.
What's the relationship between the things that have uses today, like Ellen DeGeneres' face cream, or the stem cells that are used medically, and the people who were sacrificing babies to Moloch? What's the relationship there?
I just outlined it.
Okay, so
pretty
be
eloquently.
specific about what the usefulness was about sacrificing babies to Moloch.
How do you not see the exact correlation where you have an entire society that is encouraging young women encouraging them like it's a good thing? Because that's what it was seen as back in the day. We're sacrificing to Moloch so we can have a good harvest, so we can stop these rainstorms. Maybe we'll want to stop a famine or whatever. But today, it's just about empowering yourself and being able to keep your career going so you can buy another Gucci bag or whatever. It's absolutely the same.
You're spending a lot of time to not answer my question, man. It's not an answer. Let me be clear. They use stem cells today in face cream. There's a use for it. They use stem cells today in medicine because it's extremely useful. So they have uses for it, and so whatever the reason why they get it. Wherever they get it, sometimes from babies or fetuses, sometimes from bone marrow, whatever. But they get it, and they get it for this purpose. Okay, so that makes sense. What's the purpose in the Moloch times, and how is this related to that?
Because it made sense to them that sacrificing children would bring better harvests, would cure diseases, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you're making the same argument that they're making. You just think that there's science to back it up, when really all it is people fucking rubbing fetal cells on their face and getting facelifts. Like, you think they went for the fetal cell cream first, or do you think they got like nose jobs and facelifts? What do you think?
I think that if people like you and Larry learned more about the things you talk about, you would sound more intelligent and, I don't know, get across to more people. But you talk about things in a way that says, like, just for color, like just to add color to the conversation or something, when there's no use in talking about babies being sacrificed to Moloch, which had no purpose and no use, clearly, and fetuses that are being aborted, and the stem cells that come from either that or bone marrow or whatever being used for the extremely useful, the thing you can't get from anywhere else.
Dude, you're just in a different society saying that one thing. Dude, here's the funny part. If you were alive in the Moloch times, you'd be like, what do you mean it's not going to give us a good harvest? Prove to me that Moloch doesn't exist. That's literally would be you, dude.
Prove to me that babies are being killed for stem cells.
No, here, stop.
What?
This is where.
Dude,
this is where
prove to me that babies are being sacrificed for stem cells, and they're not just using already dead fetuses.
Talk about stuff like that here, because it's even worse than trying to talk about science with a Glober. This is all of it conjecture, speculation.
We can talk about that here. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
No, just listen. You guys say things, and then I ask you for like to have a real conversation, and I'm asking you what the purpose is. Give me the real purpose. Don't just give me some rhetoric. If I'm asking you,
I'm not just giving you rhetoric. I've actually really detailed how it's very, very similar. How the altars are Planned Parenthood. The priests are wearing surgical scrubs today. There's no need for a crowd because the screams happen in the womb. Okay? There's no need to have a big ceremony where you burn the baby because the ceremony is completed inside the building, right? And the only difference is instead of telling society, oh, we're doing this to give us a better harvest, or so that we can.
Where's your evidence for it, though? Where's your fucking evidence?
Hey! Don't interrupt me. I'm literally in the middle of speaking. You know that's not right.
Yeah,
I don't want to have to give you a warning. I don't want to have to give you a warning, dude. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to give you a warning. Please stop interrupting me, please, Left Lane. I like you. I don't want to do that. As I was saying, back in the day, they said it was to get rid of a famine or evil spirits. Today, they're saying, oh, well, we're going to learn how to cure cancer. Well, we're going to learn how to make you look younger and live longer. It's the same fucking song and dance, guys.
Let's point out the differences, and let's do it without taking forever, okay? So I'm going to say something, you can respond to it. I would say we don't have to go on forever. But the difference is, let's see, sacrificing live babies for supernatural fact, so something that's supernatural, and sacrificing a live baby. That's one.
They're alive
because
in the
reality,
womb. They're alive
they
in the
don't
womb.
sacrifice. Yeah, don't interrupt me, dude. Or someone's gonna fucking time you out. Probably yourself. You're gonna time yourself out. So
They're alive in the womb. That's all I'm saying.
that's fine. So the difference is babies that are being killed for whatever reason, whether they're being killed or they're being aborted or they're whatever, they're already dead before they're given up for their stem cells. The fetus is already gone and dead. They're not being killed for the stem cells. That's a huge difference right there. The other difference is one has a practical purpose, a real use. The other one has no use, a supernatural purpose. They're two different things.
Actually, no. There's a spiritual reason why they were doing that. See, Moloch is a demonic entity, and he knows that the way to hurt God is by killing what God loves most, which are babies. The pain that God feels when a baby is ripped apart in the womb is completely unimaginable. And it's the same thing with these so-called scientists and doctors today that are promoting abortion, that are promoting lifestyles where women will go get abortions and destroying the nuclear family. And it's all about it, dude. These are demons trying to hurt God. That's essentially it.
Sorry if I'm in the middle of the two throw, but I did some research. Well, I've looked in, correct me if I'm wrong on either side, but the only way at that stage of fetal development they can announce it is dead, because it hasn't developed a brain or a nervous system or a functioning heart yet, is literally just the rate of cell development and whether the rate of cell decay is greater or equal to cell replenishment. So it's not like you're getting a knife and plunging into its heart or throwing it into a bit of fire, but that might just be from what I've read.
There's
All
states
right,
in the United
so
States where
you
you
guys
can
are not going to
literally
get anywhere.
terminate
This,
a child, like
hold on, you're
partial
talking about
birth.
stuff that no one works in these businesses. Nobody. We're talking history and conjecture. And do we really want to go down the route of the baby sacrifice thing?
Dude, we're talking about if Moloch sacrificing babies for the rains is in any way equivalent to people using stem cells to make face cream.
Yeah,
And
how would you? How
I
would
don't
you
think that's
come
a
to
hard
a
argument. I don't think
conclusion?
that's a
How would
hard
you come to
argument
a
to make,
scientific
man. That's
conclusion?
obviously not the same thing.
How would you come to a scientific conclusion, though, on this topic, on this issue here, the debate?
I've already said, in one case, you're killing babies that are alive, sacrificing them. In the other case, you're using already dead fetuses and the stem cells from them. That right there identifies the extreme difference between these two things.
Wait.
Two different things.
You said they're already dead, right? You said these fetuses are already dead, right?
The fetus, yeah.
Yeah, right. Because it was killed. Because something can't be
No.
dead if it was never alive, right?
It
Because
was aborted.
whether you realize, yeah, exactly. You just admitted that they're killed in the womb. Thank you.
Well, they're aborted, so they're not being aborted for the stem cells.
That's a nice way to say murder, dude. That's just a nice way to say.
You can call it whatever you can call it whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you call it
whatever you want.
Call it rape if you want. Let's call it rape. It doesn't matter.
It's not rape. There's nothing sexual about it, dude. It's murder.
Call it whatever you want, dude. If you can only speak in words of murder, then they're not murdering the baby. They're not murdering the fetus. They're taking the fetus that was already murdered and using the stem cells. That's different than murdering the baby and sacrificing to it a fake god. Two totally different things.
I think what you just said was perfect. I rest my case.
By the way, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, so now it's up to the states, and there are places where you can't have a legal. So.
Amen. Thank God. Somebody's got to stand up for all these unborn babies, especially the unborn black babies that are being aborted at a much higher rate than any other race. It's literally a genocide that nobody wants to talk about.
Could I ask what's the difference between aborted fetuses being used to stem cells compared to dead people being used for like science research purposes and donating their body to science? What's the difference?
Well, those people all were given the right to live and the right to be born. The unborn were had that right taken from them without asking. All the women that were aborted, their woman's right to be born was revoked. All the men that were aborted, their right to be born was revoked by selfish, evil, demonically influenced people.
Okay, so what about when somebody's murdered?
hold on,
If you're an organ donor and you were killed by someone who stabbed you to death, they're not going to just not take your organs because you didn't decide to die. Even though your life was taken from you, they're still going to take your organs from you.
Sure, yeah, but that murder is still going. There's still going to be prosecution. There's still going to be some sort of repercussions, right? Are you saying that there's? I don't know. I'm not even going to.
No, I got this. No, I got this. Kosho, if your girlfriend's pregnant, let's say
Leave my girlfriend
7.5
out of this, man.
months. If your loved one
Leave
is
my girlfriend
pregnant,
out of it, Platypus.
okay. If a man who is married or dating a woman got her pregnant and she is 7 months pregnant and somebody murders that woman, is it a double homicide or did they just murder one thing in a clump of cells?
They murdered a pregnant woman. So they were
Jesus
probably
Christ,
treated
dude.
differently.
No, I'm asking
There's different
specifically, is
places.
it a double homicide?
There's different places that treat that differently, dude.
I'm not asking about
Like there's
different
laws,
places. I'm asking you personally.
there's laws specifically, there's laws specifically to
I'm not asking
persecute
about
people
laws,
who murder
Big
pregnant
Dog.
women.
I'm asking about your opinion. I want to know your opinion. Do you think 2 people were killed, or do you think one person?
I'm not going to answer a technical question. I'll tell you, I think it's worse than killing a regular woman. I think it's bad. I think dude, shut the fuck up, Platypus. You talk to everybody else about interrupting people, and you don't shut the fuck up. Whatever other people are talking. So give me a second, dude. I don't think that a pregnant woman. I mean, I obviously think that killing a pregnant woman is worse than killing a woman. Am I going to answer a technical term if I think it's killing 2 people versus 1? I don't think that's important. It's not an important distinction, but I do think it's worse than killing a regular woman.
All right, so no more murder, no more any bad word talk, please. Can we listen to each other on topics that don't make it so emotional?
Yes.
Is that okay? Please? You can call me a pussy, call me whatever. I just don't want to hear it.
I don't think anyone's going to call you names, but if you don't want to hear it, you should probably log off, to be honest. Because this is what we're talking about right now.
It's what you're talking about right now.
Yeah,
I'm talking about it with Coach. Kosho's talking about it too. If he wants to change the subject, that's fine. We don't have to talk about it anymore, but you weren't even involved in the conversation. You're just complaining.
The problem is you hijack conversations with these topics that nobody wants to talk about, and then it becomes the center of attention. Like you literally came in from an hour-long conversation, hijacked it, and brought in all these subjects that have.
Anyways, if anybody wants to change the subject, that's fine.
That's a little abusive.
Yeah, I'd say so.
A little roguish.
Listen, we're all heated about it so much right now.
Look, if you guys want to fill out a support ticket and complain about me as a mod and how I'm controlling the room, that's 100% on you. The instructions to do that are in the server welcome section. You can go ahead and fill one out.
I don't need to do
Why
that.
don't you act like an adult? Be much easier.
No, I think he's doing a great job. You're doing a great job, Platypus.
Yeah, Platypus is super passionate and super learned, but the topic is like just sensitive as fuck. Like, let's get back to something a little more milquetoast, could we? Like science stuff. Yeah, science stuff.
I'd like to ask Incarnation a question. Can I ask you something? What do you think? What do you think about 9/11? Do you think the official narrative is what actually happened, or do you think something's a bit fishy? Right? You know, it sort of smells a bit weird, especially Building 7 just falling down. What do you think?
I can admit that there's a lot of it that there's some things that are fishy. I mean, I can freely admit that. I certainly won't. I think a lot of the fishiness is overblown.
You certainly won't. What the fuck does that mean?
What I mean?
You certainly won't. What? What did that mean?
I won't say that something's not fishy. Like I won't say I'm not gonna come out and flat out say that the whole thing is a conspiracy, but I'm also not gonna say that there aren't some parts that are a little weird, like Building 7. But like to me, I agree. Like it's weird. Is there something I don't know about? I really don't know. Like, but Building 7 to me is weird. Do I think planes can take down skyscrapers? Yes, I do.
Well, I for one believe. Sorry, go ahead.
do I think that there was some conspiracy to do it on the U.S. level? Like somebody, some American for monetary reasons decided to put the two buildings down? I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Well, just real quick, I want to give my 2 cents. I, for one, believe the official 9/11 Commission report to be 100% accurate. I mean, the original head of the board was Henry Kissinger, and I don't see any reason why the angel of death would lie to trick us into going into war. Of course, if you can't detect the facetiousness because this has been transcribed or into the text and you can't see that I'm being sarcastic, I'll just go ahead and say it for the record. Obviously, I'm poking fun at the people who believe in the official Henry Kissinger approved narrative. Thanks.
This message has been brought to you by Pfizer.
Anyways,
Y'all are all in it tonight, aren't y'all?
does that answer
well,
your
there's-
question or what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's chutzpah written all over that thing, isn't there?
There are all kinds of problems with the 9/11 story, and
Name one of them.
I think there was certainly cover-ups after the fact. You don't have that big of a failing of the intelligence community without somebody manipulating it beforehand or suppressing the investigations afterwards.
Yeah, I would like to say this. I don't pretend to know exactly what happened on 9/11, in all seriousness. I think the original story that we were presented, like within minutes of the towers falling, that it was a collapse, right? Because what would they call it? Domino like pancake collapse is basically what they called it. I think that story is a load of shite. I don't pretend to know exactly what happened, but I believe that whatever happened that day was not worth us giving the consent for the blood of the innocent men, women, and children, specifically in Iraq and other countries. We're talking 500,000 dead children. So I don't think it was worth us giving our consent. I think if you give consent for that attack to kill all those children, I think there might be something wrong with you. And people wonder why, we're against, paying taxes to the federal government. Maybe this might have something to do with it. Maybe it's the stepping of bounds of their authority and taking away like bump stocks. And what is the new one that they try to they're taking away 10 years in prison if they catch you with a pistol grip stock or some shit.
Pistol grip on a short barrel rifle.
Yeah.
If it's not
That
registered.
little piece of plastic will put you in slavery for 10 years.
Well,
and I don't really want to fund anything like that. I'm not into funding slavery or war. Call me crazy, but I seem to think it's immoral.
Then either take off the bump stock or just pay your $200 tax stamp.
I mean, don't forget the Patriot Act as well, Larry. Oh my God! I mean, they killed a lot of birds with one stone there. Fulfilled the protocols of Zion as well. Destabilizing the Middle East. Let's bring them democracy. Don't forget that one. Bring them democracy.
There's all kind of evidence that Saudi Arabia's fingerprints are all over this. Granted, it has a big royal family, but members of the royal family were definitely involved. Saudi ambassadors or Saudi diplomats are known to have met with and arranged for the apartments for the 9/11 hijackers, among other things. There's so many fingerprints out there that kill the Saudis, but the Saudis are hiding behind sovereign immunity and billion-dollar lawyers. So.
Well, let's not forget about the Corbett report and the dancing Israelis and Follow the Money. Those are some great documentaries to watch.
There was a lady talking in the background. Is she someone trying to get
Yeah,
in?
I'm married. No, it's my wife.
Oh, okay.
Just open mic.
Talking to your wife.
There's a major lawsuit that's currently pending against the Saudi government, royal family, etc., that was brought by the 9/11 families. it's been dragging out for what was it, almost 20 years, I guess now. And it's at the place where it's either going to move forward with major discovery or it's going to be dismissed. And I really hope it gets to move forward because they've done a lot of good as far as pressing the government to release documents that are being held behind state secret stuff, like the 28 pages, among other things.
Yeah, there's definitely. I don't know. I don't think there's any planes either. They said there was 4. I say there was none. There was just none.
Wow, you're going way down the rabbit hole then.
No, it's obvious.
Show me
It's
the plane
obvious.
in the Pentagon.
It's obvious.
You don't think they had footage?
I don't
How
think
many
they've
planes?
got.
How many
any
cameras
real
were on the
plane.
Pentagon?
I got a video
So
of
what
a
were
guy
those
who.
2 things that I saw fly into the towers, dude?
Yeah. So I got a guy who spent his life editing and making videos and stuff in the studio,
Uh-huh.
and showed you kind of how the layering works, post production layering, and how they kind of got it out there for you to see, quote unquote, live on the news. So anyway, I'll post it in the live stream voice text.
So how did he edit my fucking eyes then, dude?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to have to negate the thousands of people that saw it with their bare
Were
eyes.
you in New York? You watched
Yes.
this
Tens of
happen?
thousands.
Yes.
So you saw a plane hit a building.
Yes.
No shit.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
believe
I'm
you.
not denying. We all saw
Okay,
the
well I don't really
planes
care like
on
what
the
you believe.
thing.
I could fucking stick fucking evidence right in your ass and you still wouldn't believe it.
You don't have to take it
Well,
personally. In fact, that's not a good sign.
There are 40 videos of the planes hitting towers.
yeah, I mean that's.
Literally.
I'm not
Every conceivable
denying it took
angle.
a lot of
But
work.
don't worry,
It was a
guys.
lot of
He
work.
knows a buddy who said that he can do layering. All right.
No, I've got a video that you should watch if you're interested.
I don't really care for your stupid video.
Yeah, emotional reaction instead of just considering it. Thanks, though.
No, why would I consider something I saw
You
with my own fucking eyes?
an eyewitness.
I don't
That's here
believe
right
that you
now.
saw an airplane. I
What
don't
about the
believe that
Pentagon?
you saw an
Anybody see?
airplane enter a building.
Sorry.
I don't believe you saw anything. I don't believe you saw an airplane, dude. Yeah, sure.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah, cool.
And I'd say
And
it's
I
your
don't
thing.
believe.
See a plane hit the Pentagon?
Yeah. So any actual proof that like these things were like fake, like these
Well,
planes?
I mean, it comes out the other
It's a
side of the
video thing.
building, so it's good.
Good
So you got an aluminum plane going through steel and concrete,
Yeah.
and
No,
coming
no,
out
no,
the other
Supposedly
no.
that
side.
It had
motherfucker was
to have
going
been.
500
That was
miles an hour.
debris.
You can
He
see
saw,
the
even though
cockpit.
he didn't see a plane go into a building, he thinks he saw that, and so his
So what did I
mind
see,
now
dude?
remembers that.
Wait, you were in New York and
Dude.
you saw the plane hit the building?
What the fuck do you
These
think I saw
guys,
then?
dude, these guys didn't even speak English. How did they find their fucking gate? How the fuck did they even get on the plane? That doesn't even make any sense.
That's not true.
Because most of them
Yeah.
are single digit slash. Like they have a single like they're 2 digits. They're a letter and a fucking number. If you're gonna go with that shit, I mean that's about the epitome of like your brain function.
With
I guess.
box cutters, bro? You think they just went to Home Depot and they just knew the word for box cutter, but they didn't even speak English? Come on, bro.
It did
You-
speak English. Who the hell told you that?
Never met
Flabbergasted?
anybody that actually
I like
saw
the box
the
cutter
plane.
thing.
Hey,
A
dude,
plane full of
listen.
people wouldn't take him
Listen,
down.
Listen, dude,
I'm
there
gonna
ain't
go
too many.
buy some box
Yeah, there
cutters right now.
Hey, there ain't too many people that speak English where I live now, and I guarantee you, all the fucking Hispanics can find the fucking whatever the fuck they were looking for in the grocery store, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
Okay, did you know that no pilot has ever recreated the maneuver that was allegedly pulled off
You go to
on
Home
that day
Depot?
by 2 separate pilots within 10 minutes of each other? So
What was the
What
maneuver? What was the maneuver?
Flying
Coming
the plane
in-
into a large
coming in with
building.
an angle of a
Check the live stream voice text quick.
The angle of attack was tested in several simulators when it's about the plane that hit the Pentagon. No pilot ever would have been able to do this with the airplane that is being claimed to have been
and then
flown into the Pentagon.
spinning
Anyways.
spinning the plane, rotating it, doing a half barrel
Spinning
roll
a
so that
plane?
the
That's the
wings are.
Pentagon plane.
There was
That's
no
not
half
the New
fucking
York
barrel
planes.
roll. It
Dude,
wasn't
it was
even
a
a half
half.
barrel roll.
It was a half barrel roll where they
No,
got
it wasn't.
the wings almost vertical.
No, it
It
wasn't.
was,
You're-
it was some
you
kind
know
of
what,
like
actually-
it was some kind of corkscrew maneuver. But I mean, the main contention with the like Pentagon plane, quote unquote, plane crash is that, you know, like if you walk into your like average 7-Eleven gas station, there's like 20 cameras in there that are going to get you like that are going to capture you. But like you're saying that the one of the most like pivotal infrastructure like buildings in America, the Pentagon, there's not even like one camera that picked up the quote unquote plane crashing into the the Pentagon.
Well, I got two theories.
So this is a
on
Didn't they
that.
take all the? Didn't they sweep everywhere around and get all the footage?
I got
that
two
they could?
theories.
There was one
So this is
video.
real simple.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Just
cool.
real
Larry.
fast.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Why don't you go? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. They
No,
got the footage.
I
Oh, you go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I haven't heard enough. It's cool.
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just need a box cutter and a man in a cave somewhere in the desert to overcome the most efficient and well-protected airspace that has been ever created during the time of September 11. Yeah, you know, the airspace in New York is to that point or up to that date when that happened was the most secured one
That's not true.
all over the world.
He just blabbing.
Manhattan was the most secure airspace in the world. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, just look at it this way, right?
I'm not talking about Manhattan. I'm talking about
It's
where
in
the
New York.
Pentagon is.
All right, calm
Pentagon,
It's in New
man.
York.
Next
People
person
are
that interrupts.
calm.
Next person that interrupts is receiving a warning and being timed out for 5 minutes. Thank you.
People are excited today. Anyway, look at it this way, right? Let's say I'm doing it, right? Logistically, look at it like that. I mean, it's a lot of shit to fucking get right, isn't it? Whereas if I just fake it, no, that's a lot easier. Don't forget,
Really?
all the world's a stage, right? And each must play a part.
Yeah, don't forget the 1 hour predictive programming videos we have where literally 9/11 has been predictively programmed for
Where?
dude, where? See, that's
Yeah,
the
where?
problem. You asked where. I can at
Back
least
to the Future. Back to the Future. Lethal Weapon 1.
Where in Back to the
The
Future?
Simpsons. Oh, dude. And when
Dude,
I pull
it's-
over,
it's-
I'll send you.
I-
Dude. Back to the Future one.
I
It's
can-
actually Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3.
I can give you a compilation that goes for 1 hour if you want to, from ODD TV.
Thank you. I want to go by what somebody said. It'd be easier to fake it than it would be to do it.
What?
I'm gonna have to go ahead and say that's not true whatsoever. It's the exact same amount of work to fake it, except for a lot harder.
It's a lot of work to fake it. Come on. Fake all those videos live.
Well, they didn't do a
Eyewitness.
very good job, obviously, because we know it's fake. So I don't think
Yeah,
they tried
well,
that hard.
As long as you
I'm
admit the
begging the
eyewitness,
question.
it's it.
Those guys didn't even speak English. The plane crash destroyed the black box of the aircraft, which is supposed to be made to be indestructible so that we know what happens when there is a fucking accident
What
in the air.
material is indestructible in your worldview, dude?
Dude. All right, there we go. That's easy. I'm in the middle of speaking.
Gold.
I literally just said, don't interrupt people fucking 5 seconds ago. Okay, the black box, which is made to be indestructible, was magically destroyed. Yet, the jet fuel didn't destroy passports. So we were able to identify hijackers. Who's buying that?
Idiots.
500.
A lot
I
of
got
people
500.
bought it.
500 down.
2 of the black boxes were found, guys. The Pentagon black box and the Shanksville black box were both found.
Those are the exact black boxes I was not talking about. I'm
Hey,
talking
man,
about
fuck the black boxes. Just show me plane wreckage. Show me commercial jetliner wreckage at the fucking Pentagon, dude. I will. Oh man, I'll pay money for it.
How much money will you pay for that?
You got to bring it to me.
If I can produce
You
it in the
gotta,
next 10 minutes,
we
will you
gotta,
pay me
like,
50
look at it
cents?
together. You got to show me where you got it, who he got it from. Like we got to go there, man.
How about this? Can you just pay me an apology? Because I'll show it to you in about 3 minutes. And I don't know what you'll say. I don't know if it'll be sorry, but maybe it'll be your cash app.
I already feel very sorry for you. I'm not sure it could get any worse, but you know, your work.
Can someone quickly tune into my stream and tell me that this is totally normal?
What's
Like,
the point?
just a
You guys
coincidence?
just say stuff, and you literally this is what you do. You literally ask for
Okay,
evidence
hey,
of something.
Kosho,
You literally ask for
Kosho.
evidence of something, and then just say,
Kosho.
"Oh well, it doesn't matter.
Kosho.
Evidence doesn't matter."
If we're just saying
I'm responding
stuff,
to you,
then,
dude.
Kosho, if we're just saying stuff, then tell me what this is, man.
I'm
You know?
responding to you, dude. I'm telling you what's the point. What's the point in responding to your whenever you ask for evidence and when you ask for evidence and then you just disregard
I timed
it.
him out. I timed him out for 5 minutes. I just told people. I timed 2 people: Chief Squatting Dog and Clayball. One's a flat earther. I don't give a fuck who's doing it. Do not interrupt each other.
Time me out too, please.
Oh,
I
Hank, I'm
thoroughly
going to time
deserve
you
it.
out for a week. No, it's like
Yes.
I bluff. I bluff all the time. It's like I'm driving, I'm going 80 on the freeway. There's no way I'm going to touch my phone. But I have you guys in my ear and you're all screaming over each other. It sucks. It's the worst.
Yeah, when I rudely interrupted someone, I think it was Snack to the Future, I was going to say that there's either two theories about the Pentagon. And I think this is a true dichotomy, so if there's a third option, let me know. But either A, a plane hit the Pentagon, and there's lots of footage of it, but, there's this thing called national security where they can't release it, right? Because I guess it would be like a model of how to attack the Pentagon. Well, that doesn't really make sense when you look at all the videos of the planes hitting the towers, but that's a theory, right? They want to release it to disprove all the conspiracy theorists who are undermining the military-industrial complex. They want to undermine all the conspiracy theorists with their narrative so that they can, pretty much prove us all wrong and, show how right they were and, the righteous indignation of killing all those children was worth it. They can't do it because of national security reasons. Or B, there was no plane and they can't disprove us and they have to listen to us, because of our free speech laws, protect free speech. But they can't prove us wrong because there was no plane. And I don't really see a third option. Is there a third option where there was half a plane that flew in, or did anybody else see a third option that maybe I missed?
They didn't have any videos that were in a position to capture the approach of the plane because that wasn't really a concern. The Pentagon is 5,000 feet from an international airport, so the planes fly over and around it every day, all the time, to this day.
Yeah, but you're talking about a building of like significant importance, like super significant importance, right? This is like a military head of the the nation's military. You're talking about high-ranking officials, like super secret ops and stuff. Like you're literally talking about would be the most surveilled building in the world. One of the most surveilled buildings. There'd be like literally the plot, like the actual land of the Pentagon is like, let's say it's like 3,000 acres. Who knows how 300 acres or whatever. It's like there should be like a camera every half acre or so. That would be like 3 cameras everywhere. It's like
to capture what?
Not to capture. This is just like standard. Like I just told you, this is one of the most like significant buildings in our nation. Okay, again, there's top-ranking military officials here, like super secret, top secret military operations going on here. To think that this building wouldn't be like super high level surveilled is like insane. And then you're telling me there's only one video of a plane, and guess what? That video, the actual video, is like the frame rate is like 1 frame per second. You kidding me? You think that this is the technology that the U.S. government had? This is the video cam that they had outside of their Pentagon was like a 1 frame per second shit ass video. Dude, get out of here. That is a joke. That is an absolute joke. You're a clown.
It was faster than 1 per second, or else you wouldn't have had multi frames.
Then go ahead and look at the video. I just posted it. Look at how the okay. What's the frame rate? Yeah, what's the frame rate?
It's not 1 per second.
Where's the big
Okay, well, tell me what it is then. Go ahead.
Where's
I just posted the video. Go ahead and tell me what the frame rate is.
Where's the jetliner in any of those frames?
Can I just respond to something or 5 of the things you said about the top secret building? The building that's top secret that you're expecting.
No, don't change the subject. Where's the plane?
Hold on, dude. No, I'm not changing the subject. I'm responding to what was said. Okay? Pay attention.
No, fuck you. Where's the plane?
Pay attention. So what was said was the most surveilled. I mean, the top secret building with high-ranking officials is supposed to be the most surveilled. Okay, I know from working on military bases that you're not. I don't know why you think that this stuff's supposed to be heavily surveilled, like with cameras everywhere. That's not how any of this works. Things that are top secret are not heavily surveilled.
I didn't say it was a top secret building, Kosho. I said there's top secret military operations going on there. And yes, it's just like standard procedure to if you have a building of this significance, you're just saying, I don't think so. Well, I'm saying I do think so. This building should be highly surveilled. there would be hundreds of cameras outside. There'd be hundreds of cameras inside.
There'd be so much evidence.
And you
dude.
just
Are you
basically
fucking
saying,
kidding me?
you're just basically saying, nah, there shouldn't be cameras there. It's like, no,
Right.
actually, all evidence points to like there should be. Okay,
Whether
the government doesn't fuck around, dude. Okay, this is like
No, bro, you're just paranoid. There's no other footage.
Whether there should or shouldn't be cameras there, show me the plane. Show me the footage of the plane.
Yep.
I'll wait. Just show it to me.
Well, it's national security. You see, they can't show you a plane
Oh,
hitting a building.
gosh.
Because
That's
if
right.
they showed you that, then they would have to kill you.
I completely forgot
An
about
alleged plane hits the Pentagon, which is a heavily guarded building, if not one of the most heavily guarded buildings in the area, that has plenty of surveillance cameras. It's not like you just let people walk up in that place, right? And the only video that we
Balls have so
have
much more footage going on
of
than
the
we did that
alleged
day.
plane comes from the 7-Eleven across the street. If somebody runs over a mailbox in my neighborhood right now, I could probably have 6 different vantage points of that mailbox being hit
on
just
TikTok
by individuals that have cameras on their homes. But we want to say that the Pentagon has no cameras that could
No, but you
allegedly
can't.
give us
Yeah, but you can't use that
an
example
image
because
of
then
this
they'll just say,
plane.
"Oh, that was old time. People didn't have cameras as abundantly as they do nowadays."
Bro, they had camera phones.
That's all they have to say.
Dude,
No,
Walmart.
not
Walmart
to the
has
same
hundreds of
degree.
cameras. No, Walmart has hundreds of cameras, bro. In the 80s, 90s, and today's 2000, doesn't matter, bro. Look, you walk into any fucking 7-Eleven, there's like 10 fucking cameras, bro. 10 fucking cameras at a 7-Eleven that are gonna get you. But there's none at the Pentagon. Got it. Okay.
Get your mic out of your
They
mouth,
only had
man.
one camera per 10 block area, especially near the Pentagon. Maybe they had 2. Okay, they
So
just it's
show
low
me the
budget.
plane. Can you show me the plane?
I think they took the budget, the $2.3 trillion that was missing, and they couldn't pay for their, surveillance all over the world.
Right, that's
including
true. That's true.
at
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
Pentagon.
exactly.
So the missing money, follow the money by the corporate report. I would definitely look into that if you haven't seen that. But I probably want to think that, maybe we hooked up our allies and paid for some wars that were about to happen. Lucky.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if that's all the camera footage that we could get, even publicly or any other way of the Pentagon, we got some work to do because that's not a very protected place, right? That's the only footage we got. Damn.
I just want to say something on that. I'm not in the camp of a plane hit the Pentagon or a plane didn't. To be frank, I just don't know because I agree with you guys. There's a lack of footage, but the only thing I'm going to say about cameras at the Pentagon. Most of the security for the Pentagon for foot traffic is done well before you get to the actual Pentagon, right? Like, so that they're not just allowing anybody on the campus like that. There's a process to getting on the campus to begin with, and that's probably where most of the security was back then. So it's not too far of a stretch to think that back in 2001, based on the contingency plans that the Pentagon had made for itself, considering the threats that they had, that they may not have had that many cameras back then. It's not beyond the realm of belief that could be the case. I don't know, Kosho, you have some military experience on this. Like, to me, it's not beyond the realm of belief that they just didn't have those contingencies because they didn't see it as a threat.
They don't surveil buildings they don't surveil military bases like that. When they're surveilling, like a Air Force base or something like that, they'll use infrared sensors. This is nowadays. These infrared sensors to make sure there's nothing entering the grounds and stuff like that. But we're talking about a building like at the Pentagon. You're not going to have Walmart style cameras just videotaping all parts of the building. That's not how this works.
They even
we're
have
talking
tours
about
of
the
the
Pentagon.
building.
There should be satellite footage.
There are tours of the Pentagon.
They had satellite footage of the weapons of mass destruction that NASA provided to the government that got us into the Iraq War.
Are you really going to go down that route?
Yeah, you guys are responsible. You do know that NASA is the military, their own version of the propaganda arm or the PR for the military-industrial complex. That's what NASA is.
So
you guys took Nazi rockets and bombed brown people for decades, bro.
So
You guys are disgusting, man.
Yeah, so you honestly think that they would have satellite images of 9/11?
Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where
No, I'm asking you,
NASA
right?
and the
So
Department of Defense does
okay.
not work together with their rocket
Okay.
programs and their
Well,
missile
I'm
programs.
asking for clarification on something that you raised.
Absence of evidence isn't evidence.
So,
of
are
absence,
you saying
whatever
that
it's
they
fucking
should
called.
have satellite images of 9/11?
Well, they had satellite images of the weapons of mass destruction. Apparently, they could tell just by pictures from space that those
Okay.
were weapons of mass destruction and not just your, everyday by and
Yeah.
large. So if they could tell just by looking at them what was inside them, I mean, surely they could, look at the Pentagon from time to time.
And I snapped a picture of a plane flying into it at 500 miles an hour.
Colin Powell had admitted that was the single worst moment of his life whenever he expressed that as evidence. So it's already understood that was false evidence.
Are we seriously here arguing 9/11? Who here thinks that 9/11 was exactly the way that was told to us by CNN?
Me, dude.
For real?
Yeah.
There's a few people in here.
Wow.
Dude. But dude, this has been well over. Like, I hate to even bring this up, and everyone knows about this, right? But like
Everyone.
15 years ago, architects and engineers, truth for 9/11, like mathematically proved that the buildings could not fall into their own footprint the way that they did. Okay, unless it was a controlled demolition. This was done, dude. This was done almost 2 decades ago. Okay, this is like so fucking old news.
The towers did not fall.
How would they fall then? How would they fall?
The towers did not fall into their footprint. That's false. Architects and engineers doesn't even say that.
They absolutely did fall into their own footprint. You're debating something that was established fucking 20 years ago. You squad, shut up.
Hold on, they didn't collapse. There wasn't enough debris. There wasn't enough debris to fill the lobby. The debris pile should have been at least 3 or 4 stories tall.
It was much taller than that.
It wasn't. It didn't even hit the lobby. There was.
It was like 10. It was like 10 stories tall.
It wasn't at all, bro. Are you kidding?
What? Are you?
It was.
They were taller than most of the buildings fucking around them. What are you smoking?
Like, are you serious? The 220 stories of concrete and structural steel does not create a pile of rubble. There's pictures of an ambulance parked on the street with just dust on it. There's no debris on top of it. It was just dust from street level.
Didn't one of the towers fall into it actually fell? Like, it didn't collapse on itself. It actually fell into one of the blocks. Isn't there, Larry? Yeah. So it fell.
No.
Like, it didn't fall onto itself. It fell onto.
It toppled while going down, and like rubble and debris got literally everywhere.
Also at free fall speeds. That's the other thing that they.
No, that's the thing.
What do you mean free fall speeds?
Remember the guys in Stairwell B who said they were astounded at the fact that when they thought that, oh my God, this whole building collapsed on top of us, 110 stories collapsed on top of them. And when they were able to walk out on their own accord, and there was no building above them. They
did not walk out on their own accord. They were rescued. They had to be dug out from the rubble. You're making shit up right now.
You're talking about the people in Stairwell B?
Yes, the Stairwell B. Yes.
They were able to walk. So they didn't.
No, they weren't.
So how
they
much
had to be rescued.
Really? They were able to look up through a thing and see sunlight.
Holy shit.
That's not true.
That's from their own words. That's what they said.
Only after the people started digging them out.
It's not what they said, but whatever.
Post it.
So where's the pile of rubble of 220 stories worth of buildings?
I'm also looking for where this fucking guy said that like the buildings fell at at was it what did you say normal?
The way specifically the way that the buildings fell, like how they were damaged, right? From the structural integrity of the buildings was to withstand the collapse, and it no way should have fallen as fast as it did. How it was damaged, they've mathematically proven this. They've mathematically proven this, dude. This was 20 years ago. We can go. Yeah, we can go. Yeah, we can look this up if you want. Let us shove it in your face, dude. This was done 20 years ago, bud. No, this is a waste of my time. I'm just telling you. You need to do the research yourself, bud.
Well, hold on, because according to you, you specifically said they fell at free fall speed, which is just clear.
Into their own
It
footprint.
was close to free fall. I don't think it was exactly free fall.
No,
It was
not even
close to
close.
free fall. Yeah, it was
Hold
very
on, can I
close.
moderate for a second? Can I please
Okay,
moderate?
okay, guys,
Hold on.
guys,
Can I
guys. I
moderate
know
for
this
a
is a
second,
fucking
please?
charged topic. I don't care who I'm interrupting right now. I'm trying to moderate.
I am too.
The next person that interrupts somebody else is getting timed out for 10 minutes. Thank you.
So point I was trying to moderate too is, and then point of clarity, when you just said according to him, they fell at free fall. No, not according to him. According to over 1,000 architects and engineers who did all the math and did all the studies and said that this building came down at free fall.
Okay, so
They do not say that.
Yeah,
they do not say that. Look at the website.
We can all take a look at like the video evidence and show that it is clear that your thousands of engineers or whoever the fuck that they're referencing is full of shit, because it's clear in the video that the rubble that fell at the same speed as the majority of the building that's falling, the rubble is falling much faster down the side than that building is on itself. So clearly, because I did the math, I actually did the math myself, an accountant, a CPA. I can show you my fucking certifications. All right.
What was your math for building 7?
Hey. Those buildings, the Twin Towers, Tower 2, oh no, the South Tower, the bigger chunk that fell at a rate of, what was it, an acceleration rate of 4.7 meters per second squared when I did that fucking math. And that's going floor by floor by floor, and they're going with the time. So I don't know what the fuck you're referencing, or what the fuck those quote-unquote engineers, of which, where are all their names?
Yeah,
or are they just going to be anonymous people?
What was your math for building 7 and how fast that fell?
For building 7, I'm not even talking about building 7. We're talking about the Twin Towers.
We're talking about 9/11.
Okay, the Twin Towers. Do you think that they fell at free fall speeds?
We're talking about 9/11, and
Okay.
I'm talking specifically about building 7.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm talking the sign here.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say that they fell close to free fall speeds. So, and again, just according to how they were hit and like the structural integrity of the buildings as a whole, they were designed to withstand the impact of the plane. They had like giant steel beams in the middle of the plane. There's no way that the building should have fallen the way that it did, basically into its own footprint. It did. I don't know how tall it was. It was basically at free. It was way faster. This building's way faster than it should have. So
What
I'm not going to say they were
more asymmetrical. It should have been asymmetrical.
What about
Right, I got
this video where you can see a huge steel beam turning into dust in midair? And what about these cars that randomly in the area, some of them are completely burned to like the core metal of the car structure, and others right next to them are completely without burns, and there's like no sign of how one car has started to burn and the other is completely fine. Why not even a glass of the other car is shattered? Like, how is this possible? How can a steel beam, for example, completely turn into dust on camera?
It's not turning in the dust in midair.
It is.
What?
It actually isn't.
It is.
So I just posted a video of World Trade Center 7, and Fairbanks, Alaska did a 4-year study, and this is like one of the top structural engineering colleges in the world. They teamed up with Japanese.
Larry, why do you say this shit?
Bro, do you mind if I speak up for a second? Is it okay if I go? So yeah, Fairbanks, Alaska, one of the top structural engineering colleges of the world. I think we would all be very lucky to go to college there. They teamed up with this Japanese structural engineer professor, and they did a 4-year study. And what they found was that NIST made a straw man version of the building when they showed the pancake collapse theory. And they pointed out that like serious structural parts were left out of that straw man version of Tower 7. They don't say whether it's on purpose or not, but then they go later on to show that it would be impossible for this building to fall by a fire. And then they show the near free fall speed. Got to say near, or they get really bent out of shape, because the near free fall speed of the building and how it would be impossible for this to happen due to fire. It never happened in the world before this. It's never happened since this. But it's really interesting that the BBC News reported that it collapsed before it had collapsed. So I guess that was just, a coincidence, right? Nothing to see here. And Lucky Larry got 2 insurance policies, Larry Silverstein. And I think the judge over that case was Hellerstein. I wonder if they're related. Maybe not. But yeah, it's really interesting. All the things, when you add it up all together, it's really interesting to think that 2 planes would knock down like 6, 7 buildings, but hold out one of them. It's really interesting to think, because you would expect it to follow the laws of Newton. You would expect an equal and opposite reaction from 2 planes, hitting 2 buildings. You might expect 2 buildings to go down, but the number of buildings that went down that day, it actually defies the laws of physics.
Yeah, and by the way, I just posted it. So you wanted all the math, you wanted all the physics and all the math here. I just posted
So
it
I'm
right
taking
there.
a look
So
at
it's
your
the
own.
8. Yep,
Yeah.
go ahead, check it out.
I'm
Yep.
taking a
There
look
it
at
is,
your own
buddy. Yep, have
source-
fun. Good luck.
Hey, I'm taking a look at your own sources here, and what's funny is it's showing that they fell at 60% of free fall speed. So not nearly, not even close.
Boy.
Yeah, not even close.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so big fuck off to you, dude. Can't even read your own damn
Uh-oh.
sources. Doesn't
Sin
surprise me in the
was
slightest,
wrong.
dude.
That's not what my sources say. Go check out my
Okay, yeah,
sources.
go check your sources. Say if they say anything different here, dude. Actually, look at the math rather than reading the first fucking 2 sentences. Be my guest, dude. Look at the graphs. Save me some time, please.
It actually was, though. It hit a free fall descent for 2.25 seconds of its descent. So it does say
That was
that it
building
was.
7. That was building 7. That wasn't the towers.
Are we talking about building 7?
No, I'm talking about the
Yes.
towers.
We're talking about the towers.
Was building 7 a tower? Yeah, it was. That fell.
No, it wasn't one of the Twin Towers.
Nobody claimed that.
You just did.
So yeah, a structural reevaluation of the collapse of World Trade Center 7. I'm sorry, guys, but once again, I got the professionals here, and they're on my side. In fact, it's one of those things to where I said free fall speed, they said near free fall speed. So yeah, just put that little feather in your cap. How Larry was so wrong.
That has never been peer reviewed, despite the promise that very early on that it was going to be peer reviewed. It was never peer reviewed. There are, however, many studies, some that won engineering awards, that say that the building did collapse from fire. So sorry, Larry.
Show me. Show me. Put your money where your mouth is and just show me. I'm not asking for money. Show me
And
what
we
you're
all
talking
know
about.
that the best motion picture is the one that wins the award every year too, right?
What?
Here's the thing, right? The
Well,
only
you-
reason I asked the question in the first place is because I just wanted to expose the Stooges who'd stand up, who'd actually try and bike that shit. So I mean, we all knew who they were anyway, the usual suspects. But this guy, Chief Squatting Dog, yeah, anything you say in future, sir, should be struck from the record.
Okay.
In fact, you should
So
just be booted from the server.
okay, cool. How fast did the Twin Towers fall? Building
And,
the
and
South
I'm
Tower?
a strong. I advocate for freedom of speech, big
Mhm.
time, because I realise if you silence that person, you silence yourself.
Jeez, you're not letting him speak.
But you
allowing
need to be
freedom of
booted out of this
speech.
server.
Larry, check
Okay.
out
So how
check out my
fast?
post.
How
Larry.
fast did the North Tower fall? Do you even know that one?
Anyway, there were no planes. They said there were
So
4. There were none.
Horseshit.
Oh, there's no planes. Really? Because I saw 2 planes.
Yeah. Well, they go against laws of physics. So they
Laws
said
of
there were 4.
No, they
physics?
didn't.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't.
Yeah, they
Nothing
did.
about them. No, they didn't.
Well, they won't go through a building, would they?
What do you do with
Come out the
thousands
outside.
of videos
Perfectly
taken by
intact.
random people showing airplanes?
Hold on. The gentleman said he saw 2 planes. So you were in New York City on 9/11
Yeah.
and
Yep.
you physically saw the first plane hit?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I highly doubt that.
There's some
Okay.
talk that they use
Yeah, we
what's
got
called
pictures.
project.
Dude, my family was up there for a month with my uncle. We got pictures before the Twin Towers fell and the pictures right after they fell. We were doing a whole bunch of touring when I was 8 years old there.
Were you
So
dancing when you took the
you
pictures?
saw it when you were 8 years old. You saw the first plane hit.
Yeah.
Did you see the explosion or did you see the actual plane?
Saw the actual plane.
What do you
'Cause
do with
I
the thousands
I
of
work with a lot of
videos
people out
of
of New
people
York.
filming the
Many
airplanes,
people
the
that have
airplane
been
hitting the
there
second
were
building?
there on that day.
Oh,
and
dude, they'll just deny
I've
any like
never-
video evidence.
I'm sorry, it was mic check.
There's some discussion that they use what's called a Project Bluebeam, which is a superior hologram, which is eligible in
Oh,
drugs
fucking
that might
hell.
look like a actual plane. which they do have
I'm
that
telling
technology
you that it was
now.
an actual plane that hit.
They have the technology
And
now.
The second building of this. I
once
don't know
it
about
hits
the
the
first one. I
building,
didn't
though,
see it.
there's no impact. It just disappears. So that's how you know it's fake.
That's funny because there's thousands of videos taped by random people showing an airplane flying through the sky and hitting the building.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
Thousands.
There's probably
Thousands?
40.
Can you provide me
Thousands
more
of people. The only one I
There's
saw was
40 that I know of. 40 plus.
of actual planes or just the explosions? Can you
No,
give
you
me at
can
least
see the
10?
actual plane hit the building.
Can you give me at least 10? Can you just link those? They should be easy to find, right?
There's one video that shows 25 consecutive.
There's another one that shows 50.
Yeah.
That could be the
So what?
Project Blue.
So now what's
a
up?
superior hologram.
So yeah, so these are from personal individuals.
Yeah, there were multiple angles, multiple cell phones, cameras, individuals, professionals, all over
Yeah,
the
they
city.
put a lot of work in, Left Lane. They put a lot of work into staging this
Oh
whole
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Just blow it all off.
Yeah,
and
look at
throw it
that
in there.
guy.
Who are
My
these
favorite.
individuals? Or
My
are you just
favorite is
taking a
the.
montage? Who are these individuals? Or are you just taking a montage off the internet and claiming that these were individuals? Because I mean, I know there's a street interview with somebody who's allegedly just a random person on the street.
I was just gonna
who-
say that, Dave Palm, you bastard.
Right. It's just a random guy on the street that they interviewed who literally laid out the official explanation
That's my favorite.
on the day
That's
of
my
9/11,
favorite.
where he's like, these towers fell at near free fall speed, mainly due to structural
That's not
failure,
what I said.
due to office fires and blah blah blah. And then when they cut back to the studio, the guy's like, "Oh, I know that guy. He's one of our cameramen." And I think everybody was like facepalm, like, "Oh shit, he blew it."
Yeah, even on
Napalm.
NIST's even on NIST's own
Napalm.
website, they say it. So
And he's got
Napalm,
the hand blaster
posted,
right behind him. So good.
I posted a video with that has 50 shots of the impact. Are you going to watch it?
Yeah, they put a lot of work in, dude. They put a lot of work into staging this
Yeah.
thing.
So I
Just
don't even know
because they
why.
have-
Why would we even?
Just
Why
because
would
they
we
have
can't
50
even provide?
angles doesn't mean that all 50 of those were provided by random individuals. Do you have any evidence of where those films originate from?
Yes.
Yeah,
Each
the
of those
evidence
shots
is
in the
not
The
film.
video.
Post
Watch
that.
the video. Watch the video, Napalm. Watch the video.
Every shot has a source. Chris Hopewell. This is the third one. Chris Hopewell.
He's just hand waving it away. He doesn't even want to look at the evidence that he just asked for. That's the height of. Yeah.
No, I'll look at it, but does it have all the sources? And
Yes.
You're
The fourth one is Boris
questioning and you
Miller.
haven't even looked at it.
do you know who
Well-
that person is? Have you confirmed that was his video?
Oh my god.
I've seen that. I've looked at it. I've seen.
You say,
can't
"Oh
even
my god!"
confirm
But
that you're
literally,
alive
like
in that case.
they staged somebody on the street to give him an interview.
Oh yeah, sure. I can't even confirm you're alive.
Yeah, dude, guy.
What?
I've seen it, and I still say there's no planes. I've seen what you're talking about.
I mean,
And
I'm not.
still say
I'm
there's
not
no
a no
planes.
Unbelievable! It's unfucking believable. Unbelievable.
I'm not a no.
I've seen it.
believe
I've
that
seen what he's
y'all
talking
deny that.
about. I think Kosho posted it last time we were talking about it. So
I'm not even a no planer. I just know that there is not 50 sources for the first plane hitting the tower. There's no way.
It's not the first plane. It's not the first plane.
Never said the first plane. Or the first
That's
tower.
what we were talking about. I was talking about the gentleman. I said, you physically saw the first plane hit the building. And then you guys were like, oh, we got plenty of videos. There's 50 plus videos of it.
We're talking
And
about
you
the
guys started talking
the-
about
the
planes hitting the
impact.
towers, and so we're talking about planes hitting the towers. You did say that, but then you guys said specifically planes hitting the towers.
No, he was very clearly talking about the first. Very,
Yeah,
very.
I'm sorry if you
very
guys
At one
misunderstood.
point.
That's what I was talking about. So, anyways.
At
And
one
then you
point,
wanna
he said
tell me
that
to
nobody
turn
claimed there
away
was
from
50
that.
shots of the
I
first plane.
literally can't believe we're still talking about 9/11 in this day and age. There are still people out there that think that the government was telling the truth that day. For real?
There's still
Listen,
people out there that
Whether or
think that
not
there
they're
was
Don't
telling
straw man
the
up the
truth, that doesn't
conversation.
alleviate the problem
There's
with the
still
second
people out there
plane
that think that there was
or
no
building
planes.
that a plane actually hit that building.
Yeah, like I don't think the government
There
was
are
telling the
a
truth. And
lot
I
of
think that
videos
there's
showing that
evidence.
it's an airplane.
There's evidence to the contrary, and there's evidence that there was different people responsible, and there's evidence for all sorts of malicious stuff. The funny thing is that there's videos of planes hitting the building, and you guys are saying that they didn't happen. So I think that you guys are just
well,
turds in the
me.
punch bowl when there's actually truths to uncover about this, and you guys are talking about stuff that when people hear you say that, they're gonna think you're ridiculous.
No,
Kojo,
fair
I
enough. I don't care.
expressly
Wait,
said-
one sec. The
Go.
thing is, I said that I don't put that on everybody. That was me.
Yeah.
But not only that, not only that, those buildings were designed to take a plane. That's like
Now you're
when
moving
they
the
built them,
goalposts. We're talking about
they were designed
Chris,
to be.
Hold
Hold on a
plane hit
second,
the
Leo.
building? The
Why are
answer
you
is yes.
speaking over him right now? Why did you just railroad him, Leo?
It's fine. People get excited.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's unacceptable. Come on.
I just think I like how you guys say aluminum, so I'm just going to stick with that. A plane made out of aluminium ain't going through a steel and concrete structure and coming out the other side. That's just not.
Came out the other side.
Well, the funny thing is don't we have like the actual structural engineers that made the 9/11 the towers like on record saying that they were built to actually withstand the plane impact? So, like, what's up with that?
How big of a plane?
That's why they hate. That's why they hate this like subject is because they're on record like actually admitting it.
Yeah, because it sounds like
and
retards.
he's also on record saying that the building collapsed from the impact. Leslie Robertson
I was given a
was
metabunk.
the engineer.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Leslie Robertson was the engineer in charge of the design of the World Trade Center. He was the most senior engineer alive at the time. He's talked about it. He said, I feel bad, but it did collapse. We didn't build the buildings to be impervious.
Yeah, so they designed a. Let me get this straight. In 1973, they designed a building to withstand a 767. Is that what you're going to go with? Really?
All right, I got it real fast. So, going by what the guy sent me for Metabunk, again, the experts were not tasked with figuring out the cause of the collapse per se. Rather, they were tasked with figuring out and presenting the best possible arguments to support Aegius's legal theory of negligent design based on the proximate cause of the collapse. So they weren't trying to figure out the truth of the cause. They were trying to support a legal theory. That's in your own stuff that you sent me, bro. So read your stuff.
No, see how that debunked anything.
Man, that's almost as if what engineers are paid to do as professional witnesses in a case. Damn.
And the thing is, the buildings did survive the impact of the planes hitting the building. That's not what brought them down. It's the structural integrity due to the fire.
True.
You sound like the guy in that interview on that day. Funny. Is that the official report?
You repeated the guy from.
Is that the official report, or did you get that from the guy that they interviewed on the street, Left Lane?
Oh, that's
so if they would have put the planes out, if they were able to extinguish the fire after the impact, the buildings would have stood.
Oh, it's restricted. I can't watch it. Levelist, dude. Yeah, I get this contains incitement to hatred quite a lot. Such a shame. And you guys are backing this shit. Think about that. You're Americans and all. You know, you got that freedom of spirit inside. Oh, all that good stuff. You should be ashamed of yourself standing up for this.
We could throw
It's your government, dude.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, we could throw some dispersion your way too. You know, we could talk bad about you.
Don't worry, Andy. There's still some government cucks here for sure.
Yeah, no shit.
Dude.
So is that all y'all got? Just to cast dispersion? Is that all you got?
That's all they can do, dude.
Oh, you guys just proved the official story for 9/11. I mean, seriously, I'd be surprised if even 50% of people alive today think that the official story of 9/11 is the truth of the matter. I think that's hilarious that you
the
guys.
official story.
Well,
Excuse
half
me?
the population is dumb as a brick, so I wouldn't doubt it.
I just want to point out
Or
that
the official story.
80% of Americans. Hold on, 80% of
where
Americans.
you can definitely tell that it's an airplane hitting the
I
building.
would definitely say
80% of Americans
people who
lack-
believe in the 9/11 official story are in the minority at this point. You
Wait a
talk to
minute.
people about
Well,
that day, and they understand what really happened. That it wasn't what happened with the official story.
Yeah, 80% of Americans lack basic financial awareness, and you're gonna sit here and tell me that I should be concerned about like about 40-50% of Americans thinking that it's fake?
Yeah, a lot of them are
Can you
doctors
tell us
too, by the
about
way.
financial awareness? Do you
Hey,
know about
here's
the
a
$2 trillion that disappeared the day before 9/11?
No.
A lot of
No
doctors
matter what the
lack
theories
financial
around
awareness. Does
9/11
that
are.
mean that
Oh,
they're
look.
unintelligent?
Well, where's your financial on that? What, 2 trillion the day before 9/11?
Boy,
That
this
was
is a
a
heck of a gish
conspiracy
gallop.
theory.
He's saying that didn't happen.
Yeah, the 2.3 trillion that was announced missing by Donald Rumsfeld was a conspiracy theory started by Donald Rumsfeld, and the guys who flew the planes into the tower, they also stole the gold from under the basement in the towers too. Don't question the narrative.
Oh, okay, cool. All those theories aside, planes actually hit the building.
No, that's not
At
a
least
theories
building
aside.
2.
No, not theories aside. It's the 2 trillion that he announced on C-SPAN.
It wasn't $2 trillion missing.
It was
Theories.
2.3.
There was
You're
$2
right.
trillion. There was $2 trillion in
2.3.
spending. There was $2 trillion in spending over the course of 10 years that was unaccounted for.
And it was
Yeah,
the
That's
they said
I would like
in
to
the
they
point out
couldn't
that
account
the
for
plane
2.3
hitting the
trillion
building
dollars.
is not a theory, it's a fact.
Leo, nobody's arguing that right now. Why do you keep interjecting that?
Well, because you guys claimed, I've heard many of you flat earthers claim that no planes hit the building. That's not true.
Cool. I've heard non-flat
It's
earthers
impossible
claim that
facts.
too.
It's
Either way.
impossible to
Sweet, but that video that I
replicate.
posted at 6:18, you can definitely tell that it's an airplane hitting the building.
Cool story. We're not arguing that right now. So, anyways.
Cool, because you want to
Yeah.
hand wave it away.
Or you want to hand wave with the
I never
entire
claimed that
day
there
away.
was no planes, buddy.
Bro, guys, hold on. Stop. We're not talking about the no planes doesn't matter. They lied that day. That day is sus. And if you think that one argument that goes that far is gonna all of a sudden, because you think that there were planes, all of a sudden everything else they lied
No,
about
it's
is
not.
true?
I think there was an airplane that hit building 2. I don't know about building 1, but for a fact there was a plane that hit building 2.
So
No,
how
that's
does
not
that
a fact.
change the $2 trillion that they lied about the day before, and then any other lies that they've
They didn't lie,
care about
dude.
those lies.
Hold on.
and
Hold on. Keep going. Who is that? Fuzzy Ewok.
Great, they lied about money, but they're not lying about the airplanes hitting the building.
No, but
Or
no,
the
but
airplane hitting
why
the
is he
building.
claiming they lied
in your
about
opinion.
money? What are you saying they lied about money?
He doesn't
That's a
understand
lie.
it. He doesn't understand it.
oh no, I'm sorry,
You're
you're right.
saying it's a
They
lie.
told the truth about hiding $2 trillion.
No,
It's not
he told
hiding.
the truth about $2 trillion that he went over into
Right.
spending that was unaccounted for over
Okay.
10
So
years.
you're gonna. I got you. So you're gonna trust the people that take your money and can't account for $2 trillion worth of it.
Okay, dude, I don't know if you know how to have an
And then, but
adult
I bet
conversation,
I bet
but
everything else they say is totally legit and true and shouldn't be questioned ever.
Okay.
Right?
what does it have to do with
That's
the
okay.
price of beans in fucking China, dude?
Well, if you
Like,
what
what are
don't
you talking
know
about?
that, then you're
We're talking about the
conversation's
$2 trillion
this-
that was
yeah,
missing.
this-
No one's saying that
if
they
you
didn't
don't
trust
understand-
anybody. We're saying that's
if
not
you
a
don't
lie.
understand, Kosho, if you don't understand why, this conversation is beyond you.
No, dude, you're jumping around.
No,
You're jumping
I'm
from
not.
one point.
If you
Somebody
don't
responds to you.
understand
Somebody responds to
the
your point,
relevance
Fuzzy
of that.
Ewok, and then you say something completely left field. Okay.
You don't think that
I'm
that's
responding
what
to your
we're talking
point. Your
about?
point was that they lied about the $2 trillion. I'm telling you that wasn't a lie. Okay.
Kosho, he was literally going to respond to you, and then you just talked over him, man. Come
He doesn't
on.
need to go respond to me when I'm not. I haven't asked him anything yet. I'm in the middle of responding to him.
No,
He doesn't need to
like
respond to me in the middle of me
stand
talking.
anything that you're going to say to rebut this, other than that you understand how much they lied about that day, is a worthless waste of time. This whole conversation's beyond you if you don't understand what the relevance is to them telling the truth about any of this. What are you talking about? You cannot be that obtuse.
Okay, so let me break it down for you. You're a little simple. So you said that they lied about the $2 trillion. Me, a person who doesn't trust them in the first place, I don't trust them with my money. I haven't given them very much money ever. I've taken more money from the government than I've given them. I don't trust them with my money or anybody else's money. Okay? These are just facts. Now, I'm telling you that you're wrong, that they lied about $2 trillion when what he was doing was exposing that $2 trillion had been unaccounted for in the spending. Okay? So now that you understand what my point is, I don't think your point should be, oh, well, you have all this trust in them and blah, 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 but they hide this. It has nothing to do with what I said.
So you do trust people that can't account for $2 trillion worth of taxpayer money? They have literally one job to do, right? And they can't do that.
Yeah.
But you trust them?
Kosho, how did that accounting error get taken care of? What was the
Probably
final?
hasn't, man.
Oh, well,
I have
I'm
no
sorry.
idea.
Maybe we should call that office of the Pentagon that was investigating where that money went to.
Oh
Any
shit!
idea
It
what
got
part
burnt
of-
up. It got burnt up. bro.
Investigation ended the next day.
That's just a coincidence, though.
The investigation continued long after 9/11, and it started long before 9/10.
Mm-hmm.
So how's it going? Can we
just
account
as
for
a,
that $2 trillion yet?
Well,
What was the
I wouldn't
outcome?
be- Hold on. Well, I can tell you right now, there's even more money still missing because as of 2015, there was 6.5 trillion just missing from what was it? Just from the army.
Oh, well, that makes them way more trustworthy. Now I really believe what they have to say.
Yeah, dude, accounting is really hard when you're dealing with that much spending in that many
Oh
different
my
places.
God, they have one job to do.
No.
Okay, so they lied about the money. What
They
does that
collect
prove?
taxes.
They didn't lie about the money, Chris. They didn't lie
No,
about the money.
if we accept that they lied about the money, what does that prove about
Chris,
9/11?
Chris, they're not even claiming they lied about the money. They're reading a report and then they're saying they lied about the money when that's not even what the report's saying. The report's saying that they're admitting that there's $2 trillion missing. That's not lying about anything.
I'm not saying the government's lying. I'm saying that these flat earthers talking about this is saying the government's lying. And if I give them the benefit of the doubt that that's true, what does that have to do with the planes hitting the building?
We're not talking about the planes, bro. Why are you still stuck on that? So
Well,
anyway,
you said they lied
chief
about 9/11.
We're
Or did they
talking
lie
about
about
the
all of it or
entire
portions of it
the
or
whole
what?
day. No, the
squatting.
whole day.
Chief
There were
squatting.
lies that
Question
happened
for you.
throughout the whole day. That is the point. There were multiple lies that happened all throughout the day from various different people. If you don't understand that by now, if you really, I swear to God,
So
you're
a
in the
lot of
wrong
people lied. What
server.
does that have to do with the planes hitting the
In the
building?
wrong server if you think that 9/11 was in any way legit. I don't understand how, like, you need to go back up the rabbit hole and understand a few things before you're this deep.
Chief Squatting Dog, got a question for you, man.
What's
You
up?
said that the accounting is hard on that scale. So would that be your defense? Would you write that up for a client? Would you propose that to the IRS if you were representing a client or you were, putting together, I don't know, financial statements or something like that, and you had a huge gap within your ability to balance the books?
Define
Would you just
huge.
well, something that's obviously larger than being immaterial?
Okay, immaterial compared to what? Because I can tell you right now when I work for Shell.
Immaterial
Hold
compared
on,
to
hey,
what?
hold on. Because again, what I'm trying to give you an example of, $50 million on the books just for pipe scheduling, that was a common occurrence. Because when you're
Yeah.
dealing with so many different transactions, 50 million might seem like a shit ton to us. For Shell, it's literally just piss in the bucket, and piss in a bucket, and that's for 1 month's period. Now you got to take a look at a whole year, and then you have to realize, oh,
I get it.
no,
I
I'm
get
not
it.
done
You
yet.
don't
I'm
need-
not
hey,
done yet. I'm not
You
done
don't need to
yet.
explain it to me. I'm a fucking CPA too, and I deal with clients that are well into the 7 figures and 8 figures. So you don't need to fucking explain it to
So
me.
over the course of 10 years, well, hey, it's not just you in here. Maybe other people in hear this explanation. So over the course of 10 years, that shit really racks up if you're not directly on top of it. If your prior period adjustments aren't fucking on top of this shit, they're going to be on your ass.
Right.
Yes. So why
but
would
by
we be
your own
allowing
example,
the
it's
government
only gotten
mud
worse,
at
right? It's only doubled, or it's gotten more than double since then, and you still think they're on the right. Should we keep going? At what point is it too much
Yeah,
to where
dude,
we stop?
the government hires terrible accountants. That's neither here nor there.
So why do we still do we trust what they have to say if we already know that they're incapable of doing this? Why do you still believe that?
Napalm? I think Napalm was going to say something, but I was going to say something after that too. Maybe I'll go after Squatting Dog.
Well, but are these the people you're supposed to
Napalm.
trust?
Napalm. I posted the actual speech from Donald Rumsfeld. It said 9/24. These are the words he used when he described this on September 10th. It describes the transactions and the problems that they were having. So please check it out before you go any further.
What are you
Okay, so
talking about? What do you think I'm even necessarily defending?
Are you under the impression that no lies were told on 9/11 on that day from any kind of governmental side? Is that what your impression is of this whole?
No one's claiming that.
okay, can I just read a statement?
Which lies did the government tell that day?
All kinds of cover-ups after the fact, certainly.
Okay.
Why would you have to cover up after the fact?
Believe me that this is the problem I have. This is the problem I have. This is how I started the conversation an hour and a half ago.
Is that they're covering something up? So why would, if you're not a party to something, why would you cover it up?
I have evidence the FBI knew more, not just on the day, but prior to it, and other federal agencies as well.
And certainly the Saudis were deeply involved in all this stuff. I mean, there's all kind of financial fingerprints of their involvement. So yeah, there is a lot of shit out there.
No, we definitely knew an attack was coming. We just didn't know where. And
I think that's what I'm saying though, that the information that was out there is also contrary to that, because
like
information's
it's like in prison whenever somebody says, "Oh, hey, dude, you better watch your back. Somebody's looking to fuck you in the ass," right? And it's like, okay, well, who? It's like, we don't know yet. When are they going to do it? We don't know yet. Well,
okay.
shit.
So the groups who are on record as attacking the buildings, these cells, they were being surveillanced by a foreign intelligence in Florida they were just 2 streets away. In New Jersey they were in the same building and a building across the street, but there were large groups of foreign surveillance that were surveilling these two terrorist groups for over a year. And the DEA and the DEA was suspicious of these people, but the FBI and the CIA at least were very aware of these groups that were at least surveilling the actual terrorists. So this is the mainstream information. Basically, they just leave out that surveillance team. But the fact that they said there was maybe some evidence that these people were in the country up to a year before, like they admit this, and there's people got charged in the government because of this.
Yeah, one of the groups you're talking about was created by the CIA. They know all about it.
I'll show you a memo.
Yeah.
I'll post this memo. Go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna say the dancing Israelis, the Mossad. I mean, they were certainly aware that something was going to happen. We don't know how, where they were, or the specifics. But there's so much financial evidence that ties back to Saudi diplomats and Saudi royal family.
Yeah, at the very least. So there's 2 parties. The 2 parties you just mentioned, or I wouldn't even talk about anybody else, because
the one of those
that's where all the funding came from. Well, forget about the CIA. Forget about the CIA. Forget about the CIA, and just talk about those two the Saudis and Israelis.
You're missing the
the CIA. I don't have evidence the CIA was involved. I have evidence that these groups that were just brought up were.
You don't think that the CIA created the Al Qaeda, the Mujahideen?
I'm talking about Al Qaeda.
That trained. But you also do know about Operation Mockingbird, right? Where the CIA is in league or in charge or influencing major media outlets since the 50s, right? So if they're creating these groups, they've also been on record where they have agents dress up like a Sunni and go into a Shiite neighborhood and vice versa to start ruckus. And they're also in control of the media. You don't think that there's any problem with that?
I'm not sure where you got that, but I'll just go ahead and answer your question. I like that if you was a question. I like that if you asked me if I had a problem, if I was okay with that, if I had a problem with that, and I'm telling you, of course, I have a problem with that. I don't know why you were.
Well,
I don't know what.
But that's what they're doing. That's what. So what do you? I don't understand. You don't understand how not like. Really?
Yeah. If ever I catch somebody doing that, then I complain about it.
Well, the CIA
people have done. People do shit like that. People do shit like that. It's wrong. I wouldn't put it
So you
past them
know
that
that
they did all
Operation
sorts of
Mockingbird,
shit.
right?
I don't have the
You can,
intelligence to fucking catch them on it though.
do you,
Right?
you don't,
They
you
have
don't,
they have they
are
have
you,
they have
Kosha,
government funding.
are you aware of Operation Mockingbird? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And that happened. So do you think that that no longer applies these days?
Not sure, but to some extent, I wouldn't imagine. I'd imagine there's probably a different program that we're just we have no idea what's going on there. That's an older
So you
program.
think that
That's the
this,
reason we know
so
about it. But
is the CIA involved in major media outlets today like they were in the 50s during Operation Mockingbird? Yes or no?
I mean, I would only have to assume, but I would assume they were, sure.
Okay. Okay. And then you also then can see how they can, I mean, they've admitted to these operations where they've created terrorist cells or
When
they
have they
dress
admitted
up
to
like
that?
they have an agent dress up like a Shiite and go into a Sunni neighborhood and a vice versa situation to start a ruckus. This is on record.
I think you're using the word admitted incorrectly. I'm not sure they admitted any of that.
Well,
I'm
you
not
can
saying that
look it
didn't
up on the
happen, but
internet and find out this information that they are. It's out.
why would they admit that?
Seriously?
They wouldn't admit that, man.
Because that's what they do. I mean, that's what we have. Okay, so Operation Mockingbird isn't bad enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't agree with that.
Okay, but you
It's
trust what they
obviously
say. You don't agree
secretive
with
and
it.
whatever.
You don't agree with it, but you're going to go along with what it says.
No. What are you
Well,
talking about?
So
I know
you
I'm not.
said
I don't work for
you
the
can only
government or the CIA, dude.
you said you can only assume that they are in control of what the media says. Do you
No,
think that
I
they
would
were
say
not in
that they
control
were
in
influenced. Sorry, go ahead.
2001? Do you think they were not in control of major media outlets?
I think that they have avenues to influence them back in the 50s, like you said, in Mockingbird, and they probably still have avenues to try and influence the media today. I'm not
And
saying
they
how
probably
much,
most likely
and I
have
don't know
them
what the point. I don't know what the point of that is. Are
in
you trying to make a point
2001
about
as
the
well,
media?
right? They have
But
them in
what point are you making about
2001.
the media?
Because if you don't understand 9/11, I really can't. Like I said, this conversation is beyond you. You need
So are
to
you trying to prove that 9/11
spend some
happened
time
by
to spend
showing me that
some
the
time
media
looking into
is?
9/11 that might help you understand all the ways that the government lies to us about a
I don't even
lot
get
of
what's going on.
things. So you don't understand 9/11. Like I don't. This is a waste of all of our time.
Okay,
We've
maybe
all
you
figured
shouldn't
this out
use the
many
media's.
years ago, a
You shouldn't
decade
use
ago,
the.
in fact.
You shouldn't use the ability to manipulate the media as your way of trying to provide evidence for 9/11, because you could provide evidence for anything like that. So you
Good
might as
luck,
well just
Kosha.
go to the
Good luck.
evidence of
No,
9/11.
really, seriously. Like I said before, this is beyond you if you really don't get it. So
Yeah, I guess so,
either you're
man.
playing dumb or this is beyond you. So good luck.
Evidence I can present here.
Yeah, so anybody defending that, Jesus, especially if you're American, but either way, I mean, you got to look yourselves in the mirror, right? You got to fucking live with yourself. Think about that. You know, I don't care what. I mean, maybe you're just fucking delusional. That's always an option. Maybe just a douchebag who likes trolling. That's also an option. But if not, you're here for another reason. Like, you know, you've got interest somewhere else, or you've got money in your pocket from somewhere else. Oh my God.
You
Nothing's
denying that footage of the Building 7 standing in the background of the lady reporting it? That it had already fallen? You're denying that footage or what?
I don't think anyone's denying that footage.
What's he talking about then? That I'm delusional.
You're a bit late to conversation.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's talking about you. Were you involved in the conversation of 9/11 over the past 2 hours?
Maybe you didn't hear me. No, I've been listening on YouTube. It's just funny to me that on the Kosho dancing around, the media aren't controlled by the CIA. That's ridiculous.
You must have the same hearing doctor as Fuzzy Ewok. As I told Fuzzy,
Well, you said you're dancing around it like crazy, and you got the media.
Fuzzy Ewok, well, actually, well, you do have the same ear doctor because you guys also talk while other people are talking. But what I said to Fuzzy was, I have no reason to trust the media. I try to show him that the media is not, and you don't need to show how corrupt the media is in order to have evidence for anything that happened on 9/11. And I guess I never agreed with the government or the media. I don't know why he's using that as evidence, or why you thinking I'm saying that was okay, that they have no influence in the government or something like that. I never said, I mean, in the media or something like that. I never said that.
Can I retort now? You can interrupt me. Okay, so the argument was that, do you believe that Mockingbird existed? You said yes, Operation Mockingbird. He was asking you if that level of activity from the CIA is going on today.
Mm-hmm.
And on 2001, on that day, 9/11, the BBC is reporting that Building 7 has fallen, and it's sitting in the background, right out the window. Hadn't fallen nowhere.
That was because the fire department predicted a collapse and announced to the media and others that they thought Building 7 was going to collapse, and they established a collapse zone.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
It's the truth. They did do that.
I heard that she just. I heard from
I'm
her.
sure they made up all kinds of stories now. I'm sure they made up all kinds of stories, but how are they going to hide that?
See, the interesting thing is these guys are parroting.
BBC. What? You telling me the fire department they got that message to the BBC that it was going to fall in 10 minutes?
They got the message
no other news agency
to
thought
the
that
media.
was newsworthy. Only the BBC. And for 17 minutes, no other news agency was like, "Hey, maybe we should report that this building fell down in New York City."
The BBC got the story wrong. Yeah,
That's
right.
what I was going to say.
It happens.
That's what I heard is that the
They got
BBC,
the story right.
the lady at the BBC, actually, her and her producer both said that they made a mistake.
Same thing happened
they didn't get any news from anybody to do that.
When Ronald Reagan was shot. The news announced that Jim Brady was also shot and killed. They came back on 10 minutes later and say, "Oops, our mistake. Brady's not dead. He was just wounded." Mistakes happen. When you're trying to be the first one with a story, mistakes happen. That's what happened with the BBC.
No, that's not what happened. It was a prediction, right, that they got right. Out of all the towers that collapsed, right, they called out Tower 7, right? They put it on the news, and then it happens shortly afterwards. But I would like to point out for anybody who's interested in, looking at the truth, if you type in loose change, you can watch all the government propaganda, but if you keep scrolling down, you can find the actual one, and I posted it. And the Harley Davidson guy, some of you might remember this, word for word, the narrative on 9/11 after, all the years of doing research came out of their mouth in the media, the mainstream Mockingbird media, September 11th, 2001. That narrative started that day. And still to this day, you got little mockingbirds in this room, like parroting exactly what was on the news that day still to this day. And it's like, there's so many documentaries out there.
Yeah, and
I
it's
go to in plain sight.
Yeah,
You want to see
when
that
you
no planes hit the building? Just watch that documentary, In Plain Sight.
yeah, but the when you say
The plane did wing.
so, yeah, 9/11, right? They
Did we lose them?
Oh yeah. So yeah, the when you say that mistakes happen, no, mistakes don't happen like that. The whole point of the fifth estate, like the press, the whole point is to have stuff verified before you go to press with things. That's like the
Literally
whole.
gave you an example of that same kind of mistake happening
Can
in the
I
in,
can I
right.
can I say something? So the most people who would have access to that president at that point, that whole point, right? That also absolutely could have been a narrative placed out there for people to, because now the whole idea is to tell a story, to misdirect people and to tell them one thing and then change it later and surprise people and change it up is the whole point. You change up the narrative and you make it whatever you want. You make it exciting. You make it people on the edge of their seat. And all of a sudden it's a save. Now it's a good story because someone did survive. We got it wrong and it's all plausible deniability and blah, blah, blah.
So the media can't make a mistake, but they did make a mistake, but they can't make a mistake. So it had to be a purposeful mistake.
No, of course it is possible to. But the point is that when you see so blatantly how it's their whole point is that they're not supposed to. That's like their one job. Their one job. They have one job to do is to not
Yes.
tell something that didn't happen, right? And when you get ABC News talking about the slaughter in Syria that turned out to be a Kentucky gun range from a few years prior, you know how easily and how ridiculously they can just make stuff up.
I'm
However they
CNN
confused.
feel like.
pretended they were on the top of the building in Iraq when they were on top of in Atlanta, Georgia.
Right. So the point is that the whole point is that they can control the narrative however they feel like. When you say that they can make mistakes, sure, but again, their whole point is that they're not supposed to. That's their one job.
So was
Right.
the BBC lying whenever they said the building had collapsed, or was it a mistake? Was it a purposeful act to get the message out there before it actually collapsed?
It could
I'm
be a
really
number.
confused.
My point is that if all you want is an explanation, I could explain it in a number of different ways, but I don't have proof of anything. The point is that it could be different than what is being claimed on the day. Especially when you know of all the other lies that happened that day and all the other circumstances and all the other nonsense and all the other, it's all ridiculous. Like all the other coincidences that go along with it. That's what it doesn't make sense. I mean, the media, no weatherman on the entire eastern seaboard mentioned a hurricane off the coast that morning. So what part of the media was that? I mean, not a single one. I find that hard to believe, knowing how I know how they do cover hurricane footage, right? They talk about it for days and days and days. And if you have a class 3 hurricane off the coast of New York City, only a couple hundred miles off the coast, you don't think that would make it to the news on an otherwise clear and normal day? Bro, what media world are you living in?
How do you possibly know that nobody talked about it that day? How do you possibly know that for a fact?
Because you can go back and watch the news footage of the morning
Have you actually done
weather
that?
programs of that. You can watch all 3 of the local and national news programs that morning and see their weather reports, bro. What are you talking about?
So I posted a video by NASA showing a controlled impact demonstration of an aircraft. I think it's a 727 if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, what you see in the video is they have like little steel beams on the ground, just little small steel beams, and they like literally just cut through the wings tank like butter, and they don't deform or anything. They like literally, you can see it in the slow motion. It literally just cuts through the airplane like butter. You know, I personally, I just can't like. We use like little excavators with like little steel mouth, or however you want to like cram, however you want to call it, to like destroy these airplanes or dismantle them when they're out of use, you know. So I just don't get this whole idea that a single aircraft can cut through so many steel beams that somehow, you know, don't go inwardly, but on all the pictures you can see are blown out outwardly. And everything about it, that an aircraft hit it, makes absolutely no sense when you look at the pictures of the steel beams all going to the outside. And first of all, how can an aluminium can that you can see in this NASA video posted that gets sliced up by little tiny uh steel beams, how is it possible that on that day on 9/11 the plane somehow cut through all these fixed beams? Doesn't make any sense to me. And somehow even managed to make the steel beams not bend inside, but actually bend to the outside motion, as if there was explosive planted on the inside, which would have made it possible for these huge steel beams to be bending to the outward position, which we can see in many high resolution photographs.
Can I respond?
I just love how the president's brother is in charge of security of the very buildings that were attacked on that day. Absolutely.
That's
no
one point.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I respond now? Because that was a pretty good analysis. It did look like there was an explosion, sort of from the inside, you know, a little bit. I'll have you know though, if you calculate using the minimum numbers, like I think earlier, Sweating Dog said that was a 767. I forget if that's what it was, but you take the weight of a 767, empty or full, or anywhere in between. Just take empty, and you crash that into a building that was going, you know, the plane was going 100 miles per hour, anywhere between there and 400 miles per hour, probably somewhere like 250 or 300. Doesn't matter. You can use the lowest numbers you'd like with that mass and that velocity, and you crash it into anything, and you're going to end up with an explosion, because that impact, that force, that impact, no matter what the material is, it could be a box of Q-tips somehow packed tight, but if you shot that at something and it was that mass, and it you know, there'd be some structural differences, but regardless, and it hit in that velocity, there would be a massive explosion that would disintegrate, you know, anything that was right there. That explosion, that impact is extreme.
So you
Do
want to
you
check
Like 3 times bigger than a Saturn V.
Koso, do you think that those engines and that aircraft is designed to operate at that speed and that altitude?
100 miles per hour?
Yes.
500 with the landing gears down.
That's fine.
Yeah.
In my explanation, though, I gave you the.
No,
I said we can go anywhere
radar.
from there to there, and I said we can use the minimum speed.
So, yep. So they're going
Hey,
500
Koso.
miles. You think that 500 miles an hour at that altitude with those engines with the landing gear down is acceptable?
Landing
I think you
gears
got to
were
see
not
your ear
down.
doctor just once more, dude, because I'm telling you in plain
Because
words.
you said
I'm
anywhere
telling you in
between
plain words, Fuzzy, that I'm not even using that number. I'm using the minimum velocities. You can go to. I said my minimum was 100, but you know, somewhere above that. But it doesn't matter, because if you use that velocity, you use a minimum weight, you end up with an impact that is so incredible, it's gonna make this the material that's right there disintegrate. It's not even gonna be intact.
Does it make the
Koso,
entire rest
still,
of the
how is
building
it
disintegrate?
possible? How is it possible that the airplane cut through these huge steel beams? Like, even with this, like, I don't know if you've ever watched an airplane being dismantled, you know, when it's out of use, you know, by an excavator. Most of the time they use excavators, or they just cut it up with like household you know, saws and
Can't even
whatnot.
stand on the wing.
Like
You can't
like
stand on it. It's so brittle.
like it's literally like an aluminium shell I just can't imagine how it's possible, first of all, to cut through these steel beams when I look at pictures of what beams have been used for building these buildings, and then even manage to not make them bend inwardly, but in every picture analyzed after the plane hit and exploded, you see all the steel beams going outwardly, as
Yeah.
if there was an explosion set inside of the building that would have exploded and then bent all the things outside. You know, I
Okay.
just
Well,
can't.
I know you have to look at the footage again and think about what I said, because I'm telling you, at the moment of impact, when that plane hit the building, it's going the minimum speeds and weights and masses. We're actually going to assume that there was probably luggage and people on there, and then that brings that up. We can also assume they're going 250 because that's more reasonable. So we'll bring that number up as well. And if you impact the building with something like that velocity and that mass, the building's going to disintegrate. The plane, like these things are all. There's going to be a blast that's going to basically level everything. You don't see the plane coming out the other side.
Okay,
You see the explosion. Hold on. You see that explosion
you said
shape.
something incorrect.
Hold
You
on,
said
dude.
something-
Hold on,
you can see
Fuzzy.
it come out the you can-
Fuzzy. You don't see the plane come. You don't see the
Yes, you
plane
do.
coming out the other side.
You absolutely see it.
Fuzzy,
absolutely
you
see
got
it
to
come
stop
out the other
speaking just
side.
for a minute, man, because I'm just going to
No,
get to the
I'm just gonna
punchline, and
hold
then you
you.
can attack that.
It's gonna hold you
Okay?
to it, bro. You
Yeah,
absolutely
hold me to
see
what
it
I
come out
say
the
when I
side.
say it, not before I
You
say
just
it.
did.
Okay?
You did say
Hold
it.
on,
You said
Fuzzy.
it.
Fuzzy.
We all
The
heard it,
plane
man.
doesn't come out the back of the building. What you see
Yeah.
come out the back of the building is a shock wave, the blast shaped like the plane, because that's where the plane impact. That's why what you see come out the other side is the same cylinder shape that comes out just like the plane, but it's not. You don't see any of the plane come out. You just see the blast.
So instead of using just
Why
the
did
number
they say
generic,
that
I
wasn't
mean,
fit for television and it never got showed on mainstream television ever again? And we wouldn't have it except for the people that recorded it live.
Yeah, I remember seeing it come out of the nose of it came out of the other side. That's what it says. That's what everyone saw. And also, can you not use the 250 mile an hour generic number? Can you use what the radar speed said? Like there's an actual number.
I used 100, dude.
Kosher,
Said
do
you
you
use 100.
think? Kosher, do you think if I shoot a piece of butter at my windshield of my car at extreme high speed, do you really think that butter will penetrate through my windshield?
Yeah, I think you're gonna have an explosion in your face. All the glass is gonna burst, and if you're in the
No.
car, hopefully, if no one's in the car, then no one's gonna get hurt. But
I
you're gonna
just-
have it. You're gonna have a massive explosion.
But
Hold on, is the
Kosher-
butter? Hold on,
Kosher-
hold on.
Kosher, let's be real.
No, hold
here.
on,
Do
hold
you-
on.
One
Hold
second.
on, dude.
One
I need it.
second. Do you really think that these thin airplane wings can?
Let me
cut
finish my
through these
response, dude.
beams?
Clay, why? I wasn't finished responding to you, dude. I'm telling you that the butter, that would be true if the butter had the same mass as the plane. I need to make sure that I qualify that. So if you make the butter the size of the plane, the mass of the plane, and you make it the speed of the plane, I say yeah.
Okay. Again, I just sorry, man. When I look at footage of how easy it is to like break airplane wings, or like when you have like videos of airports where a pilot messed up and he just rolled into another airplane, and you see like even the like the lowest speed, it makes a huge damage to the structure of the wing. Or you see like birds hitting the airplane wing, and it's also very much this, or like has a huge impact on its fuselage. I just can't seem to get the reality of how the cut that we see on the impact footage correlates to an airplane wing being able to cut these a metal like this, especially
told
when I
you,
look.
Yeah, it's not.
listen
There's
to
no
you.
way.
Especially when I look at footage like the NASA demolition test I posted, right? There's a little clip I posted where you can still see little steel beams that are way thinner than the ones used in the 9/11 building, planted on the ground, and they literally just cut through the wing. And idea.
So Clay, are you aware that during World War II, Japanese kamikazes that are made of aluminum were putting holes in the side of steel warships?
Yeah.
Didn't they have
And you're saying that
bombs
those
on
warships were
board?
completely made out of steel, not just steel frames, right?
Yes, exactly. It was a solid wall of steel.
Didn't they have bombs on board?
Not all of them.
No.
Not all of them.
Okay, when you provide some,
There's fire bombs, man.
if you can provide some sophisticated evidence for this claim, I would want to look into it because I have not yet looked into this. And also, I need to think about what it's a different kind of plane, so I can imagine that you can make a hole in this case because they mostly had these radial engines in front of the airplane, which is very heavy metal. Like it's almost the most heaviest part of the plane was these huge engine components, which are made out of much stronger metal than the aluminum fuselage that is able to create a drag for flying in itself, right? So you would agree that the part that would hit the ship back in these days would be equivalent to the same material that is being used for the ship because an engine is not made of, these engines that they made were not obviously made out of the same material as the fuselage, right? Which was mainly,
hold on.
aluminum.
Okay, hold on, Clay. Here's a photo. Here's a photo of a hole in a steel warship. You can see the gash made by the wing. This is a small plane, about 10,000 pounds, as opposed to the planes that hit the towers, which were over 200,000 pounds. This plane was going probably much slower, and the wing of this plane put a hole in this warship, solid steel.
Well,
You're saying that that's their.
I,
Sorry, go ahead.
Where I like I said, like I already said, my prediction was that the biggest hole would be where the engine would have sit. And on the other hand, I can't really tell if that's truly from the wing, what you're seeing there,
The
like
photo
because
actually says that.
A
okay, the
wing of a
photo says
plane
that.
would never put a hole in a warship that was probably blown up by a bomb. It's fake propaganda.
Dude, they fire bombs. They don't kill themselves when they have bombs still. They actually will just fire the bombs at the planes. That's how they usually do war. They were pretty successful for a few years. So they're not.
Yeah, again, the engine, the radial engine in front of the airplane is a very dense material, is a very strong and heavy part. And
But we're
indeed, I would
talking about the
agree.
hole from the wing, right? We're talking about the hole from the wing.
I can neither verify nor say this can be the wing because I personally I would need to see at least the frag of the airplane or anything that suggests that an airplane was used in that picture. But unfortunately, I don't even see anything that remotely reminds me of any airplane that crashed inside of it. So someone can have put any text there, but it could also have been a bomb, a missile, whatever.
You guys remember the airplane study where they said we got to put, armor on the planes where the bullet holes are? And the guy, he came around and said, no, we got to put it where the bullet holes are not. But anyway, obviously back in World War II, those planes had armor. Thanks.
Those planes were not armored. They were. This is a single engine kamikaze that is a propeller driven plane. That wing is supporting a 10,000 pound plane, as opposed to the wings on the Boeings that were supporting a 250,000 ton planes. Big difference.
How does this apply to Building 7?
Just gallop away.
No.
Yes, we were just talking about the towers.
No, I know, but anyone who knows you arguing
What was Clay just talking about, and what did I answer, Fuzzy?
I'm pretty sure I was just talking about how you're.
What did Clay? What was Clay talking about? And what did I answer? My answer is a counterpoint to Clay, not to your Building 7.
Stop talking over him.
Right. I know that that's what you're talking about, and that's the whole point. Is you're not supposed to talk about the two towers because you can go and talk about all this nonsense. The whole point of 9/11 is Building 7 and other things, because you could talk all day about the two towers. Building 7 wasn't hit by anything. They lied about it. They made mistakes about it. It came down at near free fall speed, and it's the first building in history to come down of a steel frame building to come down due to natural fires.
How many people died in Building 7?
It has nothing to do with it.
Why is it so important? Why is Building 7 so important? If nobody died in the building.
But talking about airplanes over here, and Building 7 obviously came down in a controlled fashion, not naturally. Anyone who knows anything can see that.
I can show you testimony where the fire department chief who's testifying under oath in a civil case, testifying under oath that after consulting with his men who went into the building, did a evaluation, came out and said that building's fucked. And he ordered a evacuation and of a collapse zone.
Right, like I said, it's the first. It would have been the first steel frame skyscraper in the history of the world to come down due to fire, to collapse to collapse symmetrically at almost free fall speed. It would have been the very first building in history to do that.
Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it can't happen.
On that day, and you think that's what makes you guys a coincidence theorist.
How many battleships were sunk at Pearl Harbor, Fuzzy? You know?
What does that have to do with
4 battleships were sunk at Pearl Harbor. First time in history that a battleship was sunk while anchored in a port. Never happened before, never happened since. Happened 4 times in one day.
How many battleships were ever attacked in port?
Quite a few. They were attacked in Cairo. They were attacked in Toronto. They were attacked at Pearl Harbor. The Americans attacked a lot of ships in Tokyo. No battleship had ever been sunk at anchor by an aircraft before. It only happened at Pearl Harbor.
I know the stories.
While in a port at anchor.
Yeah, new torpedoes technology that the Japanese have. Yeah, I understand. I know all the stories. What is the point?
The point is, it never happened before. It only happened in one day.
No, that's military technology being, utilized. What are you talking about?
No, it never happened before. It only happened in one day. That's exactly what it is. Exactly on point.
It's really lucky for the military-industrial complex because they were trying to get funding to build more, what are they called, battle cruisers? Yeah, and the government told them no, right? So it's lucky for the military-industrial complex that, all the big ships that they didn't want sunk were pulled out, and the ships that they, didn't mind losing were sacrificed so that we could go to war, because at the time the American people were like, no, this is none of our business. We don't want to get involved. But of course, there were powers that be that did want us involved, including the UK. And they were using propaganda, showing us all sorts of weird things that didn't actually exist, and trying to get us into the war. And eventually, we were pulled in.
So those weren't Japanese planes that everyone saw over Pearl Harbor?
Is that what I said? I don't remember.
I'm asking you. You're making a claim. I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, they were Japanese planes.
Okay.
Absolutely, they were.
Still don't understand how this has to do with how there's 9/11. So just the one. Okay, so not the fact that it's the first steel structure frame.
I can show you another. There's at least 2 or 3 other steel frame structures that have had fires in either full or partial collapses.
So how many fires in history have caused the entire building to collapse symmetrically at almost nearly free fall speed?
I can show you a video of another building that was steel and concrete and glass that collapsed symmetrically, virtually into its footprint.
A steel frame building.
It's steel, glass, and concrete.
No, steel frame.
How you know what's demolition?
Because it was on fire.
And you can show the symmetrical collapse at near free fall?
Yeah, I'll post it.
Oh, I would love to see that.
You'll just deny it, but that's okay. I'll post it. Your excuse is ready.
We know it wasn't a
Here you go.
demolition because Larry Silverstein would not have sacrificed all those first responders for that insurance policy that he just took out, just in case a plane actually did hit the Twin Tower. And it happened twice.
He just got the lease 6 weeks before 9/11, and he got funding for the lease. He had to borrow money, and the banks, just like when you buy a house, you have to get the place insured. In the case of the towers were a terrorist target in 1993 where they tried to blow them up. So the insurance company or the bankers insisted that he get terrorist insurance, which is what he did. It wasn't even fully in place on 9/11. He had to sue to get the proceeds.
It's interesting because he specifically requested a plane hitting.
No, he
in
didn't.
a terrorist attack. Oh,
No, he
okay,
didn't.
sure.
No, I actually
What are
was
your thoughts
specifically
on the
talk- no,
interview
I
with?
was specifically talking about a steel frame building. The whole point of the steel frame building is that it can withstand these kinds of things structurally.
Steel
There's
City?
nothing
What?
special about a steel frame building that's going to withstand fire.
What's your opinion on the Larry Silverstein interview, where he talks about where they made the decision to pull the building in reference to Building 7? What do you think he was referring to there? What would he mean with the terminology, we made the decision to pull the building? What does that mean?
Hold on, he's pulling up Metabunk.
What does pull mean? Paul?
Pull the building.
Yeah, what does that term mean?
Yeah, I'm asking you what you think he's referencing there.
I can tell you what the fire department was talking about. They're talking about pulling their men out because that's exactly the terminology that the fire chief used. We're
So
pulling
within
everybody
that
back.
interview, he in no way mentions people at all. And he
Yes, he
doesn't
did.
mention
No.
we made the decision. That's when we made the decision to pull people out of the building.
Yeah,
That's not at all what he
starts
said.
off. He starts off that interview talking about how he was on the phone with the fire department commander, and we made the decision to pull it, which means to pull back the fire teams, which is the exact same terminology that the fire chief used when he was deposed.
I mean, you must be the biggest coincidence theorist ever, because there's videos of the streets where they're telling people to get back, the building's going to fall. We're getting ready to pull the building. That's even mentioned on the streets. You have Larry Silverstein saying then that's when we made the decision to pull it, not pull people out of it.
Was the fire chief lying
Where's the
whenever he
feedback
said
coming from?
he was evacuating a collapse zone?
Hold on. Who's got a bunch of feedback? Who's got their mic open? Lovelace,
So
you got
just hold on real quick, just humor me for a second. If 9/11 was something that you would need to lie about, would you think that the getting the fire chief to lie about something would be someone that you would want on your side if you're going to be one of the liars? Because then that story could then just be perpetuated because he's the expert.
So you're accusing the guy who lost over 360 colleagues that day of being part of the conspiracy to murder people.
So the guy who lied about the Gulf of Tonkin, he didn't have any.
He wouldn't care. He wouldn't care if he was a psychopath.
Yeah, people within the military, right, who made the decision to falsify a event taking place in the Gulf of Tonkin that subsequently almost wiped out an entire generation of young Americans. Why would they do that? Why would somebody in the military intentionally do that?
We're just gish galloping from point to point now.
For political corruption.
No, we're making a logical.
We actually are. We actually are.
Because you are literally making up any excuse that you can for the
I
official
haven't made
narrative
up
and everything that
anything,
was said on
Napalm.
television to be exactly what the case is.
What have I made up, Napalm?
The only reason I said that is because you said the excuse is that the fire chief wouldn't lie about it because 300 of his colleagues died that day. Therefore, he wouldn't.
And it's not just one fire chief.
Is that your reason?
Okay.
Do you
It's
know
not
the
just
fire
one
chief?
fire chief.
Do you know him?
Do you understand that that's the?
I've read the testimony.
So just because somebody entered a testimony means that it's 100% fact, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm
Nobody's
not
ever
saying it's
lied.
100% fact, but a statement under oath is considered truthful until you can show evidence that it's not.
Right. So
It's basically the rules of court. Okay. It doesn't mean that someone can't lie or that people haven't lied under oath, but whenever you have testimony from the rank and file firemen, from the lieutenants, from the captains, all the way up into the chief ranks, and they're all saying pretty much the same thing.
What about the firemen that were talking about the explosions that were taking place as the buildings were coming down, going boom, 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 boom?
Now we're
boom.
going to the towers. Now we're going to the towers. I thought we were just talking about
No,
buildings.
we're talking about firemen, and we're talking about their testimonies and what they're saying. These individuals, it's literally while it's taking place, right after it's happening, right after they know that their colleagues are dying. Why are they lying about it?
No, you guys are missing.
They're lying about anything.
You guys. He's saying that because the rank and file and the experts say this and they all agree. That's like saying since all the Nazi SS officers agree, that it's fine.
Right. As long as all the military Nazi SS people agree that
you're comparing
people need to go
the
somewhere and
FDNY
get exterminated.
to the Nazis. Great.
No,
cool.
What you're saying? No, what you're saying is that because they're the rank and file experts of a certain topic of whatever you want to call it.
You didn't call them experts.
Well, who's the fire chief? Is he not the expert, the leading expert that we should all listen to?
Yeah, he's not rank and file. When I say rank and file, I'm talking about the people that have the rank of firemen.
Or all the other people that agree with the chief and do his bidding.
All the other people who have given testimony that corresponds with the chief. And yes, I think all that is evidence. I think it's all evidence that has to be addressed.
Officers that agree with the general. Right. All the other SS officers that agreed with the general in written statement and very official opinion.
You're now comparing the FDNY to the Nazis. That's great comparison.
No, but here's the point, though, Steel City. It's like
I'm talking about any kind of logical reasoning for believing or not believing something because of an agreement of people. That's a logical fallacy. You don't understand that?
No, right, I guess I hold the FDNY up to a higher standard than people who were accused of war crimes.
Do you also hold the military industrial complex to a higher standard because they lie all the time?
I'm not arguing against that point.
Should we believe them because they did or didn't commit atrocity?
I'm not going to argue that point. That's not my point. I'm holding the FDNY, who didn't ask for this, who didn't do anything wrong, who are not accused of crimes.
Right. They're just going along with what the guy said.
They're giving truthful testimony. They may be mistaken.
Okay.
But they're either giving truthful testimony or they're liars. It's one or the other, Napalm. So you pick.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying that anybody who's a party to this, that could have been a party to it, right? That we're calling into question whether or not there was, let's say, help, foreknowledge, or people within our own country that knew or willingly participated or actually conducted and orchestrated the operation that took place on September 11th.
And I'm not arguing against that point, Napalm. I'm talking about Building 7.
Could have possibly been involved and said something that is counter to the possibility of that taking place, that therefore it couldn't take place because nobody would lie.
I'm not arguing against the cover-up. I'm not arguing about foreknowledge or anything else. I'm arguing about the collapse of Building 7 and what the fire department said. The fire department might have been mistaken.
Cover up of what?
Because the fire department said
We've gone down this before, Napalm. I'm not going to do it again. We and you have had this discussion just 20 minutes ago.
So who covered up what?
I'm not repeating this again. Sorry.
You never said it. You never said who did anything.
I said that the intelligence agencies of the U.S. had knowledge that something was going to happen. I'm saying that the Mossad were surveilling the hijackers. I'm saying that the Saudis were involved in arranging their transport to the U.S., hooking them up with apartments, helping them with finances. There's all kind of dirty shit after the fact, and before the fact.
Who was charged with any of that?
No one. That's where the cover up is, and that's where I have my problems, Napalm.
What about Mossad saying that they were there on Israeli national television to document the event?
I
So
agree
that
with that,
prior
Larry.
knowledge, that's weird,
Yes,
right?
I agree with that, Larry. That's one of the points I'm making. Mossad had foreknowledge of something that was going to happen. We don't know how much. We know the Saudis were bankrolling them. We we know that Saudis were spirited out of the country right after 9/11. We know that they recalled all kinds of ambassadors and stuff like that. So yes, there's a major cover up after the fact.
If there
So
is
how could
definitely a
Israel be
major
our allies if they knew it was going to happen? And back in like,
Larry,
what
I
was
agree with you. I agree with you, Larry. I agree
I
with
know,
you.
but I'm in the middle of saying something. Back in the 6-Day War, they shot on our U.S. Liberty, I think was the name of the ship. And not
Yes.
only that, they came back by and napalmed the deck, which is a war crime. So it's interesting because they took out all the military. And if you go to truenews.com, I think it is, TRU News, they have recently made within the past 2 or 3 years a documentary from the survivors giving firsthand testimony of those exact things that I just said.
I agree with you, Larry. I agree with you completely.
City, do you think that if this cover up went so far to the Mossad and all these different government agencies and different high level ranking things, you don't think that the chief or the head fire department guy should be in on it, or at least told what might be happening that day? Or he could be?
Okay.
If it goes
The
that
fire
high,
chief
you
I'm
don't think
talking about.
you don't think he might be part of it or could be?
The problem is there is no way for them to know that this is the fire chief who was going to be in operational command. After the towers collapsed, the highest ranking chief in the department was killed. The second highest ranking chief in the department was near the towers and had to evacuate.
You don't
The guy
think
the
that
guy that
people
was in
know how
charge
to
of
do
the
it?
efforts for Building 7, let me speak.
Really?
The guy in charge of the efforts for Building 7 was the third most senior chief. There is no way to predict that he was going to be in command because there's no way to predict where the other chiefs were going to be.
So there's no way to predict that certain people should not come in that day or get phone calls not to come in on that day. Like
Oh
you don't
man, we're just
think
galloping to
that
something else now. Yeah, that's great.
no, you don't. If you really, again, this is another coincidence theory. If you think that it goes up that high, but you don't think that these people know how to accidentally take people out so that it looks like an accident and that other people take their place of power.
You have no evidence of any of this happening that
You have
day, Fuzzy.
no
I
imagination.
talk about evidence, okay?
Sure. You have zero. They do these things in movies. Are you kidding? On TV
Uh,
shows, they do these kinds of tactics.
Everything I've talked about is evidence. It's not stuff that I can document. Okay, what you're talking about is a theory that has no evidence to support it on 9/11.
No,
Okay.
my theory is that the lies have been told and the whole day is suspect.
Yes, I agree with that.
Oh, okay.
But I don't.
Very,
I believe that the planes were faked. I think real planes that were hijacked flew into the towers. I think a real plane that was hijacked flew into the Pentagon. I think that the cover up is on the intelligence side and
yeah,
the law
I know.
enforcement side.
That's part of the story at this point. That they admit to like that, like this is stuff that you're like this is stuff that people knew about 2 decades ago almost. Like,
what are you talking about?
They part of you don't think that they didn't have a counter argument for this whole day? Like you're so far behind on what I've forgotten more about 9/11. Like I can't believe we're in this day talking about
Okay.
9/11. Like seriously, like so, I don't understand. Really. Like you don't trust the government. There's all these different cover-ups and conspiracies, but do you trust them now? Do you trust the government or anything that they
Never
say on
did.
the news? Okay. So when NASA comes up with a story, do you think that they're also telling the truth? That's a government agency.
I'm not chasing any more puffs of smoke here, so someone else can take.
What government agencies can be trusted? Let's start with that.
NASA. I trust NASA.
Is NASA one of them? Or I mean, it seems like NASA is one of them. What's name one other one that can be trustworthy? Seriously, it's a serious question.
I trust that the DPS is not part of the East India Trading Company policing commerce and making sure that there's no piracy going on. To be honest, I don't trust nobody. I don't even trust myself. You ever try to set like a New Year's resolution? Like, I'm not going to eat any carbs. I'm going to lose weight. Like, no. Like, and if it wasn't that, I'd probably be addicted to gambling. If it wasn't gambling, I'd probably be addicted to cigarettes. You know? My son said the only person you can trust is your enemies, and you can trust them to act against you. So Noam Chomsky, somebody I used to be, a pretty good fan of up until the whole, no autonomy, not my body, not my choice thing that he did with the V word, you know, like he should be able to force us into boxing rings to sign contracts that, we don't fully comprehend the legality of to get, jabs that, could cause long-term damage. And there's no legal remedy to sue the company directly, right? Can you imagine, like, working for the UFC, but they don't have to provide you doctors if you get, like, your arms broke in an armbar? So anyway, Noam Chomsky, he wrote this book, Manufacturing Consent, and there's this really interesting video that comes on the Last American Vagabonds channel. He's not on YouTube anymore, of course. Neither is True News, by the way. If you guys ever wanted to learn some geopolitics, you can go to those two places, the Last American Vagabond. But like at the end and beginning of his shows, he plays this clip where it's some bureaucrat in the United States government. He's saying, there was the Lusitania, there was Pearl Harbor, there was 9/11, and every time he mentions one of these, incidents about, right before the war, he's mentioning, that one of these incidents happened. Then he talks about, what if an Iranian sub went down and never came up? Who would know why? And when you watch that, you're just like, oh my God, this guy is a perverted criminal. This dude's a war criminal. He's, insinuating that they should blow up a submarine to start a war with Iran. And it's like, Iran hasn't attacked another country in like 250 years. Other than that plane that they blew up recently, I don't think you could point to anything that Iran has done that has been quite shady. And I don't like Trump for the one reason that he broke the peace deal Iran signed with Obama. And I'm quite surprised. But when you look at the document known as Path to Persia document, lays out, the path to war with Persia. And in the document, it says that they should sign a peace treaty with Iran, get them to break the peace treaty, which they didn't. Technically, they're still in it. And Trump is the one who broke the peace treaty. And then we could go to war with them. And it's really interesting to me, what do we benefit in going to war with Iran? How do we benefit other than driving all these countries into the G20 and going to war with Ukraine? Like, if, we were stealing land and getting oil fields and our gas was like 63 cents a gallon because we just like took over all the oil fields in Iraq. I could understand like the colonialism, the imperialism, but like it looks like we're just mowing Israel and Saudi Arabia's backyards and getting rid of all the snakes in their backyard. The snakes being the people that would be competition, either militarily or financially, to Israel. And it appears that we're trying to drive China and Russia together, which that would be really dumb. Almost as dumb as creating a power vacuum between Iraq and Iran. But I digress. So did everybody just go silent? Mic check.
Straight up.
Mic check.
You're good, Larry. You're good.
Did anybody hear what I just said about all the geopolitical stuff that I was just talking about? I'll take that as a no. I think I'll plug the mic. So basically what I said is if you wanted to learn about geopolitical stuff, there's two places I would recommend. One is True News, TRUNEWS. The other one is The Last American Vagabond. Of course, both of those news agencies were kicked off of YouTube. And I should say that if you were to check out The Last American Vagabond, they talk about this Path to Persia document where they say that they should do like a peace treaty with Iran and then get Iran to break the deal. And Obama signed a peace treaty with Iran, and Trump actually tried to get them to violate it. They didn't violate it, so he violated it. He stepped out of the peace treaty and talks about how get them to break the peace treaty, then we can go to war with them. And I really don't see any sense in going to war with Iran or driving China into Russia or going into war with Ukraine. Like, if we were like, uber capitalists, and the military-industrial complex was like taking over oil fields and making our gasoline cost like 60 cents a gallon or something, like just if we were doing that, I could understand it maybe a little better. Like if we were just actually trying to take over the world. But I don't really see any military strategic advantage of driving G20 closer together and alienating ourselves from places like Saudi Arabia and driving them into China's arms. I really don't understand what our government is trying to do, other than they're trying to destroy our country from the inside out. Because if you look at what Trump was on the way of doing with our energy independence, like we would be completely energy independent by 2030, and we wouldn't need anything. We would be exporting and actually making money. You know, like Gaddafi did before he was killed. You know, they actually had like a black bottom line because they didn't spend a bunch of money on bombs. You know, they actually spent the money on their citizens. Anyway, the more we go woke, the more we're going to go broke. So the more we go into the green energy, like that's going to benefit, you know, places like China, who has the technology rocks to make the batteries, the solar panels, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I think the next war is probably going to be Taiwan. Pretty sure that's going to be the next bullshit we get into. And as we do that, we're going to drive China, Iran, Syria, Russia, pretty much the G20 closer and closer together. And I think that's really the only way that you can defeat America is the banker wars. It's the only way you can take us out. I mean, we are literally going to have to be starved into submission like Venezuela. Thanks. By the way, I'm not saying I condone colonialism or taking over the world. I'm just saying it would make more sense if, you know, the government appeared, if the government was what it appeared to be, just power hungry, trying to take over the world, trying to control everything. It would make sense just to take over like Syrian oil fields, Iraqi oil fields, and you know all these other places. Just take it over and keep the resources. But why would you need to do that with war if you could do it with the IMF? Like we give them paper loans, debt notes, and they give us the resources. But that's not what we're doing. It seems like everything the American government does, the shit they agree on, it's either a divide us 10 ways to Sunday, divide and conquer strategy, or piss off the whole world so they don't mind invading us and, you know, blue helmets invading. The number one thing that got me about 9/11, you read the official 9/11 Commission report, and in there it talks about two hijackers on a plane with an IDF soldier. Now, if you know anything about the IDF, you know about Krav Maga, right? It's basically like their version of one of the first mixed martial arts, kind of like what Bruce Lee did, where he took a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and kind of mixed them together, right? But Krav Maga translates to close combat, and the way that these IDF soldiers train, it's crazy. One dude will fight like 20 dudes and they rotate. The next dude will fight 20 dudes and they rotate. So after every dude has fought 20 dudes, I'll say fight. I guess a better word would be spar. Whatever. It looks like they're fighting. It's heavier than sparring. So the way that they train, it's like find the threat, eliminate the threat, find the next threat, eliminate that threat. And then it's the reverse piranha thing. Like if 10 dudes come after you and you cold cock 3 of them, one hit a quitter and they drop, like the other 7 are probably going to scatter. And to think that the IDF soldier by himself couldn't take out 2, you know, terrorists, like it's laughable to me. And to think that these planes were taken control of with, like, you know, several alpha males on board with box cutters. Like, I think about what I would do. And, I could fantasize about what I would do, but what would I actually do if terrorists were taking over an airplane and I was on it? Would I go kamikaze and take out the box cutter guy? Like, I'm pretty sure I could. Like, by myself. Now add, like, 5 other alphas on the plane with me. Because, each plane has, probably 5 to 10 alphas on it, right? Strong, fighting age men, capable of doing extreme violence. For the good, of course. For stopping terrorists, right? I think that I would destroy a little terrorist. Like, all I would have to do is grab his wrist. And with 2 arms, I can control his one wrist. And that's fighting 1-on-1. If anybody ever watched Cops, what do? They put you in handcuffs. Why? You can't fight with no hands. So, if you watch UFC and you watch the Diaz brothers, what do they do against the fence? First thing they do is hand control, wrist control. Very first thing they do. And to think that this IDF guy, he didn't know about that? Or other people didn't know about mixed martial arts back then? To think that, 2 guys could take over an entire plane with box cutters?
What plane are you
It just,
talking about, Larry? Which one in particular? Because I don't think I ever heard that an IDF soldier was on one of the planes.
I don't know exactly which plane he was on. I just remember reading the 9/11 Commission report. And it said that there was an IDF soldier on board. But I know I could have took out at least one of those dudes by myself. And you know what? He might have got me. He might have got my arteries, whatever. He might have got me back. But I know I could have took out at least one of those dudes. Because all you have to do is control one arm. I know I can control one arm. If you think about a box cutter, it's really dangerous if it gets anywhere near your throat. But if you had a guy, a smaller guy, who was willing to cover your throat while you went after that guy, you'd pretty much survive anything else. Because, the arteries on the arm, you can put a tourniquet, right? If he got you in the leg, unlikely, but if he got you on the artery on the leg, tourniquet, right? But you can't put a tourniquet on your throat. So if you could somehow get another guy to put his arms around your neck, I mean, you could easily take out a terrorist with a box cutter without any fear of losing your life. But forget about the fear of losing your life. If someone is hijacking a plane like they did on 9/11, that fear is going to turn into like righteous indignation, anger, and you could just transmute that into like force, like brute force, and all you got to do is stop one arm, because everything else is permissible. Just that one box cutter, what, like not even an inch worth of blade. That doesn't really scare me. Like thinking about it, like because I've had stitches before. I've been sliced open pretty deep. It's not that bad. It's really not. I mean, you might think, what is he talking about? But if you've never looked, at your arm and seen your muscle because you're wide open, right? You can see your muscle tissue, and it's not really that bad.
Yo, one at a time, guys. What happened? I was gone for 5 minutes. Everyone cleared out?
We were talking to the one guy. Apparently, he believes in conspiracy theories, but just different kind of conspiracy theories, just different sides of the story, which is cool.
I think they figured it out. I think the jury came in and it's a globe. I think that's what happened.
That definitely did not happen.
I think that happened. You missed it, man. You weren't here.
I was gone for 5 minutes.
Yeah, shit happened. Shit went down.
It was more like 5 hours. I was in a very extended one.
The highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, ruled 7-8. The Earth is a globe. Land.
What were we talking about before? Was that
Landslide
50?
case. Yeah, that's 50.
50, right? What were you talking about before when I was here before earlier?
Oh god, fucking relativity, some crazy time warping shit. Fucking
What's
wits.
specifically about it, though?
Do what?
What specifically about it were we talking? I remember bringing up SR.
Some really technical shit about how the difference between relativity and Newtonian mechanics, how they treat Newtonian mechanics as flat 3D space, and then Einstein came in and he said, no, it's not flat. It's actually 3 dimensions can warp and have, different shapes, and that causes things to move in different ways.
Do they call it 3D Romanian force space or some shit?
Yeah, it's pretty nutty. There's a game. There's actually a game that a guy made that uses that math, and you can walk around in the world, and it kind of displays it like it would, like if you were traveling, like let's just say, like at high speed, like around the universe, based on that math.
You can't even visualize. They can't even make a visual representation what this even looks like. You can do it on a sheet. You can do it on a sheet with a fabric, but when you think about it, it's happening in 3D. So you need to have the fabric all be bending into one point. Like, it's weird.
It's a trip. I'll post a link to this game, some gameplay of this video. It's trippy. Like you can't, like straight lines aren't straight lines essentially, because the space itself
aren't
is
straight
warped.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah, you can basically have a room that is 3 rights, and it's you come back to the same place. But if you think about that, that's true on like a basketball, right? If you start at the top of a basketball, you make a 90-degree right angle, that'll get you down to the bottom, make another right angle, come across again, make another right angle, and you can get back to the beginning point. I think I said that right. I might have said that fucked up, but there's a way to do it. You can. Yeah, that's right.
The problem is we can't confirm this in reality ever.
Confirm it in reality. What do you mean? You can do it on a basketball?
Let me ask you this, 50. Have you ever made a 90? Have you ever went to Google Earth and went 90 degrees off a longitude line?
Probably at some point.
Do you know what that line looks like?
A latitude line or longitude line?
You go to Google Earth, you make a 90-degree turn off of the longitude line.
Of a longitude line, so coming off a horizontal line to a parallel line, essentially. Depending on where you make it at, I mean, it's going to look a little different. But what about it?
No, I'm saying, do you know what that line looks like? Where does that line?
Yeah.
Let's say I have a longitude line. I make and I go 90 degrees off it. Where does that line lead to?
leads around the Earth. What do you mean? If you went, let's just say you started and you went straight up to the North Pole, all right, and then you took from there you took a right angle. That's going to take you.
No, don't use the pole. Don't use the pole. Just go to like 45 or something.
Well, why? That just makes it easier. Why? That just makes it too That makes it too complicated. What's it matter if it's the pole or not?
I'm just trying to see where your head's at with this.
Hold on. My special wife just walked in. I'll grab something real quick. I'll be back in just a second.
Like, I feel like this whole latitude line thing and longitude thing is still like unclear when people's percent. Take a 90 off the longitude line. That shit leads you to the equator, no matter where you are, except for the poles. That's why you wanted to use one of the poles. Anywhere but the poles, you take a 90-degree. I guess even if you are on a pole, 90 degrees. But we need a latitude line to go against. See, this is just a bad spot to do it at.
I'm fixing to post it in chat. It doesn't use a pole or any poles, but it'll give you an idea. But you can draw it on a basketball and measure it with a protractor.
Negative. You can't measure it with a protractor. I specifically work in a high school, and I was arguing that exact thing with Moyak one day. He was telling me you could do a right angle on a triangle on a basketball and measure it with a protractor. I was saying what he said back to me, and the head of the math department came over and goes, "You're right. You can't measure it with a protractor on a basketball." Like, I know. Thank you.
What's preventing you from doing that? Why can't you do that? Pretty sure I've got one in my office. Huh? Say that again?
The lines are curving.
Lines are crooked?
They're curving. They curve.
Yeah.
They bend.
Okay.
That's
You can't measure. You're measuring the intersection of those two lines. That gives you an angle.
I'm just telling you, I'm not about to debate this with you. The head of the math department at a high school said I was right. You can't measure an angle on a basketball with a protractor.
No, well, he was sadly mistaken, my dude.
It was a lady, but they may have been mistaken. I don't think they were. I was actually arguing that before they even said that. They just backed me up. So. Anyways, I'm pretty sure you can't do that. The size of the protractor would change the angle. I do believe is the reasoning why.
I wish I had a protractor. I might go look and see if I've got one in my office. But the size of the protractor isn't going to change it. I'm not sure why. What's making you think that?
You have to do a formula. I'm not saying you can't get the angle, but you have to do a formula to be able to. You can't even measure the angle, short of using a theodolite or something.
No, it would just be a direct measurement, just like you would on a flat surface. It's just the angle between the two lines, rise over run. For every, like you can do like a 5-to-1 ratio, right? So you walk 5 steps forward and then you go up 1 step.
Right. Hold on. Rise over run is how we get elevation, right?
Well, rise over run. It's just another way to think of a triangle. Like, run over rise.
Is rise over run? Is that how we get elevation?
Rise over run. Well, yeah, that's a way some people talk about it. Yeah. Do what?
I'm saying, is that how you get elevation? An elevation?
Is that how you get elevation? Yeah, a little bit more complicated than that, but that can be used to describe elevation. Sure.
What are they doing when they do rise over run?
Just kind of like what it says. But specifically, I think it could be better conceptually if you thought about it as run over rise. So you walk a certain distance and then you measure a height. Walk a certain distance.
I know, but what's the goal of that? What are they doing? Why would you do that?
I mean, it just depends on what you want to do, man. I don't know.
I mean, generally, why would they do rise over run? You don't know what they do. What the main intention of that is?
No, I mean, well, it depends on what we're talking about exactly.
I don't know. Construction, let's say. What are they doing when they do rise over run?
You're right. That's usually like a pitch of a roof. I mean, in a construction, that would typically be described the pitch of the roof. It just depends on where you're talking about it, and they use in certain fields you kind of use certain language, right? And it just depends on what field you're.
Yeah, I always thought it was to get. I always thought it was to get an elevation profile.
BRB.
Shit got crazy in here earlier today. It was like a battle.
Yeah, what all went down? I was like, I probably missed parts of it. I was gonna like go back at some point and listen because I think I missed parts of it for sure. But what all went down?
Dude, it was bad. I mean, well, it wasn't bad. I mean, people were just getting really heated. A couple times I had to just be like, all right, next person that is interrupting, I'm just gonna time out for 5 minutes. I ended up timing out Chief Squatting Dog and a seal. But like the jacked up thing is I only have a phone. I can only see 8 profile pictures at one time. And so when there's like 40 people in the room and there's more than like, the people that are over talking, like I can't see what's going on. So there's probably other people that should have gotten timed out if I was going to stick to what I said, but those are the 2 people that I was in.
Platypus, if you hit the little person icon in the top right hand corner, like when you look at your screen, you have the big boxes. But then you can hit that little person icon in the top right, and it brings the list up.
I just did that. I had no idea that was even a function.
Because I can't tell either. I'm on a phone too, and I can't tell either. This is still difficult, but it makes it slightly easier because now you can see a bigger list, and it's easier to tell who's lighting up. That green circle is prominent, whereas before, if somebody's background's fucking green, you can't see who's lighting up.
Yeah, I was doing my best. I did some over talking. I timed myself out for 5 minutes because Kosho and I got into it, and I was over talking him because it was like a really heated discussion about like sacrificing babies to Moloch, and like it was just kind of ridiculous. But I DM'd Kosho and I was like, dude, I've got nothing against you. Like we can disagree on that. If there's any beef, I want to squash it. Like I respect you as a mod. This and that. Clay under seal got so mad he left the server and then immediately came back. I gave him voice perms, but I don't know if he has post perms. Larry was absolutely killing Globers with logic. It was so tight. Oh man,
Larry's pretty good sometimes. Yeah,
Larry was on fire today, but it was just
a lot of. He has his moments.
Yeah, there was some 9/11 talk. There was a little Nobody said like any of the words that we weren't supposed to say. There were some people that were trying to tell me that I couldn't talk about abortion, and I didn't think that was a banned topic on YouTube or Discord. I wasn't even really using the A word. I was just comparing it to like sacrificing babies to Moloch. Again, my opinions. Wasn't hard selling it. Just putting up my argument.
You can talk about abortion.
You can, right?
Yeah, we can. We do it. We talk
Yeah.
about
I had some
abortion.
people geeking out like, "You're gonna get Geo's server taken down," and I just muted that guy because it was just like he was interrupting me to tell me that. I'm like, no, I'm not.
I don't think that's a thing. Yeah, we've had some abortion talks.
I did my best as a mod, but here's the thing: what I learned today is like I cannot participate in a conversation and be modding at the same time. Like we got to tag team this shit because that just makes it look unfair. You know what I mean? Like, and I was driving.
That's tough. Yeah.
That was tough.
You know what works good is what works really good? It takes away the organic nature of the conversation, but the list. That works good. Give 2 people 5 minutes to go back and forth, and then let the next person on the list give them 5 minutes to go back and forth with somebody or whatever. That works really good. That's tough to manage, though.
Yeah, dude, I was just like bluffing for the first time. I was like, I'm gonna, time somebody out. Like nobody got timed out. There were still more people interrupting. I was like, damn, they're calling my bluff. So I was like,
I heard what you said earlier. That was good. A little 5-10 minute timeout is just what people need sometimes. Just real quick, nothing crazy.
They came back in 5 or 10 minutes just fine, and it seemed like they were behaving a little bit better. So I'm hopeful that it worked. But yeah, Gio, that's the gist of it. At least my version.
Yeah. That definitely seemed like there was some spice in the air today.
Well, you want to make an omelet, you got to crack a couple of eggs, as I say. It's like, dude, I feel like flat Earth is like exploding, and with it, other the rising tide floats all boats. So just like all these conspiracies, people are just super charged about it, like emotionally charged. I feel more emotional about conspiracies than I have in a while. Where I'm just like, what you're saying is weird. What you coping for the narrative, like when the government's lying and when when it's telling the truth, that's weird to me. So I was doing a lot of
weird. They be doing some weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I was putting my foot down today. I was like, nah, that sounds fake. Like, no. I mean, a lot of these guys come on here with these semantical arguments that run you around in circles, and they're not actually interested in like changing your mind. They just want to waste our time. So I just go, I skip nuh-uh, and I'm just like, oh no, my gut is telling me that that's not true. I'm going to go with my instincts. And they don't like that. They're having trouble dealing with that. Okay, I'm going to go then. Sorry.
This room's very hard to manage when there's a full room here, so.
And it was
you
full.
Just try your best, yeah.
It was.
Nice. Oh God, I'm having some weird debate with Scott Veach in DMs. He typed me a friggin' book.
He is a riser.
The thing with the interruptions, like, I mean, it takes a lot more time to mod, but if there's like 2 people that are going to go back and forth, right? Let's say it's whoever, like if you do it to where like the room is like, okay, these 2 guys are going to go back and forth, in a sense. And even if we do it to where we like mute and unmute them one at a time, like let them both know, like, all right, guys, we'll mute one guy, let the other guy speak, and then we'll mute that guy. We'll unmute the other one, let him speak. We'll mute him and unmute the other one. It is very like labor intensive because you have to, as a mod, you have to sit there and do it. And usually I'm like multitasking, got multiple things going on. So, kind of babysitting the muting like that, you could say is kind of excessive. However, if you really want the convo to be on point, That really is the only way to do it, because people like some people will not interrupt and they'll be no problem. You know, like I could debate Kosho, or there's certain combinations of people that I could debate and we both won't interrupt. Or even if we do, it's not a big deal. It's just a little thing. And it's like, we just let each other go and we pull back and, you know, it's all good. But when you have people all over the earth in different locations, different areas, different times of their day, different things they're going through, different modes they're in. One guy's in a car, the other guy's like, you know, anyways, it's just, there's so many different scenarios that, especially if they're having that issue, like if that seems like a thing where they're like, ooh, there's interruptions, and the one guy's getting mad and the other guy didn't get to finish his point, and then he interrupts to get back at the guy because he interrupted him, and now the other guy wants to one-up him to interrupt him again. It just, yeah, it's very challenging. And yeah, like you said, you can remind people, please don't interrupt, you know, verbal warnings. You can like do the kind of, like you said, like the kind of threat thing, like, yo, anyone who interrupts, because that's what I was doing for a couple of days there. Like, because we did it to Zanuck. Like we told, it kind of started with Zanuck actually. Like I forget whose idea it was, but it might've been Jeremy or something, but it was like, yo, like if you, like Zanuck, if you're doing all this over talking, like we're going to time you out for 24 hours, you know, we'll see you tomorrow kind of thing. And then Zanuck did it. He kept interrupting. And then Jeremy stuck with it. He's like, all right, bud, that's it. We'll see you tomorrow. So it kind of started with that. And then I started saying it a bit more as well. And we kind of just started like trying to just moderate it more, you know, and it does work. Like when it's a whole lot of shit show interruptions, like if I just say like, hey guys, like anyone who interrupts, if you do it chronically or right over, you might just be timed out. Yeah. 5 or 10 minutes is better than probably 24 hours. Cause yeah, that's longer. For Zanuck, might have to be 24 hours, but for others, yeah, 5 or 10 minutes. Anyways. So yeah, but back to the original, sorry, I said so much in this statement, my bad. But back to the original thing, as I was just saying, mute, unmute. I'm just saying, like, if both people know, that's the way to make the audio really clean and crispy, you know, with the discussion, whether it is more of a debate style or whether it's just more of a discussion style that has more like heat to it. You know, that may be the way where then like both people are never going to get interrupted and they get to fully say their point and be in their whole flow, you know? And it seems like in some cases that may be the only way to really have it be that way.
Hey, Gio, what's the rule on modding other mods if another mod's doing things that he shouldn't be doing and he gets a bit too over the top? Is another mod allowed to mod that mod?
They get modded. It happened today.
Well, I think overall we haven't really run into that very much, but I don't know. I don't think there isn't really like a set like guideline around that necessarily. Although I think it is in the guidelines that the moderators agree to. There is a thing that mentions like basically just, you know, if like like basically there are the different like levels of mods on the server, but it's not like a hierarchy in a way, in that way that like they do have slightly different things. But I do think it like there could be a thing where that like you could, you know, there could be some level of you know, and I think that could be like, even that could be healthy in a sense too. Like you don't want to have like tyranny by having one mod, control others. But on the other side of it, like a judge in a court, for example, you know, the judge does have that final say, and there's something about that that's, you know, as well. So I think in a sense, like, you know, I guess if you want to view it that way, although it's not really like a strong hierarchical system or anything.
There's been times where I thought, no, I won't do the muting part, but I should pipe up and just suggest something. But then you've got to maybe mute that person because they're not listening or you can't get a word in. Like I'm only learning to be a moderator, so I've been watching how other people do it and how you do it, and I'm still learning.
Yeah, I mean, ideally mods really shouldn't have to be moderated, but I know, yeah, things can happen and things, you know, and yeah, I mean, it's just best not to have mods muting other mods, I would say, you know, and even like if one of the mods is you know, it'd be ideal, like maybe if you wanted to, like, if, you know, you could like DM with them, you know, behind out of the live stream. Because there's another thing that we don't really want, like moderators like kind of battling, you know, in the kind of public arena.
I have seen over time, now that I've been here for a while, I have seen certain conversations where the mod will mod the other person, for just not what for saying something they didn't like to hear, even though they were having a good conversation. The other mod just didn't like what the other person was asking or responding, and I thought that's a bit unfair. It takes the flow of the conversation away if that happens.
Shit happens. That's all there is, bro.
Yeah.
That's all there is. What up, Gio? What up, everybody? Big up.
Yo,
What
yo.
up, Lisa? No, that shouldn't happen, though. Nobody should be getting muted just because someone else doesn't like what they're saying or whatever. You know, if you say like,
You can't ever judge that though. It's like shit's gonna happen, man. It's just all the mods just have to agree, like, you know, shit's gonna happen. You know, like.
Well, that's where I was thinking. Should another mod step in and say, well, that, in my opinion, that wasn't fair or something?
Yeah, like take for instance, like today, like I got modded, right? Because I was just up to here with like Xanic. And like, you know, I thought I was making a pretty pertinent fucking point, to be honest, in my estimate of things. However, my delivery offended somebody and they wanted to mod me. But if they're a mod and Geo is giving them the status of mod, you know what I mean? Like I gotta fucking kind of like be like, all right, whatever. Like I just left. I don't take it very well. You know what I mean? Personally, but I'm not gonna freak out. But I might be like, you know, I might talk shit, call him a snowflake, you know, like shit like that. But that's all that it is, man. You know, it's what it is. Man.
bro, when I'm in the heat of battle, I need to be modded. Like I don't care if anyone wants to mod me, feel free. Like I know my name. So.
Yeah, there was one point where like people were kind of geeking out about the way I was modding, but then a bunch of people spoke up and they were like, "No, Platypus, you're doing a good job." Like, so it's actually kind of interesting because we were talking about what's going to happen when the server starts blowing up, and it wasn't even really blown up today, and it just got crazy. We got a lot of personalities, we got a lot of different belief systems, so it was almost like good practice for what I think is going to be like kind of the inevitable. Like, what's going to happen when people want to talk about these things and they don't want to just go to a place where there's just like three guys sitting in a room. It's like they want to go to a place where there's 50 people in the chat and there's people who are arguing the topic that have been doing so for years. It's going to be a little. I'd like to keep it as organic as possible. You know what I'm saying? And I think you would too. So.
Yeah, I like the flow of a lot of the conversations, but when people are just getting a little bit too, I think their ego, your age. I'm a lot older than you guys, so I have to grin and bear the type of conversations and the wordings that you guys use. So I have to be aware of all that as well.
That must be a trip because I hear 19-year-olds talking and I cringe so hard. So we just probably sound like that, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
That's so funny.
Half the time I don't even understand what you're saying with all the different vocabularies and words and phrases and okay, what's he talking about?
Dude, I'm getting left behind. I just found out the other day that a way to say that you're hitting on a female is Riz, R-I-Z-Z. And I'm not really sure how it's like. I'm not going to ever attempt to use it. I'm good. I'll just say that I'm interested in somebody. But I like saw an Instagram reel where it's like, I just rizzed her. It just sounds silly. I don't know. These crazy kids.
Yeah, we talk. Oh, I was gonna read this. Or go on. Somebody's else going.
Oh no, go ahead. I guess I was still thinking about the modding thing. Like, yeah, I mean, like ideally, like mods really shouldn't be muting other mods at the end of the day. That's the thing. So, yeah, like just yeah, but
I don't think I muted any other mods.
It takes a minute for people to get to know each other too. Like sometimes, like it's like people have styles. So
yeah,
it's like the mods getting to know, especially like I don't know all the mods that you've modded. in the sense of like there's new people coming in all the time that you might deem trustworthy, right? But they don't know that I'm a dick and I've been here for a while. You know what I mean? So it's like I think like in that respect, in my head, I'm like, don't fucking mod me. I know when to shut the fuck up around these people. But who am I to, or whatever, it doesn't matter. But we were kind of fucking talking about that, like, just to bring it to the point, even because I was fascinated with the point. I was kind of pissed I got modded because I wanted to talk about the idea. Was the idea that they're asking about all this, like, because they were asking for another model of shit, and I was like, to show like gravity and shit. And it's like relative density answers all the questions, but they put the speed on it and the force and the thing like that. And it's like they're asking a question nobody's asked. Like they're answering a question nobody asked. And how cool that is to like hit them with that, even just for those of us to think about. Like they throw all this math and shit, but in regards to a question that nobody asked. You know what I mean? Like it's unreal that that's permitted. Like they should be called out for that.
Yeah, I
I don't
do
know.
notice that
Certain
online.
shit they should be called out for, man. Like certain shit, like I think what put me over the edge today was calling one of these people like mental midgets, man. You know what I mean? Because they can't understand even the point we're making. Versus and that's why they don't have a valid argument against it, because they don't even understand it, or at least it just appears that way.
I think
I do notice a lot of the ones that are on my side. They'll go very academic in their answers and not try to keep it in a layman's terms, so it's generic for everyone to understand what they're trying to say.
I had an idea. Is there a way where if there's ever like 25 or more people, the entire VC gets switched over to sorry, help me out. What's it called? The stage or whatever? There's like another function here in Discord on this server where like you got to raise your hand to speak or whatever. Because that would be that would have totally solved today's issues.
Yeah, but that's stupid though. To be in my opinion, like this is organic shit, man. You can't just I don't know. I think
I'm with you. I hear you, dude. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I just mean when there's 25 or more people, I'm not gonna say you can't have these super red pill conversations with 50 people in the VC, like having it totally open. But the chances that people are gonna get clipped, interrupted, pissed off, whatever, it's gonna be higher.
I noticed that what handles that though is when someone like Jeremy or somebody comes in and this is hey, these two people are gonna go at it for a minute. You know what I mean? And as long as the room respects that, I think that's what's up. If that's the case.
No, for sure. My whole thing, I was just driving the entire time I was trying to mod, so I couldn't if I was at a red light, I could hit something. I could press a couple buttons, and when I'm not driving and I'm modding, it's I'm down with it. Just making sure that people are kind of staying out of the conversation and making sure that people are just talking in order and whatnot.
And to be fair, is it's funny. I was listening to this to everybody earlier or whatever, and I thought this is the epitome of frustration. It's you want to say, especially if you want to say something pertinent or whatever it is. So many things come and go. So many lines you might have wanted to say, or but it's kind of the arena it is, and I think that's what makes it fun. And that kind of chaos, I've always noted this as a YouTube person or whatever it is. If you're gonna have a YouTube channel, the chaos, the shit where nobody's going anywhere and it's two people yelling at each other, will always get the most views. Will always get the most.
It's true. Yeah,
If you
show.
go off down a tangent of some rational, awesome fucking point or whatever, 15 people are gonna give a shit. But if you fucking let two nut jobs go at it, it's gonna be a fucking,
I felt like a nut job today. Jeez, yeah.
Well, that's what, I think. Hey, man, I think that's why. I always think of it like this: funny wins. My maxim has always been that funny wins, and humor indicates intelligence. And as long as you're funnier than these idiots, which is easy. You're always showing that you're more intelligent than them. You know what I mean? Because they're just retarded and they're not funny. They can't meme. They suck. You know. And I don't know.
Yeah.
And there's no fucking polite way to put it, man. There's no fucking polite way to put that. I don't know.
Well, at the end of the day, we stand with 2 feet firmly planted from the position that these people are either liars or they are severely deceived. And we decide which one of them they are the further we go down this.
But yeah, there's also, see, I look at it like there's also, like, remember, bro, you can't tell anyone what to think. So that's also my perspective. Like, and you have to permit them to think these things, but then also it's like, there's like my opinions about it. You know what I mean? Like, there's like these things are permissible, and the idea is that we can try to grasp their ideas, and I think a lot of us do, and that's why we take the alternative. But they take no effort into, or they at least they appear to take no effort. But I think half these dudes are like the people in the videos, you know, when like they landed on Mars with the rover, you know, like all the people pretending, jumping up and down, like they made it. Like that's who I feel like all these people are. They're like all the people that are.
You know, you're talking about us in the third person when I'm here.
Well, forgive me. Do you work for NASA?
No.
What are you trying to? What do you mean?
I had another idea just now.
No, because you sound
Gio, as the
go on, bro.
Sorry, Gio, as the owner of the server, do you have analytics data on how many people are occupying the VC and when?
Yep. That's all. There's a whole analytics.
Maybe.
It shows like that, like all of that. Yeah, there's logs that show all of that. Then there's also all the like the time breakdowns of it, like graphs and stuff that show all that. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we have like a happy hour type thing. You don't need to necessarily call it an event, but like, I don't know, set something up for the busiest times. Start.
Yeah, that's what you should call it. Happy hour.
Happy hour. Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a good time to run this by you because we've been. So we're gonna be.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know why my car's doing this noise.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what you guys think of this because I mean I've been mentioning we're gonna be doing a platform update soon, so we're gonna do a whole update to the platform, and you know to improve on several things and to add some features and things. So let me just ask you guys, since we're kind of in this part of it, talking about this, and it's kind of fresh because we had a bit of a meeting today with a couple of us and trying to get some of this worked out. What do you guys think on the idea of having 2 live streams running all the time to where one of them would be like the debate one, where there could be like even tighter moderation, like that thing where people are being muted and unmuted so that there's no interruptions, you know, as clean as can be. And then the idea there would be potentially to add several additional moderators as well, to kind of be able to help manage that. So to do that, and then to have live stream 1, the main live stream would be more, like building discussions, more kind of podcast style, chill style. Because we've talked about doing this before, like kind of separating like the more building, you know, podcast kind of chill style discussions versus the more debate ones, you know, that are very different of that energy. Because the way it is right now, like it's the one live stream and it flows throughout the day. Like right now, we're kind of in a more chill, like building kind of mode. Whereas earlier today, it was totally the debate mode. And when you have like 40 people doing an open debate, it just gets wild. And I think a lot of people, like Issa, like you were saying, the frustration, like, yeah, like that can happen because like people are getting interrupted and clipped and then someone's trying to get in. It's like a 40-person open debate is pretty intense. It is like fun though, and can be kind of wild and exciting. And the points, you know, everyone can jump in. So there's still something cool to that. And if we made like the live stream 2 room be more of a debate type focus, like you could still have an open style debate where you could have the whole room open as an option, or you could do more actual like, you know, structures as well. Sort of like almost like the court, like debate court kind of vibe where people.
You know what though? Do you know what though, Gio? You lose the intensity of having whoever's speaking knowing that you have a room full of people also. You lose that intensity. I think like the intensity and like it's nice when you know what I mean. It's nice to be able to talk to that many people and have these points be heard. I don't know if dividing it, to be honest. You know what I mean? I think it's too good. It's too rich. You know what I mean? It's too fun. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I think you're doing everything.
Can I
I don't
make
know.
a suggestion, like an addition to what Bill said? Like, not exactly the same idea, but like an additional idea to that. What
I
about
got next.
okay? What about having different rooms, right? But some of the rooms are restricted to certain tags that you can get on the server. So you could have like mods lounge, and then you could have like a room that's FE only, and then you could have a room that's mixed. You know what I'm saying? Or you could even have a room that's like low hanging fruit. And so people that we know are just garbage and trash that just come in and just cause just people that essentially you've banned in the past, you know what I mean? Like those type of people you could send to like a low hanging fruit room where they get to all chill with each other, but they don't waste other people's time. You know what I mean? Almost like I'm not saying it has to be like some hierarchical like tiered system or whatever, but I'm just saying like separate rooms that not everyone has access to in a certain way because and I wouldn't even mind if there was one that only Globers could get to and they could all be a Glober in that room. You know what I mean? Like and it's not about trying to like include or disclude people like as a popular sense, more like certain conversations are better when certain people are excluded because they're not even going to suggest the subject. They're just going to distract from it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think. Oh, you were gonna go next, yeah. But I mean, I think in general, like everyone does like to kind of be where the action is, you know. So whether there's 20 people or 30 or 40 plus the people watching on the other streaming platforms as well, where it's streaming to, like they kind of like people generally want to be where the action is, what's popping, what's going on. I mean, there are the other rooms on the server as is. Obviously, this is the only one being live streamed currently. I can turn on live stream too, and we can run the 2 live streams at any point as well. But like what Issa said. Yeah, there's a lot of things with that because if you kind of split it up that way, then it's going to be more split up. Like if there's but there's also ways to. It just depends on. There's just a lot of factors with that. We could also keep it all the main live stream one in live stream 1, and then just have different events. Like if there's going to be a debate court for an hour, then all right, it's debate court or something. Whereas another time there's a different vibe.
Yeah, I remember in Nathan's server, dude, there would be like a room that was like the people officially debating and live streaming. And then there was another room on the side called like after show. And then there was like the after show. And literally like all 3 would be full at the same time. And then the guys who would stream would just leave the stream one and then there would just be that, you know what I mean? And then also on sorry about that dumb shit in the background. There would also be how do I say in a Tartarian Discord, there would be like an event going on, and there'd be a second room where like a lot of people didn't want to be there to just listen to some guy lecture. You know what I mean? So there'd be a whole other room present during that event where people could go and just not participate in the event because not everyone wants to do certain shit. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like because I mean we have other rooms on this server, but people tend not to use them. Like in voice at least, everyone seems to always be in the live stream because yeah,
it's like the way that it's set up. I don't know. It's just too many options in a sense. You know what I mean? And so people just say like, oh, like at least for me, dude. Like I never even think about. I only think of one VC when I think about this server. But now I'm literally looking at this, and I didn't even realize that there was a Guardian lounge, there's a music lounge, there's a spiritual, like there's a bunch of things that I didn't even know existed because I usually just come in and you know what I mean? So maybe it's like the way that it's set up in a sense that to the fact that people aren't even there's so many choices that they just go for the main choice, like what's today's special.
I'd like to weigh in on if that's cool. It won't take me long here. So the reason nobody goes into the other rooms is because there's really no incentive. The only time I've ever seen other people in there is because 2 people agreed to have a private discussion or just to have a different discussion, right? I think there should only be 2 rooms, personally, available to the public So that's excluding moderator rooms, excluding some kind of like, if you wanted to do something exclusive, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's your style, but if you did. So anyways, you got this room. And then let's say Gio and I are having a discussion about 9/11. It's getting heated. We're clipping each other. Other people are clipping in. One person can say, okay, you know what? Let's go meet behind the school. You want to do this? I'm sick of getting interrupted. If you really want to argue this, let's meet behind the school. If you don't, then then you can let a moderator know, like, hey, we can't even have this discussion. It's not going anywhere. I'm gonna back out of this if we're not gonna go do this right. And the person accepts. You guys can go into the other chat. A bunch of people will follow. I've seen it happen plenty of times where two people are getting super hated, and it's just there's too much crosstalk.
Often it also just kills the VC. Yes, there will be a little bit of activity, but people when they spread
I'm not done,
out,
dude. I really.
You were done. You had a long break. That's why I started talk.
Okay, well that's fine. I don't think. Anyways, that was my 2 cents.
Well, I wanted to hear what Tim was going to say too, but Platypus, how about just maybe you did pause for a second, but you want to just finish your full thought though, and then Tim can go next.
Tim, I'm sorry. I'm driving in my parking structure, and it probably clipped me. So I'm sorry. I didn't realize where I was.
It's cool. I'm just saying from my experience being on these servers is that when 2 rooms is going, at some point, yes, there might be some activity for a short while, but over time, it's more like a server killer, to be honest, because the activity is being spread out. It's not like we have 10 active talkers at all times. Most of the times, it is just a 1 versus 1 or a 2 versus 2 or something like that. So if you start to split that out, well, the activity just dies out. I'm not sure how to put it, but that's just how I experience it here.
Well, yeah, if there's things about splitting it like that, dissipate it. Yeah.
Too, it's like if you're really interested in a subject, you can go research it on your own, right? So, like, let's say like you wanted to go discuss it with somebody else in like a private room to further develop an idea or something like that. That's one thing, but usually, well, it may or may not be interesting to the room, but like the idea is that, it's interesting to see 2 people versed in their own set of set of knowledge combating. You know what I mean? That's what I think we're all here for anyway, because if you really want to know something, like, debates isn't the way to do it. But if you want to like challenge somebody else's perspective and, kind of put forth these ideas into the world and challenge them and the merits of them, then, I think that's what this is about. Watching 2 people fight over these ideas or fight over whether or not someone can even entertain both ideas. Because that's the trick, is to entertain 2 ideas with accepting neither points, right? That's what's so interesting about debates.
Isa, I'm waiting for Isa to do a legal scholar analysis of the
no doubt.
U.S. court system. I'll sign up. I'll sign up for that event, Isa.
Well, dude, that's why I used to do my show, man, Flat Earth Court. And what do you need? I don't know. What do you call it? Like Flat Earth Court. The idea being that you would have 2 parties, like, challenging on the ideas, and like, and then how to argue, how to make a point, how to like offer a conditional acceptance. But those are tools of the trade at this point.
It's scheduled, Gio.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the things that's coming with the platform update that's coming soon is it's already the case that actually any moderator can create an event. That's already the permissions is already activated on the server. However, it hasn't really been officially kind of launched yet and announced. And then we're going to have a big mod meeting as well to kind of go over everything as well. So, and actually I was thinking because it sounds like there's a lot of, we may even be good to have a mod meeting before the update so we can kind of all put, because we were kind of doing it now almost in that style, meaning we're kind of throwing in our thoughts on this, but we could also do a meeting before the update as an option too, because we haven't had one in a while. But yeah, So if having any moderator being able to make an event, create an event at any time, would mean that, yeah, like any type of presentation or anything like that wants to be created. And of course, anyone else could ask a mod, like if they want to do an event, they could just ask any mod, like, hey, I want to do an event on whatever or presentation. But then that brings in the question, okay, well then do we want to have 2 live streams running so that an event like that could take place? So for example, like if someone was going to do a presentation in one live stream and then the other one could still have the open panel, things like that. Whereas, or you could do it all in one live stream, like we were talking about. Yeah, that whole component. But yeah, the events thing is one component, and then yeah, like that, like you were saying, like the flat Earth court that you used to do, Isa, and like because this idea came up. I don't know if it's exactly what you were doing with that or not, but I was talking about it with Witsit and others, where because like Witsit gets frustrated for various reasons too, and I can understand that, and I do as well, because there's also the whole component. Sorry, I've probably said too much in this talking spree here, but I was just gonna also say with the whole court thing, because one of the things when you have just an open room and it's like open debate style, it does get wild with like the interruptions and all of the side things. And whereas if it was more like a courtroom where you have like judge and a jury, and then it's like you're actually bringing your points.
I got the program, bro. The program is like this: you have 2 parties that are going to do you set it up just like court. And I often thought like you could make it.
Hold on, your mic went a little muffled.
Okay, yeah, forgive me, my mic sucks. So like what you would have is like, now granted I'm going to take it to the nth degree right now, but let's say back in the day it would be like 2 parties would put up $5 into whatever fucking PayPal, right, to the court, to the flat Earth court, right, and you would have that's what gives you the right to use the court, is that $5 from the PayPal. It's just like real court. And you would have to present all of your evidence beforehand. So the point being is that anything that you try to enter into the court during the argument that you didn't present to the court before the argument is inadmissible. So these are the rules of the court. So you would essentially be teaching people A, the rules of the court, and B, how to make a fucking claim on these issues. And actually you would have be interesting to see people's because you could even have them write a brief. You know what I mean? You could have them write, let's say a synopsis, and it doesn't have to be long or anything, but and you could cite your different sources. But the point being about court is that you would have to provide all that information before the court date, before the hearing, before the event on Discord or whatever like that. You know what I mean? There's like how far do you want to go with it is the question. You know what I mean?
So
yeah, exactly.
You brief your position in not writing ahead of time, then you go to the court and basically make your oral arguments based on your briefs.
Right, based on the supporting evidence, and you really wouldn't be able to support to bring anything else in. That's the issue, and that becomes the issue, and that's it becomes problematic because it limits our conversation to some extent in this kind of an arena, because a court matter is going to be regarding specific incidents on a specific date, etc. It's really limited to a specific moment in time, if you will. Whereas this conversation, you know what I mean? Unless you really dissected it, and like I said, how far do you want to go with it? Because really, you could have a clerk of court. You could have you could have attorneys if you wanted to. You could have fucking Witsit could be somebody's flat Earth attorney, and that person could bring up their argument, but they're like, I don't like speaking in public, so Witsit's going to defend them, and they would pay Witsit, let's say, however much money on a freaking whatever app. Like you could take it. How far do you want to go with it? Even if it's $1, even if it's you know what I mean, like a boost on fucking Sky, one of these, whatever the.
Well, we try it out first and see how popular it gets. But yeah, I like it.
I can
even
my
make
gut.
there could even be like a credit system, even if it's not real money. There could even be like maybe some sorts of credits, because then you could get in if you want it.
Yeah.
The whole like ranking with like roles on Discord, you get certain ranks and have certain kind of credits, and you could get certain if you win the court or whatever, you get like some kind of a role or a tag or something.
Or no, and then listen. The best way, I mean, yeah, you could simplify that, but the real move is you have people put in that $5 at the court, and if let's say this Discord isn't going to take the money, or they're going to take a percentage, you have whatever the earnings of the court. But you got to think it's going to come down to a judge. But you essentially be, let's say, putting money in escrow, and they're going to bet on that, and fucking whoever wins maybe gets that money, $5 or whatever it is, and or $10, And you could go that route with it in a way. I'm sure fucking you get taxed for it or something, right? Fucking IRS would be like, oh my god.
How about this? You have a
And then we could all
three-person.
and then we could all learn about the IRS.
Well, whatever the subject is, you have a 3-person arbitration panel. Let's say, like, I pick my arbitrator, you pick your arbitrator, then those 2 arbitrators pick a third. And
Well, yeah,
so,
only if you wanted to. Check it. Only if you wanted to. Like, because here's the issue. Here's the issue. And this is where people run amok, bro. And this is why it's so fascinating and why court and law is such a historic, beautiful subject. Because and I felt like I was worthy enough to, let's say, be a judge because I understand what I consider to be the rules of the game of court. So if somebody were to present an argument to me on the baller's behalf and it was better than the flat earthers' behalf, like, I know how to rule in their favor and why, right? Because there's rules to the court also. That's where, like, whoever were to be a judge should be somewhat certified, if you will, because otherwise they're going to do it on the whims of what they think it is, and their biases will take over. And that's the point of law, is to dissect a man from his biases so that he can look into the subject matter that he has jurisdiction over. And so
I want to say though, I don't know if that whole briefing situation will work, but I think that a set of rules and a judge might be a fucking great idea.
Well, then
Because
it could all be done.
I agree, because you kind of limit yourself in a way if you're going to, especially with evidence. Like, if you're going to say, okay, that's inadmissible because you didn't provide it in the brief, like, how far do you want to go with it? Is always what my point was, because I thought really what it becomes is this fucking civics class, bro.
Get to my point, which was that people come here and to have a quick debate, not to like get ready and prepare for weeks and put their evidence in beforehand. You know what I mean? Like, you
That's why it could be an event where somebody would want to do it.
Yeah.
think dumb. You call them out and you start debating them on it. That's it. Or you come here and you just make claims until someone else finds it dumb and start debating you on it. Right? It's not like you can have those, I guess, brief styles during events, but I don't think that should be just the everyday operations.
Oh, no.
Where we have
This
to
is
go.
yes.
To go work to get here and stuff. But I do think that whole idea of a credit, where, like, say, what could happen is when you join the server, or everyone at the beginning of the switch gets like 100 credits, right? And anyone who joins the server gets 100 credits, and basically, or maybe there's like a source of credits, like an event that happens every so often. Whoever wins gets the credits, and then they can spend the credits somehow. But some sort of way of circulating these credits, and then basically you could have it to where if someone just like comes into the conversation, they just start obfuscating. It's like, oh, that's gonna be 5 credits. You know what I mean?
You know what you do is you have them when they sign up. Check it, brother.
There's
When they sign. Okay,
real
brother.
quick, real quick. There's clear things that happen in a debate that just shouldn't be happening, right? Like if someone's just saying like, yeah, fuck you, like your family should die. You know what I mean? Like we all know there's cases where it's kind of like iffy, but there's also cases where it's just someone just blatantly interrupts, or even just, and I'm not even saying like these types of, even things that are just dishonest tactics where like these like just something that just completely obfuscates. Like there could be like a tier of penalties that you could take these credits from someone, and then there could be also like a tier of like
yeah,
ways in which you could make make these credits. There could be some sort of way to trade credits with each other, because the credits wouldn't really matter unless there's something you could purchase with them in a way. You know what I'm saying? But I think the whole
All right,
idea.
so check it out. Hold on.
Real quick,
guys, I've been waiting for like 10 minutes just to finish
10
this
more
thought here.
10 more physical seconds. I think the whole idea of having a credit system is good, because you need to incentivize these people, because if not, they just go run rampant and just use whatever dishonest tactics without anything stopping them. Thank you.
Just real quick, Gio, I did a little survey today throughout the day, asking various people why they were here. And the answer, I'm going to save the answer for a mod meeting. If you want to know, you can just DM me. But I think focusing on why there are so many people showing up is going to give us the best direction to take going forward. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say was check it, Tio. You could run it like the U.S. does. When they sign up for the server, they sign up for an application for 100 credits. The application is the agreement, right? You have like an agreement, like you're gonna hold to these bylaws of the server.
Yeah.
So their admission, their application, which then you would have a digital copy of, let's say, would be the trust agreement, which would create the 100 fucking credits. So therefore, now you're teaching everybody about money too, because just like the birth certificate thing,
Exactly.
the application creates the funds. So then, what you could do is you would have access to those, let's say, 100 credits, and then you would be able to, let's say, bring your lawsuits to the Flat Earth Court or whatever. You know what I mean? And that through those credit systems, you would then use that credit system to be able to, okay, well, it's $5, your credit, and then like, you either earn or exhaust your 100 credits. And it's not for anything but the learning process. It's not like there's no penalty really or anything to it. But I mean, unless they start violating laws within their agreement, therein they lose all their credits and they maybe get kicked out of the server because they're destitute. They have no morals, I don't know. Depends how far you want to go with it.
The credit system should be like a game of craps, bro. Where someone's rolling, right, at the very moment. That's the speaker. So that would be considered the roller, right, in craps. That's the guy who's shooting the dice. Then everyone else on the outside, and then say there's someone else who they're basically placing down their credits in certain ways where you can come and go, right? Where you're not fucking... Because I think the whole idea of having like this, like it needs to be quick, right? Because people come here...
Well, no one's interested really in
People
the
come here
credit
to
system.
sit
We're
down.
interested in the
People come here
debate.
to sit down. Real quick, people come here to sit down and talk for like half an hour. You know what I mean? Like, not everyone's trying to like make a business of it, but at the same time, there needs to be something where like you can get, I got something for behaving well. Oh wow, like my credits went down because all I did was just shout and yell, and none of my comebacks were actually refutations. They were just emotional insults.
Well, yeah, there's
like
I just want to say real quick, I think a credit score system would be the end of the server.
that sounds like some communist thing.
Well, no, you could do it is like anyone who wants to file for like the court case with the Flat Earth Court event, let's say, Gio, that application, let's say, just between the people who are going to go up against each other, that application itself would create the 100 credits, and you could have them like use the like. I mean, it's really pointless at some point because you don't need it. You just need two people to go through the court process of providing the evidence beforehand, learning some simple procedures about court, and then having someone who is aware of court procedure to be able to be the judge of the case.
Or you know
Yeah,
what?
well, I'll just say real quick, it's a lot to consider for sure, and there's so many different ways that credits or currency type thing could be used with something like this. Even if it was just sort of like everyone has 100 credits, and then if it's in that debate style, whether you kind of win or lose, you gain or lose credits in that sense, and whether that was even linked to real money or not, or whether it's just linked to credits in that sense, there are a lot of potentials with that, and there's so many different ways to bring that into debate form. What I was going to say, like kind of what came up the other day, for example, there was like 50 people in the VC, and it was literally like it got up to 50, and in the actual VC, and then another like 40 or 50 on YouTube. Like it was just, the room was completely packed, and Witsit was bringing up, I'm just going to bring this up briefly to kind of say like of what a court type thing could allow for. So like Witsit was bringing up the dynamic and kinematic equivalence of geocentrism and heliocentrism. And Witsit was basically, he was claiming, even in the heliocentric model, as it were, they admit, many of the et cetera, that it is equivalent dynamically and kinematically. And that was the thing on the table. And then like the Bob guy, he was going back and forth. There was multiple things going on, and Witsit was asserting his points, and it was being moderated pretty well to where the points were being made. And like Zanuck actually conceded and said, yeah, Witsit's right. They're dynamically and kinematically equivalent. But Bob did not. He did not agree. Even though Witsit like fully brought all of his evidence and showed him, Bob just literally wouldn't do that. And so I think like in a sense, there's the thought of, if you had like a judge and even a jury, like this could all be done with Discord. Like you could have roles and you could have your jury and then like the way Issa was saying as well, where you present it beforehand. There could be a whole system that could be built like that. And there's so many potentials with that in terms of like, you could even like kill multiple birds with multiple stones. Like you could like be getting to the truth more accurately, while also in a way, kind of like in a healthy way, ideally kind of weeding out people that are just using tactics and
well, see, here's the thing though. This is the thing with court, though. This is the thing. Oh, hold on, brother. 1 second. The thing with court, though, brother, is that like I'm of the estimates that it's like two different parties could present the same evidence, and one could be correct, or one would win the case and one would lose the case. Same set of evidence. So the thing is that court is about how you argue about it. Court is about how
but
you, do you know what I'm saying?
What definition of court? I mean, I do hear you on that, but in the criminal courts in the world today, like isn't the goal to get the truth of what happened?
I think we're thinking fundamentally wrong. It shouldn't be a court. This should be like fucking venture capital type shit. Like we're fucking sailing the 7 seas, not arguing with some other man on the court. It should be like the guys who can argue the most are going to be like the fucking robber barons, and they're going to be building the most credits in this type of system, right? Instead of focusing on who gets restricted, it should be like, what kind of shit can you do in this server? Like, say you make logical arguments and you get down to your shit, irregardless of which side you go for. Like, you should get promoted in a sense, is what I think. I think the positive incentive will be much, much stronger, right? Because certain people will have certain roles based on some sort of accreditation, right?
Like 24/7.
I don't know. I don't know about what that even means, to be honest. What do you mean?
Well, they have a ranking system over there. So if you're gold, that means you're a really good flat earther.
Well,
Yeah, but not flat earther. I'm talking about debates, right? Because we're trying to foster a group of people who are intelligent, logical, and the problem here is when we have debates and people are just outright dishonest. Like, so we're not trying to increase people's flat earthism. We're just trying to keep people in check and have integrity. So we call it an integrity score instead, right? Because, like, at a certain point, dude, like, people who just fucking come in and just cause a shit show and they never bring any relevant information whatsoever, dude, there needs to be some way to stop them. And at the same time, there's people who come in, bro, and they come in with the most interesting topics, the most interesting talking points. There needs to be some way to reward them, to promote them. So if you have a problem with people with good points getting promoted and people with garbage getting demoted, like, I think you're fundamentally wrong. Like, there needs to be some sort of incentive, because there's this fucking issue, dude, and we need to get rid of it so we can progress.
Well, the issue also becomes like I said about that's what's so fun about it, Gio. This is what you have to understand. Also, what's fun about this is the idea that, like I said, one party could have the two parties could have the same set of information, the same circumstances, and it is really about how they make their claims and how they introduce their ideas. Do you know what I mean? And that's where, like, so, like, in one instance, a baller might win because his evidence and his case is more secure and presented better. Do you know what I mean? So there's that too. And that's where the judge has to lose that bias. This is why it's tricky,
But yeah, there's so many different kind of ideas and ways that this could be done. Yeah, in different ways. I mean, any kind of ranking system to me does start to get hierarchical, and you get into that whole like capitalism and that whole like sort of.
There's no ranking. I wouldn't worry about currencies.
It's like the Freemason ranking system. Like that's the most top. You know what I mean? There is like a dark side to like any. There could be a dark side when you start to get social credit score types things going, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be done with that kind of spirit to it. Like it could be more of like an integrity, almost like getting medals or something. Like it's not. It's more about just kind of having some sort of I don't know, status or some kind of a reward or some way if you're in integrity, rather
you have just embarrassing roles. Like if one person, all they do ever is obfuscate, like you bring up a subject, they get uncomfortable, they've seen that they've contradicted themselves and they start to move it. You could have like a little ticker and you just add to their ticker. And then after a certain point, it's like, wow, like this guy's obfuscated 3,000 times. Like you could have like stats for people. Doesn't even have to be a
Yeah.
credit spend on it. It could just be a stat. Like, yeah, this guy has literally interrupted this other person like 30 million times. Like, wow, that's a really bad stat. You know what I mean? Or like someone comes up and they say like, I don't know, there's just ways to, because dude, there's just things that need to like end, dude. Like these dishonest tactics, like I'm sorry to say, like it might sound hierarchical or whatever, but like there needs to be a way to just cut that shit out. That shit
Well,
needs to like honestly.
there's a reason. There's a reason why those people were here today. And it's because every single other server, specifically Gem Panda's server, is so shitty. It's such garbage over there. There are no flat earthers except for Pete and Johnny B. And if you know who either of those people are, you know exactly what's going on. And that just basically puts all the power in Geo's hands. There are people who want to be here because we're this is it. We're the only ones doing it right. Whatever's going on at 24/7, it's not working. Whatever's going on at Gems, it's not working. What we're doing here is working. I just really want to nail that in. I personally think the credit score thing, it's a great idea, but it'll never work. No offense. Issa, you're a genius, dude. You know, I've learned so much about the law and money from listening to you talk. I think it's amazing. I think you could run the flat Earth court. I would be supportive of that. But even giving people like crazy rules, just kiss, baby. Keep it simple, stupid. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it simple. 1 or 2 rooms at max, +1 for the mods. No credit score. No crazy thing. The incentive is being heard by many people while you try to defend your position, and knowing that the moderating staff and the system that is set up is going to allow for you to be heard and not get frustrated, right?
Well, I don't know
Yeah,
about
like
that.
if you look at
I don't know about that as a caveat about getting frustrated.
if
And
you look
thank
at
you
what
for the
happened
kind
today,
words.
right? When I was debating earlier, right? It would seem like I would get frustrated, right? Because the other guy is just saying that you don't understand. Meanwhile, he's not citing any sources to back up any of his claims. But for me, that worked out great for me, because if there was an audience looking at that now or anytime in the future, like they're going to be like, how did this idiot pizza guy like mop the floor with all these college kids and they didn't cite one source? And when they did cite a source, he said, hey, look at what this says. It looks like they were trying to prove the lawsuit argument and nothing to do with the facts. I mean, that's
another thing.
great.
There's a lot of people that want to hear these conversations but have no idea that they're going on. And I think maybe creating a TikTok or an Instagram for the Earth Awakenings channel and having, like, if you feel like you had a really good debate just now and there's a 1 minute and 30-second clip you can grab, go ahead yourself and go grab it and send it to whoever's running the account, and then they post it up. Being consistent with content like that is going to help bring more people to the server.
Yeah, Gio.
I have to say I completely agree with everything that Flatbush has put forward thus far. Actually, I think the keep it simple is actually the greatest idea thus far. Given all the other things that have been mentioned and stuff, I'd have to say I'm putting all my chips with what Platypus just said. But I do think we should have some sort of system of like, what will happen is what we could do is like, one of us, even me, I'm down to like volunteer though. Like, we'll just listen to the conversation whenever they have free time and just note the different dishonest tactics that go on. And then we could have a list of these dishonest debate tactics, and it could be like the wall of shame. And then whenever anyone uses these, we could literally cite it like a code, like, yeah, violation number 3, and then just put them on mute for, and I'm not even saying on mute for a long time, just for like 30 seconds or a minute. And so like, I don't know, because like,
That's gay though.
to be honest, like, it gets pretty ridiculous sometimes. Like it when we're talking about frustration and shit, people get really frustrated when they put all this work and this energy and this mental complexity into their argument, and the other side is not actually doing any of that work and just completely, for lack of a better term, just being disingenuous and just wasting everyone's time.
Yo, but some people troll people. But yo, Gio, what you need is a T-shirt, bro. What you need is a motherfucking Earth Awakenings T-shirt, and if you ever did any kind of credits, that's what you get. Is you get an
Well,
Earth Awakenings Discord fucking, and you could have like their their name on it, like their
dude,
tag name on Discord, like.
that's totally doable, and it's really easy to set up through Instagram. They allow you to set up your own shop. And like, how many people are in the server right now that are certified, not Globers?
I want an Earth Awakenings Discord fucking T-shirt, bro.
If all of us created accounts and promoted the Earth Awakenings account by sharing the link, doing basically hacking the algorithm, like I know with about 20 people, we could make certain things go viral and really pump up the Earth Awakenings. Just people knowing about it. Like I got ideas, and there's plenty of us here. Like we all come in here every day and click buttons. We type to each other. It would be so easy to promote an account that would draw traction and attention to this server, and even allow for Geo to put up a shop selling T-shirts, mugs, socks, whatever the hell he wants.
Yo, Gio, for a minute, dude, I was selling. I had a shirt that was like, like the Earth is like one of them was like the Earth is flat, like fuck you, and then the other one's like the Earth is a sphere, fuck you, like sell to both sides, never forget.
That's the best business advice ever.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I mean, there is an Earth Awakenings TikTok channel, but I think you have to have like 1,000 subscribers in order to stream on there. But I mean, I could multi-stream the live stream to TikTok. We just need 1,000 subscribers, or I know there's ways to like pay for it, but it's not really in my level of wanting to do, like, integrity wise. Like, I don't really want to pay for any kind of subscribers in that way. And yeah, I mean, and with that channel though, there's even a way, Platypus, to set it up to where it may be a little advanced, but I think I could probably figure it out where, dude, anyone could clip any little part of the live stream for like either a YouTube short or a TikTok, and they could actually upload it in a text channel on the Discord, and then it will automatically post to the channel.
Dude, that's fucking huge. Because my biggest thing about, like, I haven't really gone through to clip anything from this Discord channel because they're 12-hour segments. Like, unless I stop what I'm doing and leave the chat right now and go to the live stream on YouTube and rewind it back to like where I think I might have said the thing or heard the thing, it's like a whole process. And in terms of just making it appealing for somebody who wants to, like, oh, what's this Earth Awakenings thing? I'm going to type it in and, oh, wow, each video is 12 hours long. Well, I'm not going to listen to the whole thing, but I'll try the first 5 minutes. And if the first 5 minutes aren't good, they're never going to search that again. So clipping the best stuff and having that be more prominent than a 12-hour stream on YouTube, I think should be top priority.
I completely agree, and but I think that it's kind of irresponsible to just have a channel on Discord where people could just put videos in, and whatever is put in that channel gets posted immediately, because people could just abuse it and I'm not even saying for like winning a debate. They could just put videos that aren't even of the server at all, just completely inappropriate. Just, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
maybe we would have a submission.
I'm not saying it would be public. Yeah, it wouldn't be public that just anyone could. It would either be like certain people that either have the role or moderators, and it also could go through like a bit of an approval thing. I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying there's ways to do it like in these ways. Yeah, just to.
I'm thinking that every video that gets posted has to have some sort of top mod, like Jeremy or something, like approve it before it goes on, because if it's just an algorithm sorting these things out where you post it in here and automatically some API goes into fucking TikTok and just bro, people go to servers and all they do is they just want to burn the server down, so they'll report the server, report whatever, make like, dude, there's just fucking toxic people out there that take advantage.
But I think ultimately to me, there's a component of making the information more digestible for people. Ultimately, as just an overall kind of quest that we're all on in various ways, because like one 12-hour video is very, very long, obviously, and it's not as digestible. And there's so many little nuggets of information, things that could be added with little visuals or animations as well, in terms of different, times where discussions are happening. And then I wanted to say too, from what we were talking about before, the thing is, on this server, we've always moderated for conduct, so that it's not just a complete dumpster fire all the time. Just, in terms of that, in terms of, ad homs and, all the egregious, those kinds of things, and the interruptions as well. But in general, we've never really moderated for, well, we do some moderation. Okay, when we do debates, there's definitely moderation happening. But what I'm saying is that there's a difference between moderating for conduct, as it were, versus moderating for the actual debate itself. If it's a debate, if it's more of just a discussion style, then that's not really relevant. I'm talking about more when it's the debate style. Like Larry was saying earlier, he was having that discussion. The guy kept obfuscating. He didn't offer his sources, things like this, to where, if we actually, like, it's kind of the basic idea of moderating for those things, basically. And like Issa was saying with the Flat Earth Court, where there's certain guidelines, there's a judge, there's a jury, there's that kind of style. There's the person on the stand, there's the topic being discussed. So what I'm saying, and there's a million ways to do that. And I think we've done some of that on the fly anyways. And we kind of do that organically. Like I'll do that, or I'll kind of, I'll try to stop someone who's completely obfuscating and be like, well, can you respond to the question? Things like this. But I'm just saying, like, because that's kind of what we were talking about. Even if there was some kind of credit system, all that idea, that's all based around essentially moderating for the actual debate. And then you can get into like who's actually presenting the more valid information, either on the truth level, like whether like a true and false kind of component, where there's some level of discernment around what if who is right and who's wrong. And then there's the other style, like Issa was also saying, where it's not necessarily about who's right or wrong. It's actually about how you presented the information, how accurate and how well you presented the information, how maybe like how few fallacies you had, how logical you were, even how well spoken you are, all of, even how persuasive you were. So yeah, it's like a whole nother category of components in terms of, moderating for that. And that's why talking about having like, the stream set up for that, whether we have two streams running or just the one and have it be an event type thing where, those can be employed. Because if it's in the middle of an open panel and everyone's just coming in and out, they might not really realize like, okay, no, actually we're doing a debate type moderation right now, even though people we do that a little bit anyways as is. So yeah.
I was just going to say, like another problem I can think of, because I'm just trying to think of problems we have that we can just bring them up so we can then come up with solutions. Like, say I'm having a debate with a guy, right? And then I have a series of yes or no questions that I have to get through to then come to some conclusion about what they think and how I can counter it. If I can't even get a yes or a no on the first question and it's just complete, like, or even if you ask a question like, yeah, like, so what do you think about, I don't know, the ocean and how deep the ocean is? And then someone's just out of left field, like, yeah, the sun, the Earth is orbiting around the sun, and like it's 93 million miles. Like these absurd non-answers that are irrelevant to the questions. Like, dude, I'm gonna make a list of these things. Or like when you ask a question, right, and the person does come up with an actual answer and gives you a straightforward answer, but then goes on to just talk about something else irrelevant. Like, say earlier today, Zanuck was asked a question, and then credit to Zanuck, he went on to actually just answer the question truthfully and honestly, and I was like, oh, that's great. And then he just went on to just start talking shit about Witsit, and I just said like, oh, like you're done, dude. Like you're done answering the question. Now you're just, you know what I mean? And I feel like yeah, like that type of shit where like, you have the time and people aren't going to interrupt you. So then you just start using the time to just give rhetorical BS about whatever you feel. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, see, yeah, I do this.
These like insidious tactics that these guys are doing. And I feel like I'm going to actually make a list of these. And then you, me, and some other moderators can look at this list and say, how can we counter these specific things? Because like, there's just so many, but like with the interrupting thing, like it could just be warning, right? Like we'll give you a 30-second mute, because I feel like if you're interrupting and then you get muted for 30 seconds, that's reasonable, right? You'll just stop, interrupt, and then like, but like different things require different dishonest tactics. I feel like require different counters, right? Because then it's like no one wants to interrupt this guy, but now he's just fucking blabbing about nonsense, going off into the weeds, just completely throwing off the whole debate. And now we're three subjects away of what we were trying to get to. And you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna make a list, dude. I think I'm gonna make a list, and then we're gonna talk about this later, because like I really want to see this shit end. And you can even moderate me when I do it, because it just goes too far sometimes.
Well, I do hear you on all those factors, all those points. Yeah, those are all components. I will say, so when I'm able to moderate, like when I'm right at my computer and I've got the time to be able to actually kind of, keep my eyes on the Discord, like I can moderate to where like I seem to be able to help eliminate most of those things. Because, for example, let's say it's like Negator and Witsit, and they're going back and forth, and it's all right. They're not necessarily interrupting or et cetera. If it's all good, and then if Negator responds with just a total ad hom, just complete like where for the purpose of just trying to create some kind of shit show or whatever it may be. Like, I'm just saying, I've been able to kind of just like jump in and just sort of like I'll mute anyone if I have to, and then just be like, yo, Negator, like that's really not a response to the actual thing. That's just an ad hom, stuff like that. So there are ways to kind of do it. I mean, I feel like when I am moderating that way, in a way, like I'm not saying I am a judge, but it kind of feels like that in a way. It's kind of like, because I will kind of almost stop someone and be like, all right, that's really just an ad hom. That's not actually responding to the point. Would you like to try again, basically? Would you like to actually respond to the point? And when I do that, they will, when they respond, they will they'll agree, and it's like the truth of the fact that they did just ad hom is obvious to everyone in the room. And if I was nice to them about it, they'll actually respond in kind, and they'll be like, okay, yeah, let me actually respond to it. Okay, and then they'll actually respond. But yeah, what you're talking about, I know what you're saying, and there's a lot of those of different factors. The thing is, but the thing I would add too, who's going to make those decisions? Who's making, like you just said, if you write out the actual, see, that's what I'm saying about moderating for these kinds of things. And like, if you wrote that up, Noah, like if you wrote up your own guidelines or you wrote up guidelines for a debate, like you could run an event. Like, you could run a debate, with whoever, or you could say, hey, these are the guidelines. These are them. I'm hosting it. We got these three, we got these moderators are going to be modding and whatever, this guy's hosting, whatever it is, you know what I mean? So that could all be done. And I'm just saying that can be done now as is, like however we do like different types of events and channels and things. I'm just saying like that part of it, like you running it the way you would want, like, yeah, like you could have like a point system. Like even if it's not done with like actual credits, you could just say, hey, beginning of the debate, you guys both start with 100 points. And, here's the whole list. If you do any of these fallacies, if you do any of these obfuscations, if you do any of these ad homs, whatever, ad hom, -5 points, obfuscation, -3 points, whatever it is. And you could have people scoring, people doing it. And then at the minimum, even if it's not like a larger credit system that you build up on your account, you have roles and shit, whether we did that or not, I'm just saying, even at the end of the debate, the hour's over or whatever, you could be like, all right, this guy's got 72 points and this guy's got, 112 or whatever it is, whether you get points for things too. Like if you like, I don't know, like if the other guy concedes, maybe you get points, whatever. There's all those options. So sorry for being long-winded, but it just made me think of all that.
Yeah, it does tend to be pretty good when you're around, Gio. That's a good observation. Maybe and you're only a man, right? You can't be here fucking all day, every day, 24/7. Like you have to go sleep and like live your life, But yeah, dude,
Well, because some of that stuff can be stopped in its tracks. What I'm saying, like if you respond, like when I do it, like if I'm able to, like I can respond like kindly and politely, and not like trigger them basically in a sense to where I can just like state the fact, like okay, that was an ad hom or that whatever it may be. And sometimes we're laughing or whatever it is, but yeah, I'm just saying some of those things can be stopped in their tracks, even like an obfuscation. Like it happened, like that guy 50. I'm not really calling him out in a negative way, but him and Witsit today were really in a very like complex, fairly a little bit heated, but it wasn't really that heated. It was more just very complex about all those things. And at one point, like 50, like he basically was right at the point where he would have had to concede. Be like, all right, Witsit, yeah, you're right. He basically instantly just took it to boats over the horizon or whatever. And I don't know if it was even really modded for, but like, yeah, if it's more of that kind of courtroom style, that's when like the host or the mod can jump in and be like, okay, so, yeah, that's a red herring, etc. That's not on topic. So would you like to actually respond to the topic and then give them the mic kind of thing? So yeah, there's just so many layers and levels to these components.
But this could be done much bigger. Like I opened up for the topic yesterday about everyone going together, like the biggest YouTubers, the biggest Discords leaders and stuff like that, going together and creating that council, creating that organization that should break down the division within the movement itself, and over time that could grow up to something real that will reach the public, not just Discord servers here and there with 50 people online at one time, but this could with what is it called, with the collective what's it called, with the collective of the flat earth movement going together, like I said, $1 from 10,000 people, that's a decent start to make something work, and start to hire people worldwide to conduct these things, make that case for flat earth a legit case where it can actually go to the public and quote unquote become peer reviewed, or something like that. I know the thoughts about peer review and all that kind of shit. It doesn't matter. It's the concept itself. Because these trees that you guys are talking about right now, what will they actually change in the bigger picture? To me personally, I don't think it will change anything. It's just the same thing with a new set of coding.
Well, I think it's all heading towards the more and more actualization. I mean, just in my viewpoint, I mean, I could talk about, I mean, I think, the way truth stands the test of time and deceptions crumble and all these factors. And the idea of a paradigm shift, is coming as well. Like if the last one was like this, they claim this kind of Copernican revolution, quote unquote, which is based in the heliocentrism, if the larger creator, like on that level, actually that we are at the end of that cycle of the heliocentric globe cycle, and we actually are moving into some kind of a reconnection with the ancients in a way of what they thought the earth was, but perhaps even advancing it and getting more knowledge as well. So in terms of that paradigm shift, these discussions, even though it may only be 50, 100 people right now, as it were, because I mean, even on like Bro Sanchez probably gets the most live viewers. He gets like 1,000 sometimes, I've seen. Those other like Fight the Flat Earth guys, they're at like a couple hundred kind of thing, etc. So obviously, it's not reaching masses. Like, none of it really is reaching masses at all in that sense, at least not the live type discussions. But the Earth and a lot of these truth discussions have been getting out to the public in various ways. Anyway, so I think the conversation will always be, in some sense, a central component of all the ideas being exchanged. But what you're talking about as well, like being able to come together and have organization and finances and all the things that are really needed, a research group, all the things that are needed to really do that component as well.
I mean, with what I proposed or whatever, that doesn't take away from the ongoing daily discussions at all. It is just what is it called, like where you're just you're creating that web of interconnectivity, where guys from America are connected with people in Germany, and so on, and we are here in the discussion and stuff like that, but more like in a set what's the word, I think you know what I mean, but more in a set frame of work,
Well, I heard Jeranism talk about this on his live stream. Like I mentioned, it was maybe even a few months ago at this point, but he was talking about, because I think the FE core thing, kind of fell apart, basically, that whole group, whatever, that whole deal. And, and that whole thing. And then, anyways, there's just always been, discussions about, groups coming together. And I just think in the case of Jaren, he was talking about it. And even though it's a little bit depressing in a sense to think about, the way he was saying it, there was accuracy to what he was saying. Like, I'll just put it in my own words, in a sense. And this is not quoting Jaren at all. I'm just going to say kind of the general vibe of it. It's almost like there's already so much like default division within humanity, in a sense. Like, if I was going to try to sum it up, that's almost the way he was describing, meaning even within the shape of the earth discussion, there's division, and there's different groups, and they ban people, and they do this and that, and there's dramas, and there's, people don't trust people, and people think people are shills and agents, and, they're doing attack videos, and we've all seen it. I mean, we've all seen thorough amounts of it. I mean, name any content creator, there's probably been, all kinds of intense dramas, for lack of a better term, so there's already that going on, and then people calling people shills and not trusting in people, and then there's, you know, the moderation that's done, all these different components. So it's just sort of like, who, you know, to do what you're talking about, to have some kind of like a group that comes together that, you know, everyone gives $1 to, or everyone gives $5 to a month, or whatever it is. There then has to be like enough trust basically within all of those people to give their $1 or $5, if that was the thing. I'm not really pushing for that myself. I'm just like kind of elucidating your idea. And I'm just like saying that the thing that Jaron was talking about, because I personally don't feel like that's my path in a sense, to kind of be asking for money from anyone for this. But I have other things in the works as well as to how to grow everything and how to make it all happen. So, but if what you're saying, I'm just saying, in order for that to be the case, the way you're saying, there would have to be enough like cohesion and working together. And that's why I was saying there's like almost like this default fracture between people that is the lack of trust and all these different components, that who would trust one group or one, you know what I mean, enough to be like, yeah, you know, they're the ones, you know, like, you know,
that is where the various quote unquote leaders is coming into the picture. If they're going forward and they're showing that they can see through the division and see, okay, we have personal differences, and we don't believe in or we don't know the exact same thing on all topics, but we still have a common cause, and that is a flat topic worth playing, and we're going. And regardless of what our experiments and stuff like that show, we will now unite. And these 8, let's just say there is 8 factions. These 8 factions will now be united because the quote unquote leaders has shown that we can see through this division. And yes, it's not going to be an easy feat, but I think it's more important to, like, you know, to fix the puzzle of flat Earth, of the flat Earth movement, before actually trying to go insanely worldwide and public with it. Because what the public will experience when they come in is that, oh, there is these flat earthers, but they hate these flat earthers, and they hate these flat earthers. So they just come into this divisive thing, and that might demotivate them to actually, like, oh, this might just be a joke because there is no common ground, you know.
Yeah, but
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, but on the flip side of the coin, if we all coalesce into one organized movement and group, it's kind of like that thing with what is that in Star Wars? Emperor Palpatine or whatever. Yeah, let's all coalesce into this giant galactic fucking federation or whatever. And then the guy who's running it all was the Sith Lord. So like there's an inherent weakness to kind of like creating these hierarchies, and that if you have a certain hierarchy, all you need to do is take out the head and you rule the country now. You know what I mean? Like if I came to your country and it was a feudalistic system, right? King, queen, whatever. And then I came and I got married to the queen. That's all I would have to do to become leader of the fucking country. Like, so I don't know, like they're being in this solid group or whatever, just kind of makes us vulnerable to being misled by some random character that's charismatic.
I understand what you're saying, but I was thinking more like, yes, in the beginning there will be a front figure or a front council to consider, but over time it would become like QAnon or what are they called? There was animosity guys, where there is no head of figure. Everyone is the head of figure, you know, in the end. But there will still be, I don't know.
I am the Senate.
But I do understand that there is some being skeptic towards an organization like that. But personally, I just feel like it's where the funds has to be collected and put in a pile of bags, whatever. So stuff can actually be 100% tangible instead of just having 15 fractions with all their subsections of truths, you know.
Yeah, it's going to have to be eventually some level of that. But yeah, it's like centralization versus decentralization. But is there a way to have, I'll put it this way, is there a way to have a decentralized, centralized power structure? That's an interesting concept. Like, is there some way that it actually can be transparent and balanced and fair and built on integrity that is in a way centralized? Like there are certain people making certain decisions, making certain choices, you know, etc. But it's got yeah, so it's like it has the spirit of the decentralization that actually does favor everybody fairly and equally in all those good ways, and doesn't have like the toxic version of centralization like tyranny, but still has some kind of a central mind that can be supportive, like as a container.
I have the answer. So the problem with all these movements is that they have leaders, which are fallible, and you can make it out to look like anything you want, basically. So instead of if we're talking about, sorry, I just finished dinner. If we're talking about starting a movement, we don't want to put anybody's face out there. What we want to put out there are our best proof. We want to make famous the fake videos that NASA puts out. We want to make famous the observations that we base our that we base what we think about the world off of. We need to make that famous. Put a watermark on it if you want, like FE group, I don't know, whatever name you guys. Even coming up with a name for it is going to get tricky. I think associating. I think we could all work together to make the data famous rather than making the group or any one person or group of people famous. Because it's not about us. It's about bringing the truth. So let's make the truth popular again,
I want to make famous how they take something like the observation of dark matter and they somehow flip it into this is a good thing. It somehow makes my argument stronger when it's actually the worst evidence.
Yes,
for
Hank.
the
I
world.
want to make that, dude. Yes. You should be clipping yourself from the live stream every time you hold their feet to the fire. You should go back and clip what you had today, where the guy was literally like, "I'm educated enough to tell you that you're wrong, but not educated enough to tell you why." Getting them to admit that was, dude. Like, I'm gonna go back and clip that. You better. We just that's what we need to make famous.
Well, and by the way, Platypus, you can clip right on YouTube. You know that, right? They have a clip function feature right on YouTube. It's pretty easy too. Like, you literally just, have you done that?
No, I'm a noob.
Okay, I'm just saying right on YouTube, you can literally, hold on. I'm just saying you can actually just click the clip button, and then it'll let you scan through it and then just grab. And then once you save it or whatever, it makes it into a YouTube video for you. So
Would you be up for for someone, like putting someone in charge and then they just clip your 12-hour videos into like hour segments? Or like, could you get a computer, like a algorithm to do that for you or something? Like, because like the 12 hours is kind of a lot, but if you could somehow like break it up into half-hour segments or something, like maybe someone would actually, I don't know, like I'm just thinking of something that like you could do that's literally doesn't even change anything, but it would increase your YouTube channel. Like if you just had hour-long or half-hour-long options for your videos instead of 12 hours, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna clip the last half hour, get a little 5-minute segment. Then you would look and you say, okay, well, I know this is the last half hour because it comes in little clip segments. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be a good thing to implement. I don't know.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing. Like the thing that Platypus was saying, that Larry, that exact point. That's the thing. Like getting information out there in general, it does need to be digestible by people, and in that sense, and not everyone is going to be listening for hours and hours to find that one gem. So yeah, there's no doubt. Like, I guess I'm not much of a video editor, and I generally don't have tons of extra time to be doing a lot of clipping like that. I mean, people have clipped tons of stuff from this server. I mean, people are posting it all the time in the text chat. People always go and clip either off YouTube or they just clip it themselves, and then they put it into a little video or they add it to their channels. So there's already been a lot of clipping, and even there's probably ones that are already clipped that we could put out there. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, yeah, it's not that we're necessarily reaching like millions at the moment, in a sense, in terms of these live discussions, but I do think it's headed that direction. And so we're all like, in a sense, practicing and, how to word things, and we're learning more, et cetera. And I don't think it's only about that. I think there's other components of the truth getting out there. It's not just about words, but at the same time, of course, like, the information and communication and the ability for others to consider ideas that they maybe don't understand or haven't fully been had access to yet, basically. And like with the censorship, it's even more limited. So yeah, I think those are all good things to be focusing on.
Can I just get a mic check? I'm using a different headset.
It sounds
Little
really
muffled.
bad.
A little muffled.
Yeah, it's about a 2 out of 10. It's pretty muffled, but yeah, we heard you though. But yeah, with the dark matter thing, I mean, yeah, I don't know where to go on the topic, but that was brought up, and then we were talking about the other stuff after that. But if you were alluding to that, Larry, like, yeah, they basically created dark matter to deal with a problem. It didn't even fix that problem, and they have no proof or validation of dark matter. And somehow they pulled it off as if it's some kind of magical genie that fixed something.
I would see it
That
more.
sounds like a fucking horrible predicament for a theory, but funny and hilarious and ironic.
I would see it more as an admission that they don't know everything about how things work, and so they're saying, well, we're calling it unknown matter or dark matter just because we don't know what it is.
Yeah, but when I bring it up, Matthew, they say that I don't understand it when really nobody understands it, right?
Nobody knows what it is. It's theorized to exist based on, other observations, but nobody knows what it is.
But yeah, isn't the issue that it makes up 97% of everything?
Right.
And that's the issue. It's like, because you're making, like, did you make a bet on a team that you only know 3% of the information about? You don't even know the sport. You don't know the name of the team. You don't know the ranking of the team. And you're going to make a cosmological bet or a philosophical bet.
Who's betting? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, let's say you're like, would you agree that cosmology dictates philosophy?
No, I don't think that's true.
Really?
I think it's the other way around. I think your philosophy influences your cosmology.
I think they're, it's the chicken and the egg.
Yeah, okay.
But
I could buy that. Yeah, they do influence each other. I'll say this.
I just think, like, because cosmology, this is why, like, let's say, if I'll go on a whim and just whatever, it's like the idea that, the globe, right, and its scientific analysis leads one to believe that you're basically mold on a rock floating through space. So it inevitably it leads to a philosophical position of materialistic nihilism.
I'd say some versions of the globe do that, but other versions where we acknowledge a intelligent designer, I'd say it leads to the opposite conclusion for me.
I'll give you that. Because when it comes down to that God made it that way, I don't have an argument against it. You know what I mean? However, I think, like, the globe philosophy leads to that in a lot of ways because to me it's a secular cosmology, which is a good thing. I'm completely for it in that regard.
Yeah, Matthew Learns is correct. This has got to be the first time I'm ever saying this, but the globe does have an intelligent designer. It's called man.
Well, outside of that, I mean, I would contend to agree that it's true, but, like, in the sense of, like, cosmology and philosophy, like, the interesting thing is with the alternative, let's say, like, geocentric positioning or flat Earth, it has different, like, I think life takes on new meaning to some extent in a philosophical, because in a sense, even then you have some people who react to it violently because they see themselves as in God's little globe or something. And then there's alternative perspective within that spectrum that, well, this is actually like the Garden of Eden. Everything you need is here. Do you know what I mean? Like there's ways you could approach that cosmology too.
Yeah, I would say the heliocentric model also has many things that would point to an intelligent creator. The fine-tuning argument, for example, there's lots of, the strength of gravity, the charge of an electron, the weight of a
Right, but
proton.
nature is
all these
simple, man. This is the problem I have with that cosmology is the idea that it's like nature is relatively simple. And I think it's like for instance, take the gravity question as far as the globers are concerned, right? It's like your biggest or whatever position you take. The biggest position on them is that, it falls at this, rate of speed and this, that, and the other thing, and what gives it its direction. And I just feel like it's answering a question that nobody asked. Do you know what I mean? Because essentially, like, why do things fall? Well, the relative density could suffice.
It doesn't suffice, but and I think it's appropriate to ask questions like that to find out.
In what way doesn't it suffice?
If you have a rock sitting on a piece of wood.
Rock
Matthew,
sitting on
you
what?
said the strength of gravity, right? And I can't help but laugh because you say it and you believe it, right? We all know that gravity is such a weak force that they can't even measure it at the Large Hadron Collider, right? But you guys think that it's like the shit, but you have to make up 27% of the universe to make gravity work.
What was Issa saying before to Matthew Learns?
What part? Like, I mean, about.
He was saying that buoyancy would describe
Well,
it.
yeah, you said it didn't suffice, and then he asked you why it didn't suffice, but you didn't really explain it.
Was it a rock on something?
I got half a sentence out. I said, so if you have something heavy, let's say a piece of steel sitting on a piece of wood, the piece of steel is denser than the piece of wood, but there's still a downward force, and then you flip them, and there's still, like, if you put a piece of wood on a piece of steel, there's still a downward force. So density and buoyancy has nothing to do with it in that case.
That's a great
Well,
point,
the
Matt.
anatomical.
No. Actually, if one is not submerged in the other, then it doesn't have to do with buoyancy at all.
Right. So buoyancy has nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with those situations where something's sitting on top of another thing. Yet there's still a
Yeah,
force.
if it's not,
So
if it's not submerged or like has all of its control cut off. See, if you set something on top of water, even though it's on top, it would still count because the water, it has resigned all of its power to the water essentially, and it is just floating upon it. But yeah, solid objects, they're not technically enveloped.
Hey, platypus? Platypus?
My point is that if you had a rock on top of wood, like the structure of the wood may be able to resist that amount of weight. Now, again, you're asking these questions about forces on different parts of creation. And I just think, again, it's like you're answering questions nobody's asked about.
God tells us to go and subdue the earth. I think part of that is understanding the earth and understanding his creation. The more we understand the creation, the more we understand the creator. So I think it's entirely appropriate to ask questions about creation.
Yeah, but
I'll give you that.
Wouldn't you ask the questions to the creator himself, and not go off by yourself and a bunch of other men and try to figure it out for yourself?
Yeah, you could do both.
No, God would want you to come to him, not to some other man.
Yeah, but God helps those who help themselves, if you will. So there's respect in going out and putting your hands on the world and trying to figure it out. There's that too. You know. But I definitely think, like, when it comes to like relative density, like it suffices. Like like for instance, and this is another linguistic hurdle that I've been trying, and I think we've come so far, is like the idea that gravity just really means weight, right? Gravity implies weight. What you're arguing, and what the globe argues for, is gravitation. Gravitation is something completely fucking different than what we refer to as the effect of, like, or actual gravity in effect, like things having weight. You know what I mean? Like there's a distinction between those two things, and the weight could easily be accounted for, the density per, in relationship to everything else around it.
Okay, I got you. So what happens if you go to a tall building and drop off 2 bowling balls at the same time? One weighs 8 pounds and one weighs 16 pounds, but they're the same size. They're different weights. So would they reach the bottom at the same time or different times?
They're different.
Again, though, it's like a different, like it's irrelevant to explaining why things and why gravity happens.
No, I'm just asking a simple observational question. Like, what would you expect to happen? I'm asking, like,
I
how
mean, I
this weight.
guess you would. I mean, depending on wind conditions. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
I
They'd
can
fall at the same rate, I would imagine. You know what I mean?
I can tell you right
Go ahead.
now, they're gonna land at almost the exact same time because compared to air, they have a very similar difference in buoyancy, and yet the heavier one is still gonna fall slightly faster because it's denser. If it has the same area and a heavier weight, that means it's denser as long as it's not made out of like something crazy different.
Yeah, specifically, it's twice as dense.
Okay.
So the density and buoyancy would that imply it would land in half the time?
No, not at all. Like I said, it's still very similar difference in density compared to air.
No, it's twice as much. They're not similar at all.
It's not twice as much compared
It
to
is.
the air.
It is.
One is twice as much compared to the other.
Yeah, one is let's say 8,000 times more dense than air, and one is 16,000 times as dense as air. So the difference is twice as much.
But it's like so, both of them are so much denser than air, there can't be that much difference in how fast they fall. You know, like they just move toward the correct like density area.
Okay, so so you're saying it doesn't depend on weight and it doesn't depend on density.
It does depend on density, but it's not like a direct like, oh, it's twice as dense, falls twice as fast.
Why not?
I think it's isn't it that the difference between the density of the air and the density of the things falling is much larger than the actual difference between the two things that are falling.
Exactly.
They're orders of magnitude different, like orders of magnitude different.
Right.
Exactly.
That's what causes them to look very similar, because they are very similar relatively to the density of the air, which is way less.
Mm-hmm.
But if the relative differences between the bowling ball and air is twice as much for one in one case than the other case,
No,
then
it's not twice as much for one than the other. One is twice as dense an object as the other, but not twice as much less dense than air than the
it
other.
is. Yeah, one is about 8,000 times denser than air, and one is about 16,000 times as dense as air.
Look, see how big the orders of magnitude is?
Yeah.
The difference in order of magnitude between the two falling objects is 2. The order of magnitude difference between the lightest falling object in the air is 8,000. That's like 3 orders of magnitude difference. That's a ginormous difference.
Right.
My thing too is the kind of what appears to be like the mental gymnastics necessary to like entertain half these ideas.
Things that are
Well,
complicated.
that's why experiments are nice.
Yeah, just because things are complicated doesn't mean it's false.
When you start getting lost in the
I'm not
weeds, you
saying
can
that.
do an experiment to verify your path.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's just because something's complicated. I'm just saying that when things like the simplest way is usually the right way, and when things start getting overcomplicated, and and you feel like you're being bamboozled, you might be being bamboozled. You know what I mean? There's that too.
Yeah, I understand. I don't feel like I've ever been bamboozled by anything in the heliocentric model. It all makes sense to me.
Well, I mean, like,
You don't. How long have you been here for?
I just logged in about 6 minutes ago.
Matthew Learns has been here for fucking years, longer than most of us. He was an OG Glober.
Gotcha.
Probably what, like 8 years or something like that,
No,
dude.
no, I've been a Glober for like
He was there
I've been
when
a Glober
XO
for
was
40
hitting.
years. Yeah, I've been a Glober for 40
He
40
means an
45 years.
anti-flat earther.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, he's been on these like Discord servers and Google chats and shit. Like the person who knows how old XO. I mean, XO is on old clips when QE and Nathan were like early days.
yeah, it's all good though, man. It's all we're talking
This
ideas.
Matthew Learns
That's
guy
a
has been.
weird. It's
We're
a weird
talking
way to
ideas.
waste your time. Is all I gotta say. Like, if you're not curious about it, if you don't like think there's something to it, I don't see why you waste your time here.
Oh, it's kind of fun to be like the only person, one of the only people who knows the truth, and so I like explaining things to people. I'm a teacher at heart, I guess.
You know,
So
that's
almost getting the feeling of being a flat earther by being around us
he's
is what
all,
I'm
I like you already, Mr. Learns.
This
That's
is what we
funny
call
shit.
closet.
Dude's funny.
They're in the closet in multiple ways.
Yeah. It's like if they were ever subjected to just being around Globers, they would suffocate. They'd be like, but don't you know this? Don't you know that?
Hilarious. Don't you know this? It's like, yeah, but you don't know it. It's the problem. You don't know. So you can't tell if you don't know something and you can't show me
Hold
you
on
know something.
now.
You can't
Hold
teach
on.
it.
Is this the illusion again, or rather the fallacy that flat earthers don't know the globe? I don't understand that. Like as if we didn't all grow up Globers? Like as if we weren't highly educated ourselves? Like it's just silliness.
The anti-flat earthers seem to forget that. It's weird because we've come to our understanding and where we're at because we've looked into the globe thoroughly and to the evidence
So,
of the concept. They come to their conclusion by not looking into our side, which is weird, and that's why it's Groundhog Day every day.
That's exactly, honestly, that's exactly why I'm a flat earther. Is because when I saw the truth, when I saw flat Earth, I thought, no way, and I instantly looked into the proofs of the globe and found them lacking.
Well, so for example, would flat earthers know how a rocket could work in the vacuum of space, or would they be able to understand how celestial navigation works on a globe? I don't know. I don't know if anybody, I haven't heard flat earthers explain either of those very well.
That's just bait. It's just non sequitur bait.
No, Pumpkin was saying that most flat earthers understand the globe model better than Globers. And that's probably true for the general.
Well, here you are saying, like, you want to go into the fantasy world of it, of how it could possibly work. Like, that's all that the globe really is in the end. Oh, well, do you know the fantasy science around this? Like, it doesn't really prove anything about the globe, does it?
No, I was just challenging your statement that you understand the globe better than Globers do. Do you have an example of something you understand better?
Yeah, I
Math.
mean, basically no one even knows the distance to the sun.
Math and logic. I basically outclassed 4 of you guys yesterday in just math and logic alone, and observations of reality, which way you're facing something that's rotating and how it would affect it. None of your guys seemed to understand it. They were befuddled. They were emotional. They were like pissing all on themselves. I mean, yeah, I when I come into this server, I find a lot of the Goldbergs lacking in very fundamental aspects of knowledge and wisdom, I guess.
Can you give an example of such a thing, which is what the question was?
Yeah, Pumpkin said that she knows the supposed distance to the sun on the heliocentric model, and she's probably right that if you ask the random person on the street, they wouldn't be able to give you the number. So that's a good example.
Thank you.
How is that a good example? All she said was, well, nobody knows the distance. So, well, how does that say anything about the globe model?
Oh,
That's
no,
simply denying the globe model.
No,
No,
my
you're
question, her statement was that that typical flat earthers know more about the globe model than the random glober, and she's right about
I
that.
gotta go.
All right, nice chatting.
Right, nice.
because I'm gonna be stuck with fucking idiots. All right, Ed Freese, idiot. What do we have today?
Do you have anything besides personal attacks?
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's not go to the insult route, man. It's not really a way to start off a combo.
Yeah, but I mean, we already have done this jig a million times. We already know where it's going. Like, sadly, not to be a downer or a negative.
You're poisoning the well.
We already know.
The question was, can you give an example of what you understand about the globe model? And all you did was attack globers, and now you're attacking me. So can you answer the question, please?
Well, I don't. There could be a point, like with what Pumpkin was saying, perhaps where like, okay, so the masses believe the globe Earth, but they actually know very little about it. And when many of those masses of people look into the shape of the Earth, even with some thorough detail, a very large percent are able to see. Once they actually see both sides, they're able to see that the globe is profoundly lacking, to say the least. Meaning that many of the kind of believers out there that believe in the globe haven't even started their journey. So when you think about like the numbers of this, if you want to call it that, and I'm not even saying that there's like size or anything per se, but if you just want to say like globe or no globe, it's like a lot of people who actually look into it don't stay on the globe. It's like a small percentage of people that actually stay on the globe, or even smaller that actually want to defend it and keep asserting it. Most people start seeing holes in it quite quickly.
How come there are so few flat earthers then?
Can you cite your source for that? Is there like a secret poll that you did that we can look at? What do you mean few flat earthers?
Looking at the education system, all high schools.
Because wait, you asked a question. I don't know why you're not letting people answer it.
Well, he was responding to Larry, I think.
Go ahead, Noah.
What? Yeah, so it's because the globe propaganda is so far and widespread and well funded and well nurtured, whereas the opposition, any refutation whatsoever, is shadow banned, legitly banned, put to the bottom of the algorithm, taken off, servers taken out, funding muted in servers when they're making their points and counter rebuttals. They're just funding muted. Like there's just an extreme opposition by an organized force.
Yeah, I mean, just saying you don't understand is not an argument, but I can't tell you how many times I've heard that as an argument. Can you imagine if I'm in court, right? And, the judge is like, I'm probably going to sentence you to like 50 years. Can you just give me a reason why I shouldn't? Well, Your Honor, you just don't understand. Like, I'm going to jail for 50 years after I say that, right? What kind of argument is that? You don't understand.
Yeah, that's not a very good argument.
It's like you're punching down. Look how hoity-toity and mighty my intellect is, that I don't even have to address your argument with anything other than you don't understand.
Well, the thing is, too, I see that in a sense, it's like a personal attack because obviously they're using it in some condescending tone, trying to indicate that you're stupid or lacking information. And the thing is that what I always think when people say that is like, especially if it's more of a debate type environment, meaning if it's just like a commentary, like someone saying, like, oh, I don't think you understand something, that's one thing if it's kind of a commentary in that sense. But if it's like in a debate, like as their argument, like what I always think of is it's like, well, that's not the topic. Like whether you think they understand something is not what the topic is. The topic is the actual points that are being asserted and being shown, and there's evidence being brought for them. Like that's the actual topic. Whether you think they understand or not, like, that's really not relevant.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. I've heard that one a couple times.
In general, I think people trade conclusions without describing how they came to those conclusions. So people end up talking past each other when it would be better to kind of hear from each other how we came to certain conclusions.
Yo, Gio, you know what's funny about the you don't understand thing is like communication is the burden of the message and making it, I guess, readable or like understandable to the party is on the person who's sending the message. And so if you're telling someone you don't understand, it's kind of a reflection that you're not a good enough, I guess, speaker or communicator to even convey your ideas in an understandable way to other people. You know what I mean? Because like, what is it said? Like the smartest man can explain something in the simplest manner or whatever. So if you're telling someone they don't understand, maybe it's your fault that you're not even properly communicating. Like,
I think you're
yeah,
right
I
about that.
completely agree. It's not even an argument. Like, it's just it's it's just bullshit. It's a non sequitur at like it's just garbage.
We should say projection every time someone says you don't understand. Another one tactics that these people use a lot is the ambiguity, right? Like the theory of gravity. Wait a minute, what do you mean by theory? You mean like a scientific theory? Oh, good, show me the science. Right? So the ambiguity, like Matt said just a few seconds ago, we're talking past each other. Right? So if I'm in court and the judge says, okay, well, what did you say? Oh, I guess the district attorney would be asking. Or the plaintiff lawyer or whatever. What did you say? Well, I said go get the pen. What did you mean by that? You don't understand what pen means? Like, what is it? Pig pen? Is it writing pen? Is it hairpin? So we got to be really, on that shit when people use words and it's ambiguous. I can't say the word.
Oh, hey guys. Platypus and I are gonna talk about light curving and stuff in VC2. If you're all welcome to listen if you like.
I'll see you guys there. Fuck yeah. All right, Gio, I'm at live stream too.
Neo's fighting Morpheus. Yeah, I think the tactics really gotta stop because it's not really about winning. And for anybody who's in here just like ego driven, like, I gotta win. Like, I mean, I get it. Men are competitive, right? That's why most of us in here are men. But it gets to a point where this isn't about you. You're just a little blip on the little scale of history. And, the more that you're in your ego, like, the less you weigh, the less matter you are. But yeah, I'm going to go listen to the bending of light because that shit is so fascinating. Light's bending? Is it? It's bending like where? Where is it bending to?
Yeah, one of the good things about having two rooms is that you can have two different conversations happening.
Yeah, but that one's not live streamed, is it?
It's not live right now, but I could turn it on live. Just it takes me a minute. What probably would happen if we had two streams running all the time, my guess is as the server grows, there's days where we're having 40, 50 people in the VC. So would it be split, 20 and 30 kind of thing? Would it split up naturally like that? I don't know. If you have enough people to totally fill two live streams, then yeah, that's not a problem at all. But even if we ran two all the time, there probably would be dead air, obviously on one or the other at times. But I imagine every day they'd both be used.
Well, there's dead air on this channel a lot in my time zones. I just miss out on a lot of the conversations at different time.
Yeah, it kind of peaks at certain times. Yeah, it gets really busy at certain times, and then other times it gets quieter.
Yeah. I'll go and have a listen to what they're talking about.
Matthew, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
Yeah, good. I was just gonna ask what your opinion. We were talking about doing this platform update soon and possibly running 2 live streams, or there's going to be several things that are going to be added and etc. But there's still the question whether we should run, have 2 live streams running all the time or 1. So yeah, just since the room just kind of split in 2 because they went down there, I was just curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah. So is there a specific topic in one place versus the other, or just kind of having 2 sort of equal types of places in case there's 2 different conversations? What's the rationale for having 2?
Well, there's different ways to do it, and we've been talking about it in depth, and we talked about it a bit here on the live stream a while ago, and then been talking about it kind of behind the scenes as well in terms of these components. Well, first of all, the next platform update, like all the moderators are going to be able to create events. So we're going to be adding several additional moderators, and then moderators will be able to create events as well anytime.
So it'll be easier to do anyway.
Wait, you're saying with events to have the 2?
Yeah. So because of this update, you're saying it's easier to do this. Is that why? Sorry, I shouldn't have presumed. Go ahead.
That's all right. Easier to do what do you mean though?
Because moderators can create events, it'll be easier to have 2 separate channels. Is that what you're saying?
Well, so like we've done events in the past. The thing is, they usually take a decent amount of organization, believe it or not. Like, obviously, we're all busy in our lives and doing, multitasking. But to actually create an event, like, you would think it's pretty easy, but it actually kind of takes you. It's almost like you end up being like a booking agent. You got to message the person. Okay, it's going to be whether it's a debate or a discussion or a presentation. And then there's the process of, okay, I'm going to create the event, what time, especially if there's like 2, if there's like a debate happening or like an actual discussion, then both parties have to be informed, and then they have to agree on a name and a little profile picture thing for the event, the time, which moderators are going to be involved. It ends up being all of that in that sense. And so what I'm saying is that in this next update, it's going to be activated to where all the moderators can create events anytime they'd like in that sense, so instead of having like one kind of event curator that would be spending like full time trying to do all that, the idea is like if any moderator can create an event, then any of them can have the motivation to do it. And anyone else on the server, even if they're not a moderator, they could just ask a mod like, hey, I'd like to do a debate or an event, and then that mod could create it and host it. And, then that person could get the mod, like the person doing the discussion, even though if they're not a mod regularly, they could get the mod role during that, event. Anyway, so my point is to say that if it's going to be the case to where moderators can create events, there's going to then be that capacity to create events. So there's one idea to have 2 live streams running all the time. So to freely have to have both live streams running all the time, so that if a mod, even on the spot, says, yo, let's do an event on like Bendy Light, like they're doing right now on live stream 2, like, yo, it's going to be Platypus for, and Jesse, they're going to talk about Bendy Light. Platypus could just, since he's a mod, he could go up right to the events thing and he could just click, boom, he could just make a quick event, and it doesn't have to be complicated. You could just type in, Bendy Light, with Platypus and Jesse or whatever it is. Just click it in, boom, it shows it. And then, the point is though, having 2 live streams always live, even though there will probably be dead air on one or the other at times. The idea is that if it's already live, then it's like, boom, you can just go do it. You know what I mean? Instead of if it's on one stream, then you got to kind of stop the open flow of the convo and there's a, hey guys, we're doing an event. So that's one thing. Then the second thing, sorry to say so much at once, but the second,
this is interesting.
The second component is this tension between the more chill kind of conversations that are more like sharing ideas versus the debate vibe. And so we were talking about like the debate where it's more like a courtroom style, and all of that factor, people conceding or not conceding, people, fallacies, obfuscations. Anyways, all of those, and then the people, being concerned about tactics or ad homs and interruptions and all this kind of stuff. So there's the other component of having like the idea like live stream 2 could be just the debate court room, and then we could also add a bunch of additional moderators, both quote unquote globe earthers and quote unquote planar, flat, stationary, etc., Earther, where we could add multiple on both. So several new Globe Earth moderators to make it very fair. Because if it's going to be that kind of debate court style, to make sure it's very, very fair in terms of that. So there would be a bunch of new moderator roles for that room. So there's just different ways to structure it. Like one way is to have both rooms open and then have events. The other way is to have that Livestream 2 room only be for the debates, in that sense. And it could be more structured. Like, for example, doing muting and unmuting. Like if you and I are debating, I'm muted while you speak. When you're done, you're muted and then I speak. When I'm done, I'm muted, you speak, etc. And even though I'm a moderator or whatever, like I could still be muted in that case because the mod is literally, the host is literally muting, unmuting. And that would like totally cut out all interruptions. People could totally lay their points out. It'd be a whole different environment. So it's just all those ideas. And so, kind of having a specific setting for the debate instead of these kind of open panel, 40 people are in the room, everyone's trying to get in, there's half points being made, there's interruptions happening, which can be fun too. It's fun to have those big open debates because it has that organic style to it. So anyways, it's all of those points that we're kind of aiming to try to improve upon.
Okay, yeah, I think you make a good case for it, and I would say it seems like that would be a good reason to do it. And nothing is set in stone. If it turns out to not work very well, you could always just not do it. So I would say go for it.
Well, at one point, about a year ago, we were going to do it this way. We're going to have Livestream 1 was more for discussions. I think that update is even still in the announcements channel. But anyways, Livestream 1 was going to be more for the discussion style, Livestream 2 for debate. But at the end of the day, it just seemed to be splitting things up too much. At least at that time, it was splitting it up. And we just didn't quite, we would have like 20, 30 people, every day in VC, but it just didn't seem like there was like quite enough people to maybe warrant having 2 streams like that or to like delegate the debate to a different channel. Because the thing is, if someone's debating, they want everyone to hear them ultimately, So if there's only like 10 people in the debate room and there's 30 in the other room, you know what I mean? They may not want to go debate and only have an audience of a few people versus more people. You know what I mean? So there's that factor as well.
Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, in general, I'm a fan of like trying different things and seeing how it goes.
Yeah, even another option is like you could have two live streams going, and even if one of them's dead air at one point, then at some points or whatever, but you could have 2 of them going, and then just have it be like event based. So like if it's going to be the debate court style, like let's say you come in and you really want to debate someone on something, and it starts getting a little heated or whatever, instead of like telling everyone that you have to go to Livestream 2 kind of thing, the moderator right on the spot, etc., could just be like, yo, let's do it right here. All right. We're going to, just add an event real quick to Livestream 1. Like, okay, it's debate court, Matthew and whoever it may be. Now, it doesn't mean you have to commit yourself to like hours of time. Like it could just be for 20 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever. So there's that idea too. Just kind of naming the rooms with the event tags basically of what it is, and then have both rooms that are kind of flowing between open panel or more of a debate style or discussion style. But then the new people that join kind of have to be hip to the fact that that's happening, and additional moderation may have to happen, with that too. But
yeah, I like the idea of naming the rooms differently so people can sort of see what's happening. I think that's a good idea.
Well, that's interesting. Like having 2 events going all the time. Well, that's an interesting way to do it. Just have an event for Livestream 1, an event for Livestream 2 that's always running, and then the moderator could just modify it and just change the name of it. Like, this is going to be the Bendy Light Hour, or this is going to be the, someone gives an explanation on refraction, or it's a debate between, Whitsitt and Bacon, or, whatever it may be. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that way you don't really have to create a new event. It's just like naming the channels. You can make permanent names for them too, or you could like name them on the fly. Is that what you were saying? Kind of like, so you might pop in the server and be like, oh, okay, there's a debate going on in there, 2 versus 2, whatever. And then in the other room, there's an event happening of a presentation or something.
Yeah. That would be a convenient way to tell what's going on. Although even if you don't have it named, once you pop into a channel, it should be fairly obvious, or maybe people can like keep the text chat up to date so people know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think on PC, like it'll tell you the name of the event. Like this one says Livestream 1 number 1040, which is right under where you click on the channel. So like that could be a different name. Like that could be, you know, because that's the event tag basically, or the event. Like the event shows up at the top of the Discord too, but you can close that on the PC and then it won't show up there. So it's kind of like a pop-up thing. But on the actual channel, it labels it. And then on the cell phone, it also still kind of tells you like that. It gives you that little label.
Yeah, I rarely use the mobile app. I'm usually on PC.
It's just a question of how to move forward because, for example, today was very hectic. There was like 50 people in the voice channel in the live stream one at one point.
Oh, that's great. I mean, yeah, it's hectic, but that's a good number of people. Wow.
It was pretty packed. There was like 50 in VC and then like another 40 or 50 on YouTube. And for this gen, I mean, even for compared to other Discords, that's pretty peaked. In terms of
was it because of the topic or just happened to be like, what do you think it was?
Well, I mean, every day there's usually 30 or 40. Usually every day it goes to 40, but this one was just 50. It was a bit more, but I'm just saying, yeah. And then if it's got that kind of debate style, then now you have like an open panel debate with 50 people. You know what I mean? It's pretty. I think some people felt like they were a little frustrated. It was a little flustered. It was a bit hard to manage. It was like starts to get pretty wild.
Yeah, I hear you. That is a lot of people. Hey, Explorer, how's it going?
I come into Earth Awakenings and it's silence. I see about 8 Globers in here, man. What's going on in here? You guys still ain't figured out the truth? Can't you just wake up for a minute, please? Can't you just have that, what is it called? Aha moment, like, hey, maybe what they're talking about's real.
You guys keep it rolling because this live stream's live. Explore Earth, a bunch of people went to live stream 2 to talk about a different topic. I'm just going to check in with them and see if they want me to turn that one on live, so that could be live. So if you and Matthew want to chop it up for a second, I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
Matthew, when are you going to have that aha moment?
When I find enough evidence that convinces me, I guess. So far I haven't.
I mean, haven't you seen all the fakery? If this thing in space was real, why would they have to make up like stupid shit like wires and green screens and all kinds of CGI and why would they have to do that if it was so true that we lived on a ball? Why would they have to do that?
Yeah, they wouldn't have to. You're right.
It's kind of ridiculous if you're just a simple man like me, just looking out from the outside at all the argument. It's so hilarious to me. And I can imagine what you're doing.
Like simple things
to help the world rid this place of the imaginary ball spinning in space.
Well, at first I would suppose I would need some kind of reasonable explanation for how sunsets work. Like I live near the ocean, so I've seen the sunset over the ocean. It looks like it's getting hidden from the bottom up.
Looks like you're falling backwards.
No, it doesn't look like that. It looks like the sun is going behind something, like the ocean.
So you're never going to have this aha moment. You love believing in.
I mean, I might if there turns out to be evidence that outweighs the other evidence, then maybe.
Did you ever think that there would be a guy who was a true earther and he just figure out even what your model teaches, Smash your model into 9 million pieces and just show that you have absolutely zero evidence that you live on a globe. And we taught you that it's a belief, you believe in a religion. We just want to know why you do it. Why do you do that? I gave it up.
Yeah. Part of the
My
reason,
favorite show was The Universe.
yeah, part of the reason
I
is
had to leave that model behind because I couldn't find one evidence of truth in it. It's exactly the opposite of it.
So you asked why, and part of the reason is what I just posted at 34 past the hour. There's a sunset over the ocean, and I have not run into any reasonable explanation for how that could happen if the Earth is flat.
That simple. Just a sunset. You don't think we've looked into sunsets?
Yeah, you looked into sunsets. I haven't heard. What I was saying is I haven't heard a reasonable explanation that makes sense.
What, you haven't been to like 1900 fucking flat Earth channels that showed you what a sunset and how it works?
No, none of them have made an explanation that makes sense to me.
You know, there's like so many content creators for flat Earth, and you can just go and find out what our site says.
Right. I understand.
You already know what it says, right? What does our site say?
That it's due to perspective, and that things disappear from the bottom up because of perspective. Things get lowered down the farther away they get.
You're going in the... We're going to make up a new room. It's called, like, for beginners, and we're just going to put you in that room. I mean, these things have been discussed for 8 years. What are you talking about? Sunsets? Come on, man.
I'm talking about 5,000 years of people.
You look ridiculous right now. Nobody believes none of that globe moving around the sun.
I believe it.
Bob and I believe it. Yeah, so Bob, if you look at my picture of the sun, would you say the top of the sun is farther or closer than the bottom of the sun to the camera?
Oh, they're the same distance.
Bob, would you
slightly farther? Oh no, you're right.
Bob, would you hold on to the globe to where you would be one of the last guys standing? That would still be like you would end up being the minority. Would you still stick with it?
Well, if that ever happens, we'll find out.
I think I would. Even if 80% of the world's population switches over to flat Earth, I think I would stay on the globe side.
What if the authority that you believe is
I'll
science?
stay with whatever the evidence shows, Gio.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Stick with the evidence. I mean, if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Ha, we're faking the whole thing. The Earth is really flat," I still.
Why does NASA use wires and like CGI and like all these magic tricks to just try and show the globe when we ain't even seen like a real like live feed of the whole Earth? And you're supposed to be going to Mars and shit with cars, like sending like Teslas to fucking Mars and shit. You couldn't put a camera on the Tesla and say, "Hey guys, look at this live feed from the car. We're looking at the globe. It's spinning. See the clouds moving."
NASA gives plenty of live feeds. They're all over.
You guys get
YouTube.
$83 million a day. It's disgusting money. It's so much money that if I had half that money, I could be doing actual experiments, not making up cartoon CGI, putting people on wires and pretending that outer space exists.
Yeah, see, I have a different point of view. I would say that I hope that NASA's budget gets doubled. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
So if they came out and told you that the whole thing was a lie, you're saying that you would not believe them? Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's right.
You would think that maybe they got hacked or just they lost their minds, or
maybe
maybe
I see what you're saying. If they said they were faking the whole thing, I'd be like, okay, but I wouldn't change from being a glober.
Even though the first shot of the globe that they was ever, the blue marble, the quote unquote infamous one, was through NASA.
Actually, Gio, the first shot of the globe Earth was not through NASA.
Of the whole globe.
Through the Air Force.
No, the whole globe. The whole globe, not just the little satellite, not Sputnik shit. I'm talking.
Oh, you're talking about the blue marble in 1968.
The whole thing, because the first time they went to the moon was when they claimed to get far enough away to snap a photo.
Right, 1968.
Yep.
No, 72.
No, Apollo 8 was 68. That's when the Earthrise photo was taken. You're talking about the blue marble photo from Apollo 17 and 72.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ones. Yeah.
Well, there's one blue marble and there's one Earthrise.
Anyway, so Matthew, you're saying that even if they came out and admitted they were lying or whatever, you would believe them even in spite of the fact that they were the first ones to be getting this globe shot.
No. So if they came out and said they were lying, I would maybe I wouldn't. I'd say okay, they were lying, but that wouldn't change my belief in the globe. I'm saying the reason I think the Earth is a globe is not because NASA says so. So whatever NASA says, my belief that the Earth is a globe is based on something else, not their.
It's a sunset, right?
Sunset's probably one of the best, one of the best and oldest.
That's
reasons.
it. How come when you're on the ocean and it's sunset and the water comes right up to your feet, the reflection of the light comes right up to your feet?
As it should.
Yeah, that's because
so there isn't a physical horizon. It just, this is like natural, just an observation that you can look at and say that would be impossible if there's any kind of curvature going on that water.
Except it's not.
Right.
I know your whole argument. I know your globe model. I know what you're going to say.
It would break.
I get it.
Yes, it would break
right.
it would break the reflection. Absolutely.
I know what they're going to say. I know what the word's going to come out of their mouth already. But
they don't even really have one for it.
Look, it's just simple. Matthew, you remember when I was talking about we need to have a race, circumnavigation north to south, to see who could get there first and be the first champion? They just recently did like a movie, like from NASA, and they took a jet and flew it around the Earth.
That was from NASA?
Yeah, well, yeah. They were on
what?
Who performed it.
NASA. It wasn't a private company.
It was like the fastest flight north to south, circumnavigation. It was just on. It's like a movie. They made a movie about it. That's all I want to do, but with a bunch of my friends. That's a bunch of my friends. Grab a private jet with an escort from the military, and I just want to fly around with the live feed. I just want to fly around with the live feed, Matthew. You see the experiments. It doesn't cost much. They did it. They did it in record time. They said 14 hours, Matthew. How about giving me 14 hours of a live feed, me going around north to south? How about that on a jet with military escort?
Nobody wants to spend that kind of money to try and prove that the Earth is a globe. NASA is unconcerned.
They just did it. They did the fastest flight north to south circumnavigation. There's only been 2, by the way. They said they did it back in 1970 something. I don't know. And they said they had to go really fast. No, they had to go really fast north to south circumnavigation in a jet with like an M16
world record. It had nothing to do with NASA. That was just okay. You can keep talking if you want, but that was not anything related to NASA. That was a world record attempt by a private group.
The guy was an ex-astronaut. Tell me NASA wasn't involved again, and I'm just gonna puke on you.
NASA was not involved.
I'm an ex-soldier. Does that mean that everything I do is on behalf of the United States Army? No.
He's an ex-astronaut. Tell me they're not like helping him out and giving him like guidance and military escorts and shit. Come on, man.
They're not helping him out. They're not giving him military escort.
Yeah, that's
you guys are acting ridiculous. I just want the same experiment, but I want to invite a few of my buddies. We're going to do a live feed all the way around the north to south circumnavigation. But we want escort from drones, not like we don't want to kill nobody. We just want some drones flying in front of us and in back of us with live feeds on them too.
Well,
you guys get $83 million a day. I don't think that movie cost you might have cost you $4 million to make or something.
So you're just going to keep talking.
You get like $85 million a day.
Yeah. Explorer, you got to let him respond because you're saying stuff and then you're pausing and then he starts talking and you just start talking again. So
I think he's
that's just typical funding muting. But all you have to do, Wolfie offered to fly you. He has access to the planes. All you have to do is pay for it. Just raise the money and do it.
So let me get that again. Just say it say it in public so I can get that again. Who's offering the ride on a jet?
Wolfie. All you have to do is pay for it. He's already offered to do it.
All right, send it. My email is exploreflatearth Gmail.
No,
Just have them
I'm
send
not
me.
gonna. I'm
Send
not
me.
gonna broker
Send
this
me.
for you.
No, tell. No, have them send me a message and let me know when the jet's available so I can go for a little ride
Do you have the money?
with a few of my friends.
Do you have the money?
Don't you worry about money.
Okay, well,
If he's offering the jet, we're taking
he's
the
offering
ride.
to rent
So
it to you,
hey,
and he's offering to fly
well,
it
you
for
have him
free.
email me where he's going to be
No,
so we can get the jet and we can just take a trip.
you go ahead and contact him,
Please.
Wolfie6020. Just look him up on YouTube, Wolfie6020, and make the arrangements with him. He'll want you to
You
wire some
said
money
that he would give me the
account.
jet. Now have him contact me. My email is Explore Flat Earth.
I'm not going to contact him
At
with
Gmail,
your
whatever. RBRT. Just put in Explore and it'll come up.
I'm not going to have him. I'm not going to send him your email. If you want to contact him, you go do the work and contact him.
You said he was giving away free use of a jet, and I want to use it.
No, he said you could buy the jet and he would fly it. You could pay for it and he would fly it.
Well, I thought he was offering his jet that he flies around the earth.
Nope, he's offering to rent it to you. I think it's something like a $50,000 down payment. So you just go ahead and make arrangements for that. Get it wired.
That's not
over
what I
to him
heard.
and
I think
set
I
it
need
up.
to go back and rewatch the live stream because I think you said that he was
Go right
offering
ahead.
the jet.
The first time the word free was mentioned was you just now. Bob never said that.
Yeah, what I said was he offered to fly it, but
Yeah, he
as
wants
long
to
as
charter
you
the
rented
jet.
the
I
jet,
have the
you would
money to
fly.
pay,
Just
right?
keep talking over me.
What's
Go
it
right
going to
ahead.
cost me?
Just keep
Ask me
funding
how much
me.
he wants.
That's not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. You just keep
Ask him
talking.
how much he wants. I'll try to raise the
I already
funds.
told you.
Yeah, ask Ruby how much it is
I already
to
told
fly
you.
around north to south circumnavigation. What's it going to cost me?
Well, I told you the initial down payment was $50,000, and you can work out the rest of it with him.
Yeah, it's only a 14-hour flight, so I mean, it shouldn't take that long, right?
Not a 14-hour flight.
They did it in record time. They did it. They jumped from airport to airport. They landed and shit and made it in 14 hours.
So, Bob, you're saying
it's like 46.
Wolfie's never done this, but you're just saying that on his channel as a YouTuber, he said he would do this or something. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, and he has access to a jet with the range.
Has
All you
anyone
have to do is
has
he'll
anyone
fly
ever
it for you.
has anyone ever seen his face?
50,000?
Hold on. Does anyone actually know who he is, or are you just believing YouTubers?
Yes. No, I absolutely know who he is. I know his family. I know him. I know where he works. I know what he flies.
And
I know where he is sometimes.
And he's never done this north to south, but you're claiming that he's offering to do it.
No, I'm just telling you that he's offering to do it. He flies all over the world.
But he's never done it.
No, he's never had a reason to. But no, I mean, he flies to Europe. The United States all the time from Australia. Not an issue.
How come there's only been 2 races? Lifetime.
There's been more than 2.
Anybody. Just 2.
Well, that's what you claim.
Well, they did it, and it took like 26, and then they said, no, we got to beat the record. They went for it. There's a movie about
it. 46 hours. It's like 46 hours.
No, they said they did it in 14. It's a world record. You need to look it up,
No, they
dude.
didn't. They never said
I
anything.
watched the movie, dude. What? You're not even believing your own fictional TV stories.
No, I just know it a lot better than you do. I'm not basing it on some stupid YouTube video I saw somewhere. I actually followed the flight when it went around. It was called One More Orbit.
Please. Can someone put it in the chat for these guys? The movie that what was it called?
I put the CNN article about it, and it says 46 hours.
Okay, we want to set the record. We want to make it
wrong,
44 hours.
You won't
want to
admit
do
that
it
you
in
were
44
wrong.
hours.
So you won't.
Because I was
you
going to
won't
say,
admit
if
that you were wrong,
they did it in 14 hours, I apologize.
They
Go
didn't
ahead.
do it in 14 hours. They did it in 46, and we've just demonstrated that to you. So are you going to admit that you were wrong or not?
Where has it been demonstrated? Where has it been demonstrated that somebody took a 46-hour trip north to south around a globe floating in a vacuum?
Right there.
What is right there?
They never said anything about floating in a vacuum. That's a dumb thing to add.
No,
But here
it's,
is- here's-
no, it's
here's-
making a north. What I said is it's
Right there,
making
it's not supporting anything.
I said the claim that you said it's been demonstrated that somebody made a north to south circumnavigation on a globe floating in a vacuum. That's what I said. Where is that demonstration?
This one right here. I just posted it.
I've seen. Okay, this website. This is your demonstration.
Yep.
Okay, elaborate on how this website is a demonstration.
Well, let's see.
The north to south navigation they did was absolutely retarded. They got it on video.
All right. So
Them acting like
basically, this
retards.
is the outline of the flight. This is the flight path, which is verified by GPS continuously. It's been certified by the Guinness Book of World Records. It's got all of the crew members. It's got the aircraft. It has the stops. It has the flight routes. Everything that you need to confirm this is on this website.
I posted
And
a
if
map.
you don't have enough on this website to confirm it, then quite frankly, nothing will confirm it to you. And I really don't care whether you think it's right or not.
Well, that this doesn't demonstrate it. It's a claim. Anyone can make a website and claim anything they want, especially
a claim with evidence.
With enough money. Where's the evidence?
Claim with evidence is not just a wild website, a random website. So
right,
the GPS data is logged for this entire flight, and it's been certified by the international organization that certifies these records.
Okay, so
I love it. I love it that you can do that, dude.
Gio, it's okay. It's been certified by the International Masons. We're all good. We can trust this.
It's not Mason.
No, I want to do the same experiment. I want to take the same flight.
Go ahead and pay for it. That's all you have to do.
The International
Are you going to allow me north and south?
The
Are you going to allow
International
me to fly my plane north and south? Yes or
All
no?
right. Well, I'm not going to deal with silliness. If you want to actually look into the GPS logs on this, if you want to check YouTube for actual people that saw the flight pass overhead at the South
It's
Pole,
going to fly me directly
whatever.
over the South Pole and the North Pole, and the treaties and all that stuff are out the window. I can just do that, right? You guys did it. I don't know why I can't do it.
You can. It just takes money.
That's
Rent
it,
the
right?
plane.
You're not gonna say, "Oh, you can't fly over the North Pole." To the pilot that I
can't
paid.
fly over the North Pole. People do it all the time.
Oh, hey, Noah, check it out. They launched from NASA shuttle landing facility in Florida.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Yep.
No, wait, that didn't have anything to do with that shit.
Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for a red pill? Hamish Harding was on that flight, and he's also one of the 5 people who died in the Titan last week.
All right, Gio, I think it's a wrap. Gio, it's a wrap. It's a wrap, isn't it?
Yeah, the International Association of Illuminati Mason members has verified and certified all of these events to be just as they say on their websites and on their TV stations.
Well, this is why people don't really want to engage here.
Order of the Roman Catholic Church. Come on, man.
Yeah, but this is why people don't want to engage with your little group here, Gio. So you have a good night.
That's another guy just blatantly talking through. So real quick. So the situation is we have a group of people who take off from a NASA landing site. One of those people is already an actor shill who dies later in a submarine predicted by the fucking Simpsons. They're taking off from NASA. They do an impossible flight route that no one else can do. It's not legal. It's not possible for anyone else to do. Only they can do it. And then they come back, and on the front of their article, it says fucking July 9/11. Like in the description of the fucking thing. Like, yeah, okay. Listen. Because someone said something it's not actually you claim that someone did something and then you bring someone else and they make the same claim as you. That's just an appeal to authority fallacy. You didn't actually show any evidence for it. You just deferred the authority to someone else.
Well, I think a bunch of people got to make that movie, and I think I might be one of them. They made a stupid movie about it, and they're proving that it really can be done. Hold on. They're saying it can really be done, and that doesn't cost very much. I've never cared about money, not since I was 27 years old. I ain't afraid of a few $1 million if that's what it's going to take. Come on. That's a joke to me. It's an absolute joke. I've handed away more than that.
Dude,
So
this guy's name is like a fucking comic book character's name. Hamish Harding. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Hamish to say we're going to go directly north, and we're going to come up over the south, and I want him to say okay.
This Hamish Harding guy, this is a fucking comic book character, Mason Shill.
I
This
mean,
is
Bob.
not a real person.
Yeah, Bob got very upset at our joking arounds, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
Dude,
I
he's
mean,
a comic book character name, like he's fucking Clark Kent, or what is the fucking Spider-Man's name? Like all of their name, dude. This is fucking. There's 9/11 in the article. It's all, dude. The whole thing is sus. I'm not even gonna fucking entertain this because all it is an appeal to authority fallacy, and the authority they're appealing to is sus as fuck.
So you're able to judge people's character based on their names?
No, I'm able to judge appeal to authority fallacy.
It had nothing to do with NASA. They took off from NASA. You talking again?
this is what it says. No, on his Wikipedia page, it says Harding also visited the South Pole several times. He accompanied Buzz Aldrin in 2016 when he became the oldest person to reach the South Pole, age 86, and his son when he became the youngest at age 12.
Dude, thank you, Gio, for being one of the only other guys who fucking understands this, man. I can't stand just always being around, for lack of a better words, a bunch of neophytes. This is fucking
so bad, Gio. They're so terrible, man. They're terrible at their own stupid little game they're playing. They're terrible at it. Terrible.
It's just like we talk about like actually like civilians being able to like get to the South Pole or get to space or get to all of these components, and you have like one guy that's just like a Millennium Man who is launching off from NASA, from the NASA Shuttle Center, and then he's going like Buzz has been to the moon. Buzz is one of the only few that's been to the moon, and it just happens that Buzz is also the oldest dude to go to the South Pole. Meanwhile, none of us can go there.
Yeah, so people like me, I believe that Hamish Harding is the real person who did all the things listed in that Wikipedia article.
Okay.
They told us you wouldn't wake up if you were paid to do it. You wouldn't wake up from the globe model. You don't care. We're laughing about Buzz Aldrin visiting the South Pole and shit.
Yeah.
And if this guy's a Freemason shill that's just a complete sham, would you know the wiser? Would you be the wiser? Would you know?
No, I don't know if he's into Freemasonry.
He don't care. He believes that Buzz landed on the moon. He was the second one to get off the ladder.
Right.
this fucking Hamish Harding guy. He just turns out to be more and more comic book character. Like Buzz Aldrin's
fucking
like
Superman, dude. He's a traveler. He's an explorer. That's the story they're gonna tell. They in the movie, they made him out to be a fucking hero. Who didn't fucking know that? They're gonna tell it to all the kids. No, they're gonna show those movies to the kids in the classroom. Look, he went north to south. Going north to south's easy. Being allowed to do it's another thing. Can they really control the airspace, Geo? Can they control the fucking air above Antarctica? Or the North Pole? Can they control the air? Are there no-fly zones over the north and south? Yes, there are. What are they hiding, Geo? What the hell are they hiding from us? That's a whopper. Cartoons? Moon stories? Wires and CGI and green screens? And Himawari 8s and shit? Satellites falling around the Earth. Looking at lights in the sky and pretending they live on a fucking cartoon. That's hysterical to me.
Oh, Gio, did you know that the name of the sub was Challenger? Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Platypus said that was Platypus was on fire the other day, like making all these links. Like, it's like, okay, we're saying like the idea that it is like a cabal or whatever. Like, okay, you could be really skeptical, like, oh, okay, is it really a cabal? And then you just start like just saying these things. Like, you don't even have to like say what it is. You just, it's the
truth, and they hate it. They fucking hate the truth.
Like it looks very much like the cohesiveness is like a fraternity, a boys club, and they just recycle the same symbols, the same fucking stories, the same psyops. It's all recycled.
It's a
religion, but
fact that they do it.
it's a serious religion.
It's the fact that everything they do show us is scripted out because it's made to influence you. It's all about you. It is all about you. It's all about influencing. And you see all these links and stuff, it's because it's the same fucking group of writers orchestrating all this bullshit. And it's very obvious. People have been doing fucking breakdowns and decodes of all this shit for years.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I already know what they're afraid of. They're terrified of a contract from a man, and I promise you they are absolutely fucking terrified of it.
No one is.
I've already proved it. Yeah. When you get one that I send you, you're not going to have a smile on your face. And I'm going to be laughing. I'm going to be grinning from ear to ear. And I'm going to be laughing.
And when we go to court and you try to enforce it, what do you think's going to happen?
The Jesuit order doesn't have control of the earth. The postal union does.
Oh, that's false.
A man. That they believe in man's law. The postal union, not the Jesuit order. That's like another business. It's a religion.
That's a corporation.
But they don't have the authority upon the earth, man.
It's a corporation.
They don't.
Vatican corporation.
It's a religion, and everybody believes their code. That's why they get away with what they do. They deceive people with their code. They steal old ladies' houses. They rob children right out of the arms of their loving parents. They steal them from them.
Who steals?
I mean, I don't know where you're living, dude. I've been living here.
Where
in the last 8 years, I've seen all the madness.
Where are children being stolen?
Well, there's child trafficking going on all over the world, haven't you? Where are you living at, man?
I live in the United States. It doesn't happen.
Do you think that doesn't happen throughout the world, including the United States? Child trafficking, you don't think that's happening?
Maybe a few cases, but it's not hundreds and hundreds.
Gee, where could that be coming from? I know it ain't coming from the red words that are written in the Bible, in the book. The ones they believe in, by the way. The Jesuit order, they believe that book.
I do too.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding it from the common man. They would not be hiding it from us if they didn't think it was powerful.
Who's
they believe every word of it, by the way.
Who's hiding the Bible?
But they mix it around. They make up books to put in there, and if you just read the red words, then you know who the liar is. It's easy to see a lie when you know what the red words are. They're written down in red, for fuck's sake. Why wouldn't you read them, Matthew? You know, you're named after one of my favorite, books in the Bible.
Dude, I was literally just DMing my friend on Discord about how the book of just a really good book. And like, even if you're a secular person, it's
the law of the land. It's the law of the land, due process, and judged by a jury of your peers. This is what they're afraid of. Being judged by a jury of their peers.
Who's afraid of that?
Anyone telling a whopper and harming other people with it. And I'm just the man to do it because Yeshua in the red words, it says, don't be afraid to tell the truth. In fact, yell it in their face. Just yell it at them. I've been saying Matthew 18:15 through 20 for. You say you believe in it too. Matthew 18:15 through 20. What's that say? Conflict resolution. How do you, settle a dispute if a man causes you harm?
You go to that man first?
Believing in cartoons and wires and CGI and made up stories that there is absolutely no proof to. You should be called the village idiot, and Globers will soon be called that, I promise. That's not even funny.
It will never be considered idiotic to believe in the globe among the majority of people.
It's going to have to be that way. We're going to all have to agree that you have your own private thoughts. And you can believe whatever you want, Matthew.
Right.
But you can't use it to harm us. You can't teach my children that shit. You can't teach them none of those things. You have to keep that shit to yourself if it causes harm to my property.
Why does it? How does it cause harm to your property for me to teach your children about the globe?
Because it's fiction. It's just a story. It's crazy. I don't know how you still believe it.
What's the
How do you
harm?
still believe that story, dude?
I'll tell you, because you're leading them directly to fry in hell. That's a lot of harm.
Believing in the globe does not cause you to fry in hell.
Well, it's exactly the opposite of the truth that we experience on a daily basis.
Once
And
again, I
you're
ask,
the
what is
one
the
who has
harm?
to prove it, and you have no evidence. A claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
My suspicion is that for both of you, all of your kids will be Globers.
You self-affirming.
You're lost in the sauce, Matthew.
Different.
You need to
You
read
think I'm wrong?
the red words and pray, and we're going to send you to the little classroom below. It's called Nature of the Earth for first graders. We'll just put you in that room. We'll make up a room in here where we just put Globers in there and say, Nature of the Earth for first graders.
That's a hilarious room. It's like one FE and a bunch of rowdy Globers, just talking.
No, they can't enter.
It'd be hilarious.
What does Matthew say 7, 13, and 14? The gate to the truth is narrow, and few find their way in.
Yeah, because
but the gate to destruction is broad, and many will enter through it.
It's a highway to hell, and guess what? Guess what? One of the fucking pit stops along the way is the globe.
So if you're Yeshua, why would you allow someone who would never, ever, ever, no matter what, believe in the nature of the earth that he describes in his word? That man needs to go to the first grader class. I don't care. There should be a first grader class here, and they should all get sent there.
What someone believes about the shape of the earth has zero bearing on their
I told you, I don't care. You're just considered a first grader by us, where you're going to the first grade class.
That was fucking.
Neil, send him to the first grade class, dude, please. Matthew's been here a long time. He ain't figured it out yet. He's never going to figure it out.
That's probably true.
But we're not going to harm him. We're just going to send him where, if other first graders want to join him, they can go there too. But that's the way you're going to improve this. We're only here for the truth. It's called Earth Awakenings. We only want the truth. We want to get the globe fucking mentality off our heads. We want to get the globe off our brain so we can think and start figuring what this place actually is.
Okay,
where you live, Matthew.
See if you can start figuring out how the sunset works. I'd be interested in hearing your explanation.
I already told you there's content creators from here to Texas on YouTube.
Yeah, I have to say, and I should say this playfully.
How does the sunset work on the earth?
I'm just gonna say this because I really just say this playfully and in a funny way. It's not to like roast or anything, but you were asking about sunsets, and he was saying, yeah, like go check out all the information out there. And I do think it was kind of funny. He was like, well, he's like, we could throw you in the beginner room and kind of give you a beginner course. That was a little bit funny, you have to admit, because like you've been in this for many years, and then you're still asking how it works.
If you want to change your platform, you need to start sticking globes.
Hold on, man. You gotta not interrupt, man.
Dude, explore Earth. You gotta fucking control yourself.
Just try not to interrupt because it just makes it like audio chaos. I was almost done, but maybe you thought I was done, but I'm just saying, Matthew, it is kind of playfully funny because I mean that's been explained thoroughly, and it's like you're not a beginner, obviously, but you're still saying that like it can't work, even though it's been logically explained very, very thoroughly.
None of those explanations ring true to me. I don't believe a single one of them.
I told you he belongs in the first grade class, and there's no getting out of it.
No, I'm saying that those explanations sound irrational to me.
I'm glad you think that. But look, we're here as adults, and we're trying to actually solve the puzzle. We're like,
well, then, okay,
hey,
then come
Alex,
up with a
can I solve
rational
the puzzle?
explanation.
Matthew learns.
Come up with a rational explanation.
Matthew learns. Do you hear my voice? So
go ahead, man.
You said those explanations were irrational. So, you admitted that you have heard explanations of
I
the
have.
sun's. Yeah. So you said something earlier about asking people about how they came to their conclusions, and so I'm gonna take your advice and put that into practice within a conversation with you. How
Okay.
ironic. So, what specifically, like, you can just go to one example of an explanation that was given to you and why it was unsatisfactory to you. Why did you come to the conclusion that this particular explanation, and you can choose whichever one you want, take the lowest hanging fruit you would like, and maybe we could have a fruitful conversation.
Sure. One explanation I've heard is that the laws of perspective makes things as they go farther and farther away. It somehow obscures the bottom of objects first. But I don't think that's the way that the law of perspective works. I think things merely get smaller. They don't get obscured bottom up.
These things have been over-explained like so many times, Matthew. What are you doing, dude? Come on, man. Are you asking us
No,
those
I'm
kind of
answering Noah's question
on a Earth Awakenings channel? You're gonna. That's what you're coming with. That's your big proof that the globe is this place is a globe.
Noah, to answer your question a second way, another thing I've heard is that as the sun sets, it gets smaller and smaller and disappears into a point. But when I have observed the sun myself,
A lot of those things have been observed by all of us. We've actually went and did some work. We didn't even get a $20 to $90 million a day freaking
explore. Can you? Yeah. The second half of my sentence, explore, was that when I observed it myself, the sun appeared to stay the same angular size the whole time it was setting.
Okay, so I'd have to agree with you on that second one. I've never observed the sun really changing size in my particular.
The second glober getting involved.
Never measured it, so I'm not gonna really. Well, I don't really agree with you, but I don't disagree either. I just don't fucking personally have gone out to measure it. I mean, I
Right.
can eyeball it, but I'm not gonna try and eyeball something that. I have a very different theory on the sun, and I don't think eyeballing it really.
You're getting into the sky argument with a fucking absolute word wizard. He's a word wizard.
You know what? I'm gonna go for a bit and cool down.
Right. It's hard to have any conversation with Explorer like interrupting every other sentence.
Well, I kind of wanted to hear if you and Matthew want to go back and forth. I mean,
Noah, go ahead.
Fuck, man, I just completely lost my train of thought, dude. Like,
okay.
Honestly, I would love to continue this conversation. We can restart right now if you really want to do it.
Okay,
Sorry,
let me ask a simple question then.
Because I was on a roll, and then it kind of just got cut off, and I just had to kind of like collect myself for a bit.
Yeah, let me ask this question. You said that you don't observe the sun getting smaller yourself as it's setting. So here's a question for you. Do you think the sun goes farther and farther away as it's setting? Or do you think it's about the same distance?
Yeah, let's talk about the sunset, like when the disc touches the bottom, from the disc touching the bottom to the disc fully being, I guess. Let's talk about the water, the ocean, because I live right in the ocean. I've seen it many times. I can speak about it, and it's better than hills and valleys or whatever. So we'll just talk about the ocean. So observe a sunset over the ocean. When the disc touches the bottom to when the disc is halfway, the disc does not seem to change shape at all. But in my experience, when the sun is right above me, it seems to be smaller than when it is right at the horizon. But like I said, when it's actually setting on the horizon, it doesn't seem to change shape. But like I said, I didn't measure this. This is just an eyeball. And from what I believe, I don't think the sun is I believe the sun is necessarily going away from you, but what you're observing is it's not like a rock or a ball of something, basically. So I don't think you're actually observing like a ball of gas move behind something, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You're saying it's some kind of light or plasma or something non-physical and that's probably the best
Yeah,
answer for that kind of thing.
I wouldn't even say that. I would say I'm receiving light from the sky, is what I would say. And one of these lights in the sky is the sun, right? But I'm not making any claims on what the sun is, because I'm not gonna say plasma, because to be honest, bro, did I test the sun if it's plasma or not? No, so I'm not gonna make any claims to that.
Yeah, sometimes I bring up the moon instead, like the full moon. It seems to be more physical. I mean, it looks more physical than the sun, maybe. And so, but the same thing happens with the rising and setting moon. Or specifically like a full moon, it stays the same size in the sky all night long. So if it's, which seems odd, if it really is coming towards you, then going farther away from you over a flat surface, it seems like it should change size.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not saying it's like a physical object moving away from you. I'm thinking of it in more of the terms of what I can verify, which is the light that I'm receiving, right? I can't, outside of the pattern of the light I'm receiving, I can't really make any claims on what it actually is, because all I have is light bouncing off of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it looks like a physical object. I mean, if you've ever looked at it through a telescope, it looks like.
So consider this as well. Do rainbows change in angular size as you move closer and further away?
No,
Yes,
they don't.
that's what I'm saying, dude. Is I'm saying I would say the sun and the moon are more akin to a rainbow than a rock, is how I would put it. But I'm not making any claims on what it is. But from my observations in reality, the sun and moon let's just talk about the sun specifically. The sun behaves more like a rainbow than a rock, in my opinion.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable answer to my objection that it doesn't follow the laws of perspective. I think comparing it to rainbow is probably one of the best arguments you have for that.
Right, because the rainbow follows you around, right, Matthew? And
It does,
also
yeah.
you can drive miles and miles and miles and it's still in the same place, just like a rainbow. Of course, the sun follows you over a larger distance, whereas the rainbow follows you over a shorter distance. A rainbow's like in a localized valley, whereas the sun is in a much wider range of miles. But they both seem to follow you in a sense. That's my experience.
Right. I personally think that the moon is a solid physical object, not just a rainbow like light.
Did you say the moon?
The moon, right?
The moon. I don't know. I have a problem with the dark side of the moon and the fact that it's just never verified for us. Because that's what the whole spherity of the moon is rested upon, is that there's a dark side of the moon.
Well,
and
no, there's the far side of the moon.
We can never see that. Yeah, far side, dark side, whatever you want to call it. We only see like one image. If there's a shadow cast over the part of the image or not, we only see one image always at all points, and the whole claim that the moon is a sphere is based upon, now the sun seems like a sphere to me, to be honest, and I don't know why I have this bias, but the sun seems more sphere like than even the moon does. The moon seems more obscure to me, like more mysterious in a way to me, and what it actually is. And I don't necessarily think the sun and the moon are exactly the same phenomena. Of course, you hold the same, right? You don't think the moon and the sun are. You think the moon is a rock and the sun is a gas ball. So.
Yeah, they're the same, about the same apparent size, but they're different actual sizes, is what I would say.
Right, but I'm saying in the way that I'm alike to you, because not in the size, but it's substantially what the sun is made of is some hot ball of nuclear collisions and gases compressed by some immense force of gravity, and the moon is supposedly a cold rock orbiting us, being warmed on, like somehow rotating to face us exactly the same way, getting meteors so it has some certain whatever. Like they're fundamentally different things. And I say in my paradigm or the way I think of it and from my observations, I would have to agree. But obviously I don't agree on what you think they are. I just agree that they're substantially different. They seem to behave very differently in my observations of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if the sun was a different shape than the moon.
Yeah, the moon looks fairly spherical to me if you look at that series of pictures I posted just now.
You whispered that last part. Oh,
If you look at the GIF I posted at 19 past the hour, it looks spherical to me based on those images.
What about the moon being like a plasma bubble? Like a bubble in plasma. And having like a crystalline, like an indented crystalline bubble X-ray.
Would it be spherical or just like light, or what do you mean?
Well, it could have like a kind of spherical visual components to it.
I guess it would be a house.
Yeah, it's like kind of like plasma within a bubble of liquid of some in a sense, almost like sonoluminescence, but having that kind of crystalline.
Yeah, but even then, it seems like it should look smaller if you move farther away from it. Even if it's a crystal bubble.
Well, but then that links into the rainbow thing and the way that like lights, celestial objects seem to work with a sort of angular size and all of that. Because like you were saying before that, you know, that component. So why couldn't that play into the sunset as well? Like the moon set, sunset, having to do with that factor.
Yeah, if it's some kind of rainbow-like thing, then that's probably the best answer you have for why it's the same angular size. From my perspective, I think both of them are physical objects and do obey the laws of perspective. It is interesting that both the sun and the moon appear the same exact angular size from everywhere on Earth at any moment in time. Maybe I'd say within 2% anyway.
You've also seen that lenses can actually cancel out any angular size change with a lens. So
yeah, you can zoom in.
Right, but what I'm saying is like with a lens, you can have an object that's a certain size, and if you were to move away from it, and this is not really with the rainbow, this is like with like physical things that change in angular size, you can move away from it or move towards it and it'll change in angular size. But if you take a lens and have the lens in between you and the celestial and the sun or moon, or the celestial or the object, I should say, just the object, the physical object, as you move closer and further away, it will not change angular size because the lens or the magnifying glass, you know, like if it would be getting small, it magnifies it as it moves away. It's like it's canceling it out with the lens, basically.
Yeah. But that's just the effect of the lens, you know, zooming in and zooming out. If you get a sextant out and actually measure the angular size, both the sun and the moon are about 0.5 degrees.
No, it'll actually change the visual angular size of it. Because like you can't get up there and touch it. So that's out of the question. I'm saying if you have like a circle of light and you have a lens, the lens can be magnifying it as it's moving away from you. So that it doesn't actually visually change the angular size at all.
Oh, I see. You're saying that the sky is somehow that lens?
Well, it's one idea, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's another decent answer to my observation that the full moon stays the same size all night. One of the problems with that, though, is that this lens doesn't seem to affect the stars behind the moon. Like the constellations are not perturbed or morphed in the same way.
What do you mean by that, though? They don't
If there's some kind
change
of
angular
lensing
size?
happening to keep the moon the same size all night long during a full moon, that lensing, even if there is some lensing doing that to the moon, the odd thing is that lensing is not affecting the stars behind the moon.
How would it?
If you put a lens, if you put a lens in front of your face, it's going to affect everything in your view, the moon and the stars behind it.
But the stars aren't moving, so why would they
Well,
change in angular size
the
anyway?
relative size of the constellations is what not just one star, but the constellations aren't warping and changing size.
Yeah, but let's say there's a dome up there, just for the sake of this particular argument, and let's say the dome has that lensing effect, right?
Right.
It would make sense that things that are moving aren't going to look like they're changing angular size, but the stars that appear fixed, right? They're not going to change angular size anyway, right?
Yeah, so if the moon is coming towards you, you'd expect it to get bigger, but if the lensing is keeping the moon the same size the whole time it's moving towards you, that lensing would also affect the constellations and the stars behind the moon, and we don't see that effect.
No, it wouldn't. What do you mean? It's just the moon moving.
But I think maybe he was saying, like, what if the lens is like in the medium that the moon is in, like, separate from the stars? Was that what you were saying? Like almost like the moon is wearing glasses, like the lens is like related to the medium the moon is in. There's that idea too, and then in that case, it wouldn't affect necessarily the stars around it.
I see what you're saying. It seems like the moon is in front of the stars, though.
Because the stars might be at a different layer.
Yeah, but it seems like the moon is in front of the stars.
Except
if it is, I don't see the problem still.
If lensing is affecting the moon, why would that same lensing not affect something?
Because they're not moving, Matthew. Because they're not moving.
I'm not talking about the motion. I'm talking about the size. If the lens is making the moon appear bigger than we would expect, why doesn't it make things behind the moon appear bigger also? Not talking about anything moving.
Am I going crazy here? Does anyone else understand this? The moon is the thing that's moving that isn't changing angular size because of the lens. Things that are there that aren't moving, they're not moving, so they're not changing angular size, nor do we expect them to.
So I see what you're saying. You're saying that there could be a lens in front of the moon that keeps it the same angular size even as it's moving away, right? So it's kind of like magnifying the moon as it moves away, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if it's magnifying the moon as it moves away, why is it not also magnifying the constellations right behind the moon? How does it magnify the moon but not the other thing?
It would be, Matthew, because it's either up there and it has always been up there, or it's not up there and it never has. So if it is up there and it is magnifying the moon, well, then the stars are smaller then, but they're magnified and that's what they look like. What do you mean?
Not the stars, the constellations, like the relative sizes of the stars.
Constellations are made of stars, Matthew.
Right. So it's not making an individual star bigger or smaller. I'm saying if it's magnifying the moon, then why doesn't it also magnify the constellation behind the moon?
Matthew, if there is a dome up there that's causing this lensing effect, then the constellations are always magnified and they always have been. They just look how they look to us, right? They're not moving in relation to, each other, so they're not going to look like they're changing angular size, whereas the moon is moving very clear and plainly, and that's why that would have that effect and not the constellations.
Maybe I can use an example to try and explain what I'm thinking. Imagine that somebody is walking away from you towards a tree, and you are looking at him through a camera, and you keep zooming in on him so he's the same size. And so even though he walked way over by the tree, you can zoom in and fills the full frame of your camera. So my question is, if you're zooming in on the person, wouldn't the tree also look bigger? The tree behind him?
We're not zooming in, Matthew. The tree is also subject to the same lensing effect. It just looks the way it does
That's what
through
I'm
the
saying.
lens. It's not moving, though. That's the difference. You're saying zoom in. That's a different thing. We're not saying zoom in. We're saying the dome is there, right? In this particular argument, we're saying the dome is there. It's been there. The dome isn't moving. The stars aren't moving. So they already look as magnified as they're going to look, right? Because it's always been there if it's up there. So
I
they're
think
not
I see
going
what
to
you're saying.
change and look different. It's just whatever's moving will.
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. Any one moment in time, it's not moving. The thing is, if you look at Orion's belt, it actually does move throughout the night. Like it rises in the east and sets in the west, or
Yeah,
any
but it
other
doesn't.
constellation.
Yeah, but it doesn't get any closer or farther away in the scenario we're talking. It's just moving across the sky, right? So there's no reason for it to do anything. And the bottom line is, it doesn't change in angular size, and that's what we're talking about: the moon moving and not changing angular size because of this lensing effect, even though it's getting farther away, right? So even if the stars are moving, but they're not getting farther away, there's no reason to expect angular change, and we don't see angular change.
So there's a lens that keeps the moon the same size, but has no effect
Because
on.
it's moving, Matthew,
Right, because
because
it's
it's moving,
And then
right?
as Orion's belt moves across the sky,
Because it's
there's
not getting farther, because Orion's not getting any farther. It's just moving the same distance just across the sky. Like it's staying the same relative distance from us or the dome, right? It's just
right.
literally going across the sky. It's not getting any farther away from us or closer to us.
Right.
I'm just saying hypothetically, obviously, but that would be why. It's because, we're talking about the moon moving and that particular lensing effect, but that's why it wouldn't affect anything behind it, because it's all already being lensed. And if things aren't looking like they're moving, then there's no reason for them to change angular size anyway. Whereas if the moon is clearly moving away and there is that lensing effect, it's not going to look like it.
Also, Matthew, if you consider if you have like your azimuthal grid, like you've got your, you're on the ground, there's a circle around you, and then that like hemispherical region of what you can see creates that hemisphere. And if you were to draw like a radius from your eyeball to the extent of your vision, that would be whatever that radius would be.
Mm-hmm.
So from that perspective, like if you're seeing the maximum and then whatever the world is beyond that is being like kind of here, hold on one second. I'm gonna post something. You may have seen this because I may have posted it, but I mean, just to explain what I'm saying, these two things. So that right there, if that's what we see in that, basically. And so what I'm just trying to say with this point, if you add that along with I have so many. Oh, here it is. You add that with this, and those little dots on those straight lines, that would be like conceptually the limit of your vision. And if that limit of your vision is that azimuthal grid, then the moon, and then you have a radius from your eyeball, in this dome thing, would that moon really be getting closer or further, or would it actually just be the same radius throughout its whole arc through your sky? With all that included. You see what I'm saying? Like the radius from the ground to the zenith back to, it's all the same distance. It's not really changing angular size in that way.
Yeah, and so I don't think that the stars would change size or things. My point is that if there is some kind of lens up there, it seems like it should also affect the stars.
Well, this is sort of a different point. Sorry, maybe I should have clarified that. This is sort of I was sort of just setting that lens thing aside for the moment when I said this one. I'm just saying from the perspective, it's almost like a different argument or a different thing. I'm just saying from, if you have that azimuthal hemispherical dome, as it were, kind of range of vision, if that has its limit and that's why you're seeing those things at their limit, because whatever's beyond that has to kind of be limited to your extent of your sight, sort of like brought to you and displayed in your local visible region. So once that's like, I'm using brought to you because who knows if it's how much, if it's thousands of miles or millions of miles or if it, whatever it is beyond that. I'm just saying, like, if you're seeing in that azimuthal grid and that azimuthal, like, sort of hemispherical dome region, wouldn't that radius actually be, it could be the same from sunrise, just like it is in that first GIF I posted with the dude standing there, like north, south, east, west with that whole hemispherical dome. That's all equidistant from him.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You could sort of consider it as the same radius. Okay.
Yeah, and so the moon or whatever would stay that same distance, and thus it wouldn't change angular size, even if it was a physical object.
Yeah, if the moon is moving circularly, it wouldn't change size.
Yeah, it would just be rising and setting.
Right, that works for one person, but as soon as you get two people, those two people can't both be at the center of the moon's rotation. If the moon's moving in a circle, then there's only one point that's the center of that circle.
But everyone has their own and sees their own moon.
I see. If it's a light type thing, then that could be the explanation. But if it's a physical object, then there's only one moon, and everybody can't have their own moon. There's only one to be seen.
Well, couldn't it still, even if it was one physical moon, like even if it was, like, wouldn't you still have those independent observers would just be seeing it differently? Like, you would be seeing it where you see it, someone else is seeing it where they're seeing it. And I mean, if you're at the same like latitude, longitude or similar, you're going to see something very, very similar. It's almost going to be identical.
Right. But if you're at two very distant cities, it can't be appearing to be circling both places at the same time if it's a physical object. Because the center of its rotation, of its circle, will be one city or the other or neither.
Yeah, and the way the light hits the earth, it would have to be consistent. Well, but you know how, like, it's pretty trippy, dude, when I think about it. Like, that was mentioned earlier, the sun setting, and you have that line of reflection from the sun to your feet over the water.
Yeah.
It is wild how, if I'm looking at that line, it looks bright, it looks physical. I would think everyone in the world can see that line. Like, no matter what, you had a drone camera, whatever you got, I would imagine that big blaring line going right to my feet, my personal feet. Holy camole. Like, that's got to be it from all perspectives, right? Because it looks so physical. It's as real as anything. It's bright. It's glimmering. But you have a friend that goes a half a mile down the beach, and he's got his own line. So are there two lines? Like, if we took a drone up, are you going to see two lines? No. The drone would get its own line. So, like, you can't get a third-person view of this line. It's pretty, you know what I mean? So that's got the rainbow kind of quality to it that we were talking about.
Yeah, because there's lots of different lines. You see the one that's in front of you.
Yeah, but if that's a physical light reflecting off the physical water, then why don't we see we just see one line coming to us? Where's my friend's line? Why can't I see his line and only he can see it?
You can. It's just brighter for him than it is for you.
But I can't see his at all.
Because it's so dim, yeah.
So dim?
It's bouncing towards his eyes. It's bouncing directly to his eyes, not to yours. So he sees it and you don't. I mean, it's like if the two of you are standing in front of this huge mirror, you both look straight ahead. You see yourself and he sees himself.
Yeah, but if I took a laser beam out, if we took a laser beam out on a boat and we shined it on the water so it made a reflective light, and then we shined another one at your friend that's a half mile down the beach, if we took a drone, we would see two laser lines going to their feet. And you would be able to see his line from yours and yours from him. That's like a beam of light like that. But the sun, we get our own unique line there. anyways, I was just trying to link that to the idea of your kind of hemispherical dome of vision and of your viewpoint, and how that could be functioning a similar way. Now, the light is obviously hitting the Earth universally for everyone, meaning the daytime, nighttime, sunset. Those are not going to vary. So in that way, it's not like everyone's just getting their own sun on their own personal virtual reality world. I mean, it does seem like the sun overlaps, for everyone in the same city and all that, so that would almost go kind of against what I'm saying. Maybe not totally against, but it's kind of both. It seems like it does seem to light up the environment, but it also seems to be unique to the observer. It's like both. It's pretty trippy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the sun goes all over the whole, everywhere. And so people sort of see it from their own perspective, causing some of that.
And you've heard that idea, like, especially astrologically, that the sun represents like the identity. It's the self, it's the SON, SUN. I mean, all those concepts. That it's like that kind of shining individual part of us, but it's also like that has that universal kind of life-giving energy. So I'm just saying, like, symbolically and astrologically and like alchemically, it is viewed as, in a sense, it's like each of our individual life forces and our identities and our uniqueness, but then it also has that kind of universal quality to it as well. So I'm just saying, in those symbolic systems, like we all have our sun in our birth chart, in our natal chart, and then that position of where it is the like archetypal symbolic energy that the sun expresses through us. So like if someone's a Leo sun and they're going to have those Leo qualities, even though, what I'm saying, it's individual and universal. It's like there's almost like a dichotomy.
Yeah, I see the parallels. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like the sun, SON. There's like, I am my father's son, but then you are your father's son, and there's all these other sons, but then there's one son as well.
Right. All right, I need to take off, but nice chatting tonight. Good to see you guys.
Yep. Have a good night, Matthew. Cheers.
All right, bye.